Boston, Massachusetts. Big, bull-headed James Severin, the chief executive officer of Harcourt Biosciences, watched the CNN tape of Hideo Nomura's interview come to an end. "That sly, shrewd Japanese son of a bitch," he murmured, half in grudging admiration and half in outrage. His eyes blinked angrily behind the thick lenses of his black-framed glasses. He knows his company's nanotech projects are way behind everybody else's work, so far behind that they've got no real chance of catching up. His senior aide, just as tall but about 100 pounds lighter, nodded. "From what we can tell, Nomura's people lag our researchers by at least 18 months. They're still sorting out basic theory while our lab teams are developing real-world applications. This is a race Pharmatech can't win." "Yeah," Severin growled. "We know that, and our friend Hideo there knows it. But who else is going to see what he's up to? Not the press, that's for sure." He frowned. "So he gets to pull the plug on failing projects that have been costing his company an arm and a leg while masquerading as a selfless corporate white knight. Sweet, isn't it?" The head of Harcourt Biosciences shoved his chair back, pushed himself heavily to his feet, and went over to stare moodily out the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office. And that little stunt by Nomura just revved up the public and political pressure on the rest of us. We're already catching enough hell over that mess out in Santa Fe. Now it's going to get worse. "We could buy some relief by going along with Pharmatech's self-imposed moratorium," his aide suggested cautiously. "Just until we can prove our Teller lab wasn't at fault for the disaster." Severin snorted. "How long will that take? Months? A year? 2 years? You really think we can afford to keep a bunch of bright-eyed scientists sitting around twiddling their thumbs for that long?" He leaned forward against the thick glass. Far below, the waters of Boston Harbor were a frigid-looking green-gray. "Don't forget that a lot of people in Congress and in the press would claim we were practically admitting fault by suspending our other nanotech projects." His aide said nothing. Severin swung away from the windows. He clasped his hands behind his back. "No. We're not going to play Nomura's game. We're going to tough it out. Get out a press release right away. Say that Harcourt Biosciences flatly rejects the demands made by the Lazarus movement. We will not give in to threats made by a secretive and extremist organization. And let's arrange some special media tours of our other nanotech labs. We need to show people that we have absolutely nothing to hide, and they have nothing to fear." With Randy right behind him, he leaped out of the helicopter and dashed south along the fringe of the runway. Rifle rounds cracked low overhead, coming from a pair of guards running toward them across the concrete. Smith threw himself down in the tall grass and opened fire. One of the guards screamed shrilly and flopped forward, cut almost in half. The other dropped flat on the concrete and kept shooting. From her position on Smith's right, Randy coolly took aim. She waited until the sights settled on the goggles of the guard's gas mask and then gently pulled the trigger. His head exploded. John checked their surroundings. They were about a third of the way along the runway, just a few hundred meters from the massive hangar at the southern end. An enormous tin-roofed warehouse stretched east not far behind them. There appeared to be only one entrance on this side, a solid-looking steel door with a keypad lock. No one put that kind of fortress-like door on a run-of-the-mill storage facility. Nomura's secret nanophage lab must be somewhere inside. The second of the huge flying wing planes was rolling down the runway in their direction, slowly gathering speed. John could see the deadly canisters clustered beneath its single enormous wing. The third drone aircraft was stopped just outside the hangar, waiting for its turn in the takeoff pattern. Gunfire erupted to the north, on the other side of the Blackhawk. Another guard screamed and fell back, riddled with bullets fired by Peter. Smith spotted more movement to the south, not far from the second aircraft. 3 more gunmen, led by a much taller man, were advancing along the western edge of the runway, generally keeping pace with the oncoming drone plane. They were bounding in pairs, taking turns covering each other as they came forward. Great, he thought. These guys were professionals, and they were being led by the third of the superhuman Horatii. "Watch your front, John," Randy called. She gestured toward the open ground on the other side of the runway. A little knot of men in gas masks and respirators was falling back there, retreating from the battle raging around the tarmac. Most appeared to be unarmed, but 2 carried submachine guns slung over their shoulders, and they were dragging an older white-haired man between them. A man who was not wearing a gas mask. A man in handcuffs. "I'll deal with the planes," Smith said. He pointed toward the retreating men. "You take care of them." Randy nodded, seeing John already moving along the edge of the runway, heading toward the giant flying wing lumbering north. She jumped to her feet and sprinted across the wide, bare stretch of concrete. One of the fleeing men saw her coming. He yelled a frantic warning to his companions. They threw themselves prone in the grass. The 2 guards tossed the old man down beside them and turned toward her. Their submachine guns came up. Randy fired. One of the guards spun away and fell heavily, bleeding from several wounds. The other shot back. The air around Randy was suddenly full of bullets and fragments of shattered concrete. She dived to the side. Something smashed into her left arm, hurling her backward. A ricochet tumbling off the concrete had hit hard enough to break her arm just above the elbow. White-hot agony sleeted up from the injury. She rolled away, desperately trying to get clear before the gunman could zero in and nail her. Stunned to see her still alive, the guard yanked out his empty clip and fumbled for another. Randy brought her carbine up again. She fired another burst. 2 copper-jacketed rounds slammed home, hurling the gunman onto his back in blood-red ruin. She forced herself back to her feet and ran on across the runway. The unarmed men jumped up and scattered in front of her, running wildly in all directions. They all looked alike in their hooded gas masks. Suddenly, the old man in handcuffs kicked out, tripping one of the fleeing men. Snarling, the old man rolled over onto the man he had knocked down, pressing him face down into the tall, tangled grass. Randy moved closer, aiming the carbine with her good hand. "Who the hell are you?" she snapped. The old man smiled beatifically up at her. "I am Jinjiro Nomura. And this," he nodded toward the figure squirming beneath him, "is Lazarus, the traitor who was once my son, Hideo." Scarcely able to believe her luck, Randy grinned back at the old man. "Delighted to meet you, Mr. Nomura." She kept the M4 aimed at the man writhing on the ground while Jinjiro climbed awkwardly to his feet. "Now stand up and take off that gas mask," she ordered. "But do it slowly." The younger man obeyed. Slowly he tugged off the mask and respirator, revealing the features of Hideo Nomura. "What will you do with him?" Jinjiro asked curiously. Randy shrugged her good shoulder. "Take him back to the United States for trial, I guess." She heard a new burst of firing, this time from the north. "I suggest the 3 of us head back to the helicopter right this minute." Chapter 16. The Teller Institute. Wearing a thick plastic protective suit, gloves, a sealed hood with its own oxygen supply, and a blue hard hat, John Smith stepped cautiously through the shattered ruins of the Institute's first floor. He ducked sideways under a large, charred beam hanging down from the torn ceiling, taking care to avoid ripping his suit on any of the nails protruding from the blackened wood. No one knew if the nanomachines that had butchered thousands of protesters were still active. So far, no one had tried to find out the hard way. Small fragments of crumbled adobe and shards of broken glass crunched under his thick-soled boots. He came out into a more open area that had once been the employee cafeteria. This room was mostly intact, but there were signs of bomb damage along 2 of the 4 walls, and chalked outlines on the broken tile floor showed where bodies had been removed. The FBI task force investigating the disaster was using the cafeteria as a rallying point and on-site tactical command center. 2 portable computers were up and running on tables near the middle of the room, though it was clear that the agents trying to use them were having trouble entering data in their thick gloves. Smith made his way over to where a man wearing a black hard hat was bent over one of the salvaged dining tables, studying a set of blueprints. The tag on the agent's protective suit read Latimer, C. The agent looked up at his approach. "Who are you?" he asked. The protective hood muffled his voice. "Dr. Jonathan Smith. I'm with the Pentagon." Smith lightly tapped his blue hard hat for emphasis. Blue was the color assigned to observers and outside consultants. "I have a watching brief, with orders to provide whatever help I can." "Special Agent Charles Latimer," the other man introduced himself. He was slender, fair-haired, and had a strong Southern accent. He was openly curious now. "Just what kind of help can you offer us, Doctor?" "I have a decent working knowledge of nanotechnology," Smith said carefully. "And I know the layout of the labs pretty well. I was stationed here on a temporary assignment when the terrorists hit this place." Latimer stared hard at him. "That makes you a witness, Doctor, not an observer." "Last night and earlier this morning I was a witness," Smith said with a wry grin. "Since then I've been promoted to independent consultant." He shrugged. "I know that's not exactly by the book." "No, it's not," the FBI agent agreed. "Look, have you cleared this with my boss?" "I'm sure all the necessary authorizations and clearances are somewhere on Deputy Assistant Director Pearson's desk right now," Smith said mildly. The last thing he wanted to do was start out by barging in at the top of the FBI's chain of command. He had not met Kit Pearson before, but he strongly suspected she was not going to be pleased to find someone outside her control hovering around her investigation. "Meaning no, you haven't talked this over with her," Latimer said. He shook his head in disbelief. Then he shrugged. "Swell. Well, nothing else in this screwy place is running by the book." "It's a tough site to work in," Smith agreed. "Now there's an understatement," said the FBI agent with a lopsided smile of his own. "Trying to hunt through all this bomb and fire damage is hard enough. Having to shield ourselves against these nanophages, or whatever they are, makes the job almost impossible." He pointed to the protective clothing they both wore. "Between the limited oxygen supply and avoiding heat prostration, we only get 3 hours of wear out of these moon suits. And we have to waste a whole half hour of that in decontamination. So our work is moving at a crawl, right at a time when Washington is screaming for fast results. Plus, we face a classic catch-22 on every piece of evidence we gather." Smith nodded sympathetically. "Let me guess. You can't take anything out of the building for lab analysis until it's been decontaminated. And if you decontaminate it, there's probably nothing left to analyze." "Peachy, isn't it?" Latimer said acidly. "The risk of contamination may not be that high," Smith pointed out. "Most nano devices are designed for very specific environments. They should start to break down fairly rapidly after being exposed to atmosphere, pressure, or temperature conditions outside their parameters. We might be perfectly safe right now." "Sounds like a nice theory, Doctor," the FBI agent said. "You volunteering to be the first one to take a good, deep breath in here?" Smith grinned. "I'm a medical man, not a lab rat. But ask me again in about 24 hours and I just might try it." He looked down at the set of blueprints the other man had been inspecting. They showed the layout of the Institute's first and second floors. Red circles of varying sizes dotted the blueprints. Most were clustered in and around the nanotech lab suites in the north wing, but others were scattered throughout the building. "Bomb detonation points?" he asked the other man. Latimer nodded. "Those we've identified so far." White-faced with pain from her broken arm, Randy prodded her prisoner toward the waiting Blackhawk. She stumbled once and Hideo Nomura glanced swiftly back at her, with hatred written all over his face. She shook her head and lifted the M4. "I wouldn't try that. Now hop in." The man who had called himself Lazarus turned and scrambled inside the helicopter. Standing by the door, Randy motioned him into one of the forward-facing rear seats. Scowling, he obeyed. Peter loomed up beside her. He peered into the troop compartment at her prisoner. His eyebrows rose. "Nicely done, Randy. Very nicely done indeed." Then he looked around in growing unease. "But where on earth is John?" Smith sprinted toward the 4 gunmen advancing alongside the rolling drone aircraft. They were still moving in pairs. At any given moment, 2 of them were prone, ready to provide covering fire for their comrades. Most of their attention was focused on the battle raging around the grounded Blackhawk, but they were sure to spot him soon enough. He had to hit this enemy team quickly, before they spotted him. His only real chance against these men was to seize the initiative and hold it. Their tactics showed that they were professionals. In a set-piece skirmish, Smith might be able to take out 1 of them, possibly even 2, but trying to fight all 4 of them at once would only be a good way to die quickly. Still, he knew that it was the presence among them of the 3rd of the Horatii that tipped the scales toward this seeming recklessness. He ran on, his feet flying through the tall grass lining the eastern edge of the runway. The range to the oncoming drone and the 4 enemy gunmen was closing fast, falling rapidly as they moved toward each other with increasing speed. 250 meters. 200. 150 meters. John brought the M4 up to his shoulder and sprinted on. 100 meters. The flying wing came whirring along the runway toward him. All 14 of its propellers were spinning. Now. Smith squeezed the trigger on the M4, firing short bursts on the move, walking his rounds across the tarmac toward the startled enemy gunmen. Pieces of concrete and then tufts of grass flew skyward. They dropped prone and began shooting back. John swerved left, zigzagging away from the tarmac. Bullets tore through the grass behind him and cracked past his head. He dived forward, hit the ground. More rifle rounds screamed past. In the midst of all the shooting, he heard a deep, bull-like voice shouting angry orders somewhere on the other side of the runway. The last of the Horatii was issuing new commands to his troops. And then suddenly, the firing stopped. In the silence, John cautiously raised his head. As he had intended, the 2nd drone flying wing, still serenely taxiing toward its programmed takeoff, had come rolling between him and the men who were trying to kill him. For a brief moment, they could not shoot at him. Smith pushed himself up, and crouching low, he moved backward, trying to keep pace with the huge, slowly accelerating solar-powered plane. He peered beneath the enormous wing, looking for any sign of movement on the concrete runway. He caught a quick glimpse of running combat boots through the narrow gaps between the flying wing's 5 sets of landing gear and its aerodynamically shaped avionics and payload pods. 2 of the gunmen were sprinting across the wide tarmac, cutting behind the drone in an effort to gain a clear field of fire. John kept backing up, waiting with the M4 tucked against his shoulder and his finger ready on the trigger. Both gunmen crossed into the open in the same instant. Smith opened fire, pouring rounds downrange into the suddenly appalled pair. 50 meters away, the 2 gunmen screamed and fell away into the grass. Multiple 5.56 millimeter hits ripped them apart. And then Smith felt a series of hammer blows punching across his own chest and right flank. A cascade of agonizing impacts on his Kevlar body armor that spun him around in a half circle and threw him to his knees. Somehow he held on to the M4. He looked up. There, only 40 meters away across the tarmac, a tall, green-eyed man stared back at him, smiling coldly down the barrel of an assault rifle. Still smiling, the green-eyed man raised his rifle slightly, this time aiming at Smith's unprotected head. Beside him, just at the edge of John's wavering, unfocused vision, the leading edge of the huge flying wing came into view, liberally studded with the plastic cylinders containing its murderous payload. The wind, he thought. The wind is from the east. Without thinking further, Smith threw himself sideways. He fired the carbine in that same moment, pulling the trigger as fast as he could. The M4 barked repeatedly, kicking higher with every shot as he emptied what was left of his 30-round magazine. Bullets lashed the huge flying wing, punching holes in carbon fiber and plastic surfaces, slicing flight control cables, smashing onboard computers, and shattering propellers. The drone plane rocked under the force of the high-velocity impacts. It began slewing west, slowly turning off the runway. Terse watched the dark-haired American's last desperate move without pity or concern. He stood motionless, choosing only to follow his target with the rifle barrel, waiting for his sights to settle on the other man's head. He ignored the bullets shrieking off to his right. At this range, the American could not possibly hope to hit him with unaimed fire. But then he heard the smooth hum made by the drone aircraft's 14 electric motors change pitch, roughening in fits and starts as they shorted out or lost power. Bits and pieces of shattered plastic and carbon fiber spun away across the tarmac. Terse saw the huge plane swinging toward him, veering wildly off course. He scowled. The American's last gamble would not save his life, but the damage to one of his 3 irreplaceable attack aircraft would infuriate Nomura. Suddenly, Terse stared in disbelief at the thin-walled plastic cylinders slung under the huge wing, noticing for the first time the rough-edged, star-shaped punctures torn through so many of them. It was only then that he felt the murdering east wind gently kiss his face. His green eyes widened in horror. Terror-stricken, Terse stumbled backward. The assault rifle fell from his shaking hands. The auburn-haired man groaned aloud. Already he could feel the stage 4 nanophages at work inside his body. Billions of the horrid devices were clawing their way outward from deep inside his heaving lungs, spreading their poisons wider with every fatal breath. The flesh inside his thick, transparent gloves turned red, sloughing off his muscles and tendons and bones as they disintegrated. The last of the Horatii doubled over, racked by incomprehensible and unending pain as the teeming nanophages ate him alive from within. Smith examined the blueprints carefully. What he saw there confirmed his earlier impressions of the remarkable precision used by the terrorists in making their attack. Several explosive charges had completely smashed the security office, wiping out all the archived images from the external and internal security cameras. Another bomb had disabled the fire suppression system. Other demolition charges had been set in the computer center, destroying everything from personnel files to the records of equipment and materials deliveries made to scientists working at the Institute. At first glance, the bombs placed inside the nanotech labs seemed to show the same determination to inflict maximum damage. Concentric circles covered the floor plans for the Nomura and Institute complexes. He nodded to himself. Those charges were clearly set to obliterate every single piece of major equipment in both labs, all the way from the biochemical vats in their inner cores to their desktop computers. But something about the detonation patterns he observed in the Harcourt lab bothered him. Smith bent forward over the table. So what was wrong? He traced the array of circles with one gloved forefinger. The explosives rigged around the lab's inner core were far less likely to have caused as much damage. They seemed set to blow holes in the containment around the Harcourt nanophage manufacturing tanks, not to completely destroy the tanks themselves. Was that an error, he wondered? Or was it deliberate? He glanced up to ask Latimer whether he had noticed the same pattern, but the FBI agent was looking away, listening closely to someone talking over his radio headset. Understood, Latimer said crisply into his mic. Yes, ma'am. I'll make sure he gets the message and complies. Out. The fair-haired man turned back to Smith. That was Pearson. It seems your paperwork finally caught her attention. She wants to see you at the primary command center outside. As in immediately? Smith guessed. Latimer nodded. Even sooner than that, if possible, he said with a twisted smile. And I'd be lying if I said you were going to get a warm welcome. How truly wonderful, John said dryly. The FBI agent shrugged his shoulders. Just watch your step when you talk to her, Dr. Smith. The Winter Queen is damn good at her job, but she's not exactly what you might call a people person. If she thinks you're going to screw up this investigation in any way, she's liable to find a hole somewhere and drop you into it for the duration. Oh, she might call it preventive detention or protective custody, but it still won't be real comfortable. Or very easy to get out of. Smith studied Latimer's face, sure that he must be exaggerating for effect. To his dismay, the other man seemed perfectly serious. The safe house sat high on the crest of a rise overlooking the southern reaches of Santa Fe. From the outside, it appeared to be a classic Pueblo-style adobe built around a shaded courtyard. Inside, the decor and furnishings were absolutely modern, a study in gleaming chrome, blacks, and whites. Small satellite dishes were mounted discreetly in one corner of the building's flat roof. Several of the home's west-facing windows had a direct line of sight to the Teller Institute, about 2 miles away. The rooms behind these windows were now filled with an array of radio and microwave receivers, video and still cameras fitted with powerful telephoto, infrared, IR, and thermal imaging lenses, a bank of networked computers, and secure satellite communications gear. A 6-man surveillance team ran all this equipment, monitoring the comings and goings inside the cordoned-off area outside the Institute. One of them, young and olive-skinned with sad brown eyes, sat perched on a chair at one of the computer workstations, humming tunelessly while listening to a pair of headphones plugged into the various receivers. Suddenly, the young man sat up straighter. "I have a signal tone," he reported calmly while simultaneously entering a series of commands on his keyboard. The monitor in front of him lit up and began filling with scrolling data, a complex and bewildering montage of numbers, graphs, scanned photographs, and text. His team leader, much older, with short cropped white hair, studied the monitor for several seconds. He nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent work, Vitor." He turned to one of his other men. "Contact Terse. Inform him that Field 2 appears complete and that we now have access to all of the investigative data being gathered. Report also that we are relaying this information to the center." Smith ran north along the runway. He did not look back. He knew the horror he would see there. He knew the horror he had deliberately set in motion. By now, the nanophage cloud was spreading west across the whole southern end of the airfield, drifting on the wind toward the Atlantic. Smith came pounding up to the grounded Blackhawk. The rotors were still spinning slowly. Peter and Randy saw him coming. Their worried looks vanished and they moved toward him, smiling. "Get aboard," John roared, waving them back to the Blackhawk. "Get that thing spooled up." Peter nodded tightly, seeing the shot-up drone careening off the runway out of control. He knew what that meant. "Give me 30 seconds, John." The Englishman swung himself back aboard the helicopter and scrambled into the pilot's seat. His hands danced across the control panel, flicking switches and watching indicators lighting up. He rotated the throttle, pushing the engines toward full power. The rotors began spinning faster. Smith skidded to a stop beside the troop carrier's open door. He noticed Randy's left arm dangling at her side. "How bad is it?" he asked. "It hurts like hell, but I'll live. You can play doctor some other time." Smith helped her climb up into the Blackhawk. Then he swung himself aboard. His eyes took note of the 2 other passengers, recognizing both Hideo and Jinjiro Nomura from their pictures in the files Fred Klein had made him study in Santa Fe. Randy dropped into a rear-facing seat across from Hideo. Wincing, she cradled the M4 carbine in her lap, making sure its deadly black muzzle was pointing straight at his heart. John settled in beside her. "Hold tight," Peter called from the control cabin. "Here we go." The Blackhawk slid forward across the runway and then lifted off, already turning as it climbed away from the airfield. At 300 feet, Peter leveled out. They were high enough now to be safe from the nanophage cloud blowing across the Nomura Pharmatech airfield and complex. Or so he hoped. With a twitch of the controls, he took them up another 100 feet. Peter pulled the Black Hawk into a gentle turn, beginning a slow orbit over the corpse-strewn runway. "Where to now, John? After our friend Lazarus's first drone? The one that got away?" Smith shook his head. "Not quite yet." He stripped the empty magazine out of his carbine and inserted a fresh clip. "We still have a couple of things to finish up here first." He slid out of his seat and lay prone on the floor of the helicopter, sighting along the M4 out through the open door. "Give me a shot at that third drone, Peter. It's still trying to take off on autopilot." The Black Hawk tilted, swinging back to the south. Smith leaned a bit farther out, watching the huge flying wing grow even larger in his sights. He squeezed the trigger, firing a series of aimed bursts down into the drone rolling determinedly down the runway. The UH-60 roared past the aircraft and pulled up sharply, already curving back through a full circle. The carbine's bolt locked open at the rear. John pulled out the empty clip and slapped in another, his last. He hit the catch. The M4 was loaded and ready to fire again. The helicopter finished its turn and flew north, heading back for another pass. Smith stared down. Battered by 30 rounds of 5.56mm ammunition, the third drone now sat motionless on the tarmac. Whole sections of the single long wing sagged, shattered by multiple hits. Fragments of engine pods and nanophage cylinders littered the concrete paving behind the wrecked aircraft. "Scratch one drone," he announced. "That's 2 down and 1 to go." Guided by John, Peter flew the Black Hawk to the north end of the runway and passed low over the 2 large cargo planes and the much smaller executive jet parked there. Again leaning out through the open door, Smith fired another series of bursts right into their cockpits, smashing windows and flight controls. "I don't want any survivors leaving this island until we can get Special Forces units and decontamination teams here," he explained. Randy handed him her spare ammunition. Now Peter took the helicopter higher, climbing steadily in a tight, spiraling circle while they searched for signs of Nomura's first drone. For long minutes they anxiously hunted through the skies around them. Randy saw it first, catching a tiny glint of gold-flecked light high above. "There it is," she cried, pointing out through the side door. "At our 3 o'clock now, and it's heading due west." Toward the States, Smith realized. Hideo smiled thinly. "For Washington, D.C., and its surrounding suburbs, to be precise." The helicopter clattered through another turn as Peter swung onto a parallel course. He stared up through the forward windshield with a worried expression on his face. "That damn thing is already devilishly high. It's probably flying at 10 or 12,000 feet and climbing fast." "What's the service ceiling on this bird?" Smith asked, buckling back into his seat. "It tops out somewhere around 19,000 feet, Peter replied, frowning. "But the air will be very thin at that altitude. Perhaps too thin." Peter pulled the Black Hawk's nose up as steeply as he could, chasing that distant fleeing speck. The helicopter soared higher, climbing 1,500 feet higher with every passing minute. Everyone inside could feel the air growing steadily colder and thinner. By the time the UH-60 reached 12,000 feet, their teeth were chattering and it was becoming markedly more difficult to catch their breath. The Thanatos drone was much closer now, but it was still above them and climbing steadily. Its single enormous wing tilted occasionally as the onboard flight controls adjusted for small changes in wind speed, direction, and barometric pressure. Otherwise, the aircraft held its course, flying doggedly on toward the capital city of the United States. Peter pushed the Black Hawk higher. The altimeter crawled slowly through 14,000 feet. This far above the Earth's surface, the helicopter's rotors provided far less lift. Their rate of climb and airspeed were both rapidly diminishing. 15,000 feet. And still the giant aircraft hung above them, tantalizingly close but well out of reach. Another minute passed, a minute of increasing cold and exhaustion. Peter glanced up through the forward windshield. Nothing. The Thanatos drone was gone. "Come on, you devil. Where have you got to now?" And suddenly sunlight blazed on a huge wing surface below him, reflected back by tens of thousands of mirror-bright solar cells. "We've done it! We're above the beast," Peter crowed. "But you'll have to be quick, John. I can't hold us up here much longer." Nodding, Smith unbuckled his seatbelt and again dropped onto his stomach by the open door. Every piece of metal he touched was chilled so far below the freezing point that it burned like fire. Cradling the M4, he leaned out into the slipstream, feeling the wind tearing at his hair and clothes. He could make out the drone now. It was roughly 200 feet below them. The Black Hawk slowed, matching its speed to that of its prey. Smith peered through his sights. The upper surface of the flying wing wavered slightly and then steadied up. He squeezed the trigger. Rounds slammed into the Thanatos drone, shattering hundreds of solar cells. Fragments of glass and plastic swirled away and vanished astern. For a moment, the wing flexed alarmingly. It slid lower. Then the giant machine's onboard flight computers corrected for the sudden loss of power, revving its propellers higher. The drone steadied up and began climbing again. Smith swore quietly, already fumbling for a new magazine. Sweating inside his protective suit now, John Smith submitted himself to the rigorous decontamination procedures required for anyone leaving the cordoned-off area around the Institute. Doing so meant entering one end of a chain of connected trailers and moving through a series of high-pressure chemical showers, electrically charged aerosol sprays, and high-powered vacuum suction systems. The equipment, borrowed from Air Force and Homeland Security WMD defense units, was designed to treat nuclear, chemical, and biological contamination. No one was really sure that it would neutralize the nanomachines that everyone now feared. But it was the best system anyone had been able to come up with in the limited time available. And since no one had died yet, Smith was willing to bet that either the decon procedures worked or there were no active nanomachines left inside the cordon. If nothing else, the painstaking process gave him plenty of time to think about what he had seen inside the Teller Institute. And that, in turn, gave him time to formulate a very ugly hypothesis about what had happened. Might just knock the stuffing out of a lot of the pet theories floating around inside the FBI and the CIA. Finished at last, Smith stripped off the heavy gear, dumped it in a sealed hazardous materials bin, and put his own clothes back on. He retrieved his shoulder holster and Sig Sauer pistol from the worried-looking National Guard corporal manning a final checkpoint and stepped outside. It was the middle of the afternoon. The wind was kicking up a bit, blowing down out of the forested mountains to the east. John took a deep breath of the pine-scented air, clearing the last lingering reek of harsh chemicals out of his nose and lungs. A trim, efficient-looking young man in a conservatively cut charcoal gray suit came straight up to him. He had the wooden, expressionless demeanor so prized by recent FBI Academy graduates. "Dr. Smith?" John nodded pleasantly. "That's right." "Deputy Assistant Director Pearson is waiting for you at the command center," the young man said. "I'll be happy to escort you there." Smith hid a wry grin. Clearly the woman he had heard called the Winter Queen had decided not to take any chances with him. He was not going to be allowed to bunk off without hearing what the FBI thought of having another government agency, the Pentagon in his case, meddling in its patch. Remembering Fred Klein's admonition to act discreetly, he followed the other man without kicking up a fuss. They crossed through a growing assembly of trailers and large tents. Power and fiber optic cables connected the temporary working quarters. Satellite dishes and microwave relays were set up around the outside. Portable generators hummed close by, supplying auxiliary and backup power. Smith was impressed, despite himself. This command center was nearly as big as some of the divisional HQs he had seen in Desert Storm and running a lot more smoothly. Kit Pearson might not score high marks in the warmth and charm department, but she obviously knew how to organize an efficient operation. She had her own work area in a small tent near the outer rim. It was sparsely furnished with a table and a single chair, power for her personal laptop, a secure phone, an electric lantern, and a folding cot. Smith hastily suppressed his surprise when he registered that last item. Was she really serious? Yes, Dr. Smith, said Pearson dryly, noticing the almost imperceptible flicker of his eyes. I do plan to sleep here. A thin, humorless smile crossed a pale face that he might have found appealing if it had a bit more life in it. It may be Spartan, but it is also absolutely inaccessible to the press, which I count as a blessing of the first magnitude. She spoke over his shoulder to the young agent hovering near the open tent flap. That will be all, Agent Nash. Lieutenant Colonel Smith and I will have our little chat in private. Here we go, John realized, noting her deliberate shift to his military rank. He decided to try preempting her objections to his presence at the site. First of all, I want you to know that I'm not here to horn in on your investigation. Really? Pearson asked. Her gray eyes were ice cold. That seems unlikely. Unless you're here as some kind of a military tourist, in which case your presence is equally unwelcome. So much for the pleasantries, Smith thought, gritting his teeth. You've read my orders and my clearances, ma'am. I'm here simply to observe and assist. With all due respect, I don't need help from the Joint Chiefs of Staff or Army Intelligence, or whoever really issued your orders, Pearson told him bluntly. Frankly, I can't think of anyone more likely to cause trouble I do not need. Smith reined in his temper, but only by the narrowest of margins. Really? In what way? Just by existing, she said. Amid the noise and cold and thin, scarcely breathable air, Randy fought to remain conscious. The sharp, stabbing pain from her broken arm was merging now with a terrible throbbing ache behind her temples. She gritted her teeth, feeling nauseous. The pain in her head was now so intense that it seemed to send little pulses of red light flashing into her eyes with every beat of her heart. Her head fell forward, and in that brief moment, Hideo Nomura attacked. One hand battered aside her carbine. The other chopped down hard on Randy's collarbone. It snapped like a dry twig. She fell back against the seat and then flopped forward again. Only the safety belt buckled at her waist kept her from sliding onto the floor of the troop compartment. Nomura snatched the M4 and held it to her head. Smith glanced over his shoulder in surprise. He rolled over and sat up and then froze, taking in the changed situation. Throw your weapon out the door, Nomura ordered. His eyes glittered, as hard as ice and just as cold. Or I will blow this woman's brains across this compartment. Smith let the carbine fall out of his hands. The weapon whirled away and disappeared. Very good, Nomura told him cheerfully. You learn obedience quickly. He moved back, keeping Randy's weapon carefully aimed at John's chest. Now order your pilot to fly away from my Thanatos drone. Smith raised his voice. Did you hear what the man wants you to do, Peter? The Englishman looked back over his shoulder. I heard him. It seems we have no choice, John. At least not with the situation as it stands. No, Smith agreed. Not as it stands, he said, putting the emphasis on the last word. He tilted his head slightly. An almost imperceptible wink fluttered in Peter's left eye. He turned back to the Black Hawk's controls. Nomura laughed again. You see, Father, he said to Jinjiro, these Westerners are soft. They value their own lives above all else. The old man said nothing. He sat stone-faced. Smith sat near the helicopter's open door, waiting tensely for Peter to make his move. Abruptly, the Englishman banked the helicopter hard right, almost tipping the Black Hawk over on its side. Nomura toppled backward, thrown completely off his feet. He crashed into the back wall of the troop compartment and then slid to the floor. As soon as the helicopter tilted, Smith threw himself forward, away from the open door. He dived across the floor and slammed headlong into Nomura. He tore the carbine out of Nomura's hands and tossed it away across the cabin. It clattered somewhere among the seats, well out of reach. The Black Hawk leveled out and began climbing again. Snarling, Nomura kicked out at John, shoving him back. Both men scrambled to their feet. Hideo attacked first, striking out with his hands and feet in a maddened frenzy. John parried 2 blows with his forearms, shrugged a kick off his hip, ducked under a 3rd strike, and then closed in. He grabbed Nomura by one arm, punched him hard in the face, and then hurled him across the row of seats. The other man landed in a heap, right next to the open door. He struggled to get back up. Smith grabbed hold of a seat and roared, "Peter! Now! Reverse!" The Englishman complied, again throwing the Black Hawk into a steep bank, but this time sharply left. The helicopter tilted on its side, high above the Atlantic Ocean as it spun through a tight turn. The Thanatos drone came into view not more than 50 feet below them, still heading west. Hideo Nomura made a desperate lunge and grabbed a seat strut. Arms straining, he began to pull himself back inside the helicopter. He looked up and saw his father staring down at him. Jinjiro Nomura looked deep into the maddened eyes of the man who had once been his beloved son. "You misjudged these Americans," he said softly, "just as you have misjudged me." And with that, the old man leaned forward and kicked Hideo's hands away from the seat strut. The younger Nomura slid out the door, his fingernails clawing wildly, seeking a hold anywhere on the smooth metal. Then, with a despairing wail, he fell away into thin air, tumbling toward the Thanatos drone as it flew past under the turning Blackhawk. Still kicking and flailing with his arms and legs, the man who was Lazarus crashed onto the fragile surface of the enormous flying wing. The drone shuddered, rocked by the sudden impact. And then, overloaded and already damaged, the Thanatos aircraft simply snapped in half. Propeller blades, avionics pods, and clusters of nanophage cylinders ripped loose in a growing cloud of debris. The tangled wreckage spun around and around, plunging all the way down to the hungry and waiting waters of the vast and merciless sea. Early November, the Mall, Washington, D.C. A crisp, rain-washed autumn breeze rustled through the leaves still clinging to the trees lining the mall. John Smith walked toward a woman standing pensively near a bench. Her short golden hair gleamed in the afternoon light. Despite the thick cast encasing her left arm and shoulder, she still appeared slender and graceful. "Waiting for me?" he called softly. Randy Russell turned toward him. A slight smile creased her lips. "If you're the guy who left a message on my answering machine suggesting dinner, I guess so." Smith grinned. "How's the arm?" "Not bad. The doctors tell me this hunk of plaster can come off in a few more weeks. Once that's done, a little more rehab should clear me for field duty. Frankly, I can't wait. I'm not cut out for sitting behind a desk." He nodded. "Are things at Langley still in a mess?" "The situation seems to be calming down. The files our people snagged in the Azores have pretty well nailed everyone involved in Toxin." "You heard that Hansen is resigning?" Smith nodded again. The director of the CIA had not been directly involved in Burke and Pearson's illegal operation, but no one could doubt that his failures of judgment and his willingness to turn a blind eye were partly responsible. "Have you heard anything from Peter?" Randy asked in turn. "I had a call from him last week. He's back in retirement at his place in the Sierras. For good this time, he claims." She raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Do you believe him?" He laughed. "Not really. I can't imagine Peter Howell sitting idle on his front porch for very long." She looked at John through slightly narrowed eyes. "What about you? Still playing spook for the Joint Chiefs? Or was it Army intelligence this time?" "I'm back at Fort Detrick, in my old post at U.S. AMRID." "Back to the infectious diseases grind?" Randy asked. He shook his head. "Not exactly. We're developing a program to monitor potentially hazardous nanotech R&D around the world. We stopped Nomura, but now the genie's out of the bottle. Someone else out there may try something similar, or equally destructive, someday." Randy shivered. I'd hate to imagine that. He nodded somberly. At least this time we know what to look for. Manufacturing biologically active nanodevices requires biochemical substances in large quantities, and those are substances we can track. She sighed. Maybe we should just do what the Lazarus movement wanted in the first place. Ban nanotech completely. Smith shook his head. And lose out on all the potential benefits? Like curing cancer? Or wiping out pollution? He shrugged. It's like any other advanced technology, Randy. Nothing more. How we use it, for good or ill, is up to us. Now there's the scientist in you talking, she said dryly. It's what I am, Smith said quietly. Most of the time, anyway. Right, Randy replied with a wry grin. She relented. Okay, Dr. Smith, you promised me dinner. Are you going to honor your promise? He sketched a bow and offered her his arm. Never let it be said that I'm not a man of my word, Ms. Russell. Dinner is on me. Together, John and Randy turned and walked back toward his waiting car. Above them, the last clouds were drifting away, leaving behind a clear blue sky. We hope you've enjoyed Robert Ludlum's The Lazarus Vendetta, an audio Renaissance audiobook from St. Martin's Press. This program was produced by Laura Wilson and directed by Joe Whitesides. Text copyright 2004 by Min Pin LLC. Production copyright 2004 by Audio Renaissance, a division of Holtzbrink Publishers LLC. All rights reserved. Maybe you've missed it, but the internet and the tabloids are crammed full of rumors that Teller was the center of a secret military program to create nanotech-based weapons. And those rumors are crap, Smith said forcefully. Are they? Smith nodded. I saw all the research here myself. No one at Teller was working on anything that could possibly have had any immediate military application. Your presence at the Institute is precisely my problem, Colonel Smith, Pearson said coldly. How do you propose that we explain your assignment to monitor these nanotech projects? Smith shrugged. Easy. I'm a doctor and a molecular biologist. My interests here in New Mexico were purely medical and scientific. Purely medical and scientific. Don't forget that I've read both your witness statement and your bureau file, she shot back. For a doctor, you certainly know how to kill easily and efficiently. Weapons training and unarmed combat skills are a little out of the usual medical school curriculum, aren't they? Smith kept his mouth shut, wondering just how much Kit Pearson really knew about his career. Everything he had ever done for Covert-One was buried beyond her reach, but his Army intelligence work would have left some traces she could sniff out. So had the part he had played in resolving the Hades Factor crisis. More to the point, she continued, maybe 1 out of every 3 people in this country will be bright enough to understand your medical connection. Everybody else, especially the crazies, will only see that nice little Army uniform jacket you keep in the closet. The one with the silver oak leaves on its shoulder straps. Pearson tapped him on the chest with one long finger. And that, Colonel Smith, is why I don't want you anywhere near this investigation. If just one nosy reporter zeroes in on you, we're going to have real trouble on our hands. This case is tricky enough, she said. I don't intend to provoke another Lazarus riot on top of everything else. Neither do I, Smith assured her. Which is why I plan to keep a low profile. He indicated his civilian clothes, a lightweight gray windbreaker, green polo shirt, and khakis. While I'm here, I'm just plain Dr. Smith. And I don't talk to journalists. Not ever. That's not good enough, she replied adamantly. It will have to be, John told her quietly. He would bend a bit to placate Kit Pearson's natural irritation at finding an outsider poaching in her province, but he would not shirk his duty. Look, he said, If you want to complain to Washington, that's fine. In the meantime, though, you're stuck with me. So why not take me up on my offer to help?" Her eyes narrowed dangerously. For a second, Smith wondered whether he was heading for that preventive detention hole Agent Latimer had warned him about. Then she shrugged. The gesture was so slight that he almost missed it. "All right, Dr. Smith," she said coolly. "We'll play this your way for the moment. But the instant I get permission to sling you out of here, off you go." He nodded. "Fair enough." "Then, if that's all, I'm sure you can find your own way out," she suggested, pointedly checking her watch. "I have work to do." Smith decided to push her just a bit further. "I need to ask just a couple of questions first." "If you must," Pearson said levelly. "What do your people think about the odd way the demolition charges were set inside the Harcourt lab?" he asked. She raised a single, perfect eyebrow. "Go on." She listened carefully to his conjecture that the bombs there were only intended to breach the lab's containment, not to wreck it completely. When he finished, she shook her head in icy amusement. "So you're an explosives expert too, Doctor?" "I've seen them used," he admitted. "But no, I'm not an expert." "Well, let's assume your hunch is correct," Pearson said. "You're suggesting the slaughter outside was deliberate, that the terrorists planned all along to release these Harcourt nanophages on anyone in reach, which means the Lazarus movement came here intending to make its own martyrs." "Not quite," Smith corrected her. "I'm suggesting the people who pulled this off wanted to make it seem that way." He shook his head. "But I've been thinking hard about this, and there's no way that the nano devices Brinker and Parikh created were responsible for what happened. No way at all. It's completely impossible." Pearson's face froze. "You'll have to explain that to me," she said stiffly. "Impossible how?" Each Harcourt nanophage carried biochemical substances intended to eliminate specific cancerous cells, not to break down all living tissues, Smith said. Plus, each individual phage was infinitesimally small. It would take millions of them, maybe tens of millions, to inflict the kind of damage I saw on any single human being. Multiply that by the number of people killed, and you're talking about billions of nanophages, possibly even tens of billions. That's far beyond the number the Harcourt folks could possibly have manufactured with their equipment. Don't forget, they were focused entirely on the design, engineering, and testing of what they hoped would be a medical miracle. They were not set up for mass production. "Can you prove that?" Pearson asked. Her face was still an unreadable mask. "Without the computer records?" Smith shook his head. "Maybe not solidly enough to suit a court of law, I guess. But I was in that lab almost every day, and I know what I saw, and what I didn't see." He looked curiously at the pale, dark-haired woman to see whether or not she would arrive at the same damning conclusion he had. Instead, she said nothing. Her mouth was a tight, thin line. Her gray eyes seemed fixed on a distant point somewhere far beyond the narrow confines of her tent. "You understand what that means, don't you?" Smith said urgently. "It means these terrorists came to tell her with their own nano devices already prepared. Nano devices that were engineered from the start to butcher thousands. Whoever those people were, they sure as hell weren't part of the Lazarus movement, not unless you think the movement maintains its own sophisticated nanotech labs." At last, Pearson swung her gaze back toward him. A muscle on the right side of her face twitched. She frowned. "If your suppositions are correct, that may well be true, Doctor." Then she shook her head. "But that is a very big if, and I'm not yet prepared to overlook all the other evidence of Lazarus movement involvement." "What other evidence?" Smith asked sharply. "Do you have solid IDs for those terrorists Sergeant Diaz and I killed yet? They have to be in some agency's files. Those guys were professionals. What's more, they were pros who had access to very high-level Secret Service planning and procedures. People like that don't hang around street corners looking for work." Again, Pearson said nothing. Okay, what about their vehicles? John pressed her. Those big black SUVs they drove up in. The ones left parked outside the building. Have your agents been able to trace them yet? She smiled icily. I conduct investigations in an organized fashion, Colonel Smith. That means I do not run around prematurely reporting the results of every separate inquiry. Now, until I persuade the powers that be to yank you out of here, you're welcome to attend all relevant briefings. When I have facts to share with you, that is where you will hear them. Until then, I strongly suggest that you exercise the virtue of patience. After Smith left her tent, Kit Pearson stood next to her desk, considering the wild claims he had made. Was the self-assured Army officer right? Could Hal Burke's operatives have deliberately released their own plague of killing machines? She shook her head abruptly, pushing the thought away. That was impossible. It had to be impossible. The deaths outside the building were completely unintended. Nothing more. And the deaths inside the building? Her conscience asked. What about them? Casualties of war, she answered herself coldly, trying hard to believe it. There was nothing to be gained by wasting time wrestling with feelings of guilt or regret. She had more immediate problems to deal with, chief among them Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Smith. He did not strike her as a man who would be content to stand aside, no matter how many warnings she gave him. Pearson frowned. Everything depended on her ability to maintain sole control over this investigation. Having someone like Smith running around pushing theories that contradicted her official line was unacceptable. And dangerous. To her, to Hal Burke, and to the whole toxin operation. Nor did Pearson believe for a minute that Smith was working solely as a scientific observer and liaison officer for either U.S. AMRID or the Joint Chiefs. He had too many unusual skills, too wide a range of experiences. There were also some very odd gaps in the FBI files she had examined. So who were Smith's real bosses? The Defense Intelligence Agency? Army Intelligence? Or one of the half-dozen other government cloak-and-dagger outfits? She picked up her secure phone and dialed a 7-digit cell number. Burke here. This is Kit Pearson, she said. We have a problem. I want you to run a detailed background check on a Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Smith, U.S. Army. That name rings an unpleasant bell, her CIA counterpart said sourly. It should, she told him. He's the so-called doctor who managed to kill half your hand-picked assault team. Chapter 17. Hidden Nanotechnology Production Facility inside the center. Nothing from the outside world was allowed to easily penetrate the secure areas of the center. While they were working inside, no one could smell the salt tang of the nearby ocean or hear the noise of jets revving up as they prepared for takeoff. Everything was pristine, silent, and utterly sterile. Even in the outer areas of the huge concealed lab complex, technicians and scientists moved with careful precision. Wearing surgical scrubs under sterile coveralls, masks covering the entire nose, mouth, and chin, safety glasses, and polyester head covers that resembled the chainmail hoods of Frankish knights. They spoke in hushed tones. All written work was handled electronically. No paper notes or reference books were allowed inside any of the clean areas. The risk of airborne particulate contamination was deemed too high. Each move closer to the Class 10 environment in the production core itself involved ever stricter gowning and sterilization procedures. Airlocks and elaborate filtration systems connected each chamber. Checklists were posted at each outer airlock door, along with armed guards ordered to make sure that each step was followed and in the proper order. No one wanted to risk contaminating the nanophage production tanks. The developing phages were too delicate, too vulnerable to the slightest change in their rigidly controlled environment. nor was anyone in the secret lab complex willing to risk unprotected exposure to the nanophages in their finished form. 3 men sat at a conference table in one of the outer rooms. They were going over the operational and experimental data gathered so far from the events in Zimbabwe and New Mexico. 2 were nanotechnology specialists, among the most brilliant molecular scientists in the world. The third, much taller and broad-shouldered, had a very different set of skills. This man, the third of the Horatii, called himself Nones. Preliminary reports from Santa Fe indicate our Stage 2 devices activated inside roughly 20 to 30% of those exposed, the first scientist commented. His gloved fingers fluttered over a keypad, pulling up a graph on the plasma screen display before them. As you can see, that exceeds our initial projections. I think we can safely assume that our control phage design modification is fundamentally sound. True, his colleague agreed. It's also clear that the Stage 2 biochemical loads were far better balanced than those used at Kusasa, achieving a significantly higher rate of tissue and bone dissolution. But can you increase the kill ratio? The tall man named Nones asked harshly. You know our employer's requirements. They are absolute. A weapon which devours fewer than a third of its intended victims will not meet them. Behind their masks, the 2 scientists frowned in distaste at his inelegant choice of words. They preferred to think of themselves as surgeons engaged in an essential, though admittedly unpleasant, operation. Crude reminders that their work ultimately involved murder on a massive scale were neither necessary nor welcome. Well, Nones demanded. His vivid green eyes glinted behind his acrylic safety glasses. He knew how much these men disliked focusing on the deadly results of their scientific efforts. It amused him from time to time to rub their ivory tower noses in the muck and the mud of their mission. We expect our design for the Stage 3 phages and their controls to produce much higher efficiencies, the senior molecular scientist assured him. The Stage 2 sensor arrays were limited in number and type. By adding additional sensors configured for different biochemical signatures, we can greatly expand the number of potential targets. The green-eyed man nodded his understanding. We have also been able to boost the yield of each nanophage's internal power source, the second scientist reported. We expect a matching increase in their effective lifespan and operational range. What about the field contamination problem? Nones asked. You've seen the safety precautions being taken outside the Teller Institute. The Americans are being overcautious, the first scientist said dismissively. By now, most of the Stage 2 nanophages should have deteriorated beyond usefulness. Their fears are not relevant, the green-eyed man told him coldly. Our employer's demands are. You were asked to produce a reliable self-destruct mechanism for the Stage 3 phages, were you not? The second scientist nodded hastily, hearing the implied threat in the bigger man's voice. Yes, of course. And we've succeeded. He began clicking keys, flipping rapidly through different design sketches on the screen. Finding the necessary space inside the shell was a difficult problem, but in the end we were able to... Spare me the technical details, the third member of the Horatii said dryly. But you may transmit them to our employer if you wish. I concern myself solely with practical matters. If the weapons you are creating for us kill quickly, efficiently, and reliably, I don't feel any need to know exactly how they work. Chapter 18. Chicago, Illinois. Bright arc lights turned night into imitation day along much of the western edge of the University of Chicago's Hyde Park campus. They were set to illuminate the tan and gray stone facade of the newly built Interdivisional Research Building, IRB, a mammoth 5-story structure containing 425,000 square feet of lab and research space. Construction trailers still blocked most of the sidewalks and green spaces along the south side of 57th Street and the east side of Drexel Boulevard. Lights were also on throughout the huge building as electricians, carpenters, ironworkers, and others worked around the clock to finish the enormous project. Scientists from the University of Chicago had played crucial roles in the major scientific and technological advances of the 20th century, in everything from the development of carbon-14 dating to the advent of controlled nuclear power. Now the university was determined to maintain its competitive edge in the new sciences of the 21st century. The IRB was the cornerstone of that effort. When it was fully up and running, biological and physical scientists would share the building's state-of-the-art facilities. The hope was that working side by side would help them transcend the narrow and increasingly artificial boundaries between the two traditional disciplines. Nearly $1 billion in corporate and individual donations had been raised to pay for construction, purchase the necessary high-tech materials, and guarantee funding for the first wave of new projects. One of the largest corporate grants came from Harcourt Biosciences to pay for a cutting-edge nanotech complex. Now, in the wake of the destruction of its Teller Institute facility, the company's senior management saw the IRB lab as an urgently needed replacement and a signal of its continued determination to pursue nanotechnology. Inside the lab suite, technicians and work crews were busy installing computers, scanning microscopes, remote manipulators, filter and air pressure systems, chemical storage, and other equipment. Jack Rafferty came on shift with a grin and a spring in his step. The short, skinny electrician had spent the commute from his suburban LaGrange home adding up how much the overtime on this project was going to put in his pocket. He figured he could pay off the twins' parochial school tuition and still have enough left over to buy the Harley motorcycle he had been eyeing for more than a year. The grin faded as soon as he walked inside the lab. Even from the door, he could see that someone had been screwing around with the wiring he had finished putting in just yesterday. Wall panels were left hanging open, exposing disarranged bundles of color-coded cables. Untidy coils and loops of insulated electrical wire dangled from jagged holes cut in the brand-new ceiling tiles. Rafferty swore under his breath. He stormed over to the shift supervisor, a genial bear of a man named Koslov. "Tell me, what exactly is all this junk? Did someone change the specs on us again?" The supervisor checked his clipboard and shook his head. "Not that I know of, Jack." Rafferty frowned. "Then maybe you can tell me why Levy dinked around with my work and left all this goddamn mess." Koslov shrugged. "It wasn't Levy. Someone said he called in sick. A couple of new guys were filling in for him." He looked around the room. "I saw them both maybe 15 minutes ago. I guess they knocked off early." The electrician rolled his eyes. "Nice. Probably non-union goons. Or maybe they're just connected." He hitched up his tool belt and settled the hard hat squarely on his narrow head. "It's going to take me half my shift just to clean this up, Tommy. So I don't want to hear any bitching about being off schedule." "You won't hear any from me," Koslov promised, conspicuously crossing his heart with one beefy paw. Satisfied for the moment, Rafferty got to work, trying first to untangle the rat's nest of cabling Levy's substitutes had left behind the walls. He peered into one of the open panels, shining a flashlight into a narrow space filled with bundled wiring, pipes, and conduits of all sizes and types. One strand of loose green wire caught his eye. What was that supposed to be? He tugged gently on it. There was a weight on the other end. Slowly, he reeled the wire in, maneuvering it through the maze using his long, thin fingers to guide it past obstructions. One end of the wire came into view. It was plugged into a solid block of what looked like some sort of gray, moldable compound. Puzzled, Rafferty stared down at the block for several seconds, wondering what it could possibly be. Then it clicked in his mind. He turned pale. "Jesus! That's plastic explosive!" The 6 bombs planted in and around the lab complex exploded simultaneously. Searing white light ripped through the walls and ceiling. The first terrible shock wave tore Rafferty, Koslov, and the other workers inside the lab to shreds. A wall of flame and superheated air roared through the corridors of the half-finished building, incinerating everything and everyone in its path. The enormous force of the blast rippled outward, shattering steel and concrete structural supports, snapping them like matchsticks. Slowly at first, and then with increasing speed, one whole side of the IRB shuddered, folded in on itself in a shrieking cacophony of wrenching, tearing steel, and then collapsed. Masses of broken stone and twisted metal cascaded down into the science quad. A thick, choking cloud of smoke, pulverized concrete and dust billowed skyward, lit eerily from within by the surviving construction lights. An hour later and 10 blocks away, the 3 leaders of a Chicago-based Lazarus Movement action cell met hurriedly inside the top-floor apartment of a Hyde Park brownstone. Still visibly shaken, the 2 men and 1 woman, all in their mid-20s, stood staring at a television in the living room, watching the frantic reports being broadcast live on every local and national news channel. Sets of construction company coveralls, hard hats, toolkits, and fake ID cards they had laboriously assembled over 4 months of intensive planning were heaped on a table in the adjoining dining room behind them. A manila folder sat on top of the pile. It contained IRB floor plans downloaded from the University of Chicago website. Tightly capped jars of foul-smelling liquids, cans of spray paint, and folded movement banners were packed in boxes on the hardwood floor next to the table. Who would do that? Frida McFadden asked out loud in confusion. She chewed nervously on the ends of her straight mop of green-dyed hair. Who would blow up the IRB? It couldn't have been any of our own people. Our orders came straight from the top, from Lazarus himself. I don't have any idea, her boyfriend answered grimly. Bill Oakes was busy buttoning up the shirt he had thrown on when their phone first rang with the terrible news. He shook his long, fair hair out of his eyes impatiently. But I do know one thing. We've got to dump all the stuff we were planning to use for our own mission. And soon. Before the cops come pounding on our doors. No shit, muttered their heavy-set companion, the 3rd member of their action cell. Rick Avery scratched at his beard. But where can we get rid of the gear safely? The lake? It would be found there, said a quiet, mocking voice from behind them. Or you would be seen throwing your materials into the water. Startled, the 3 Lazarus Movement activists spun around. None of them had heard the locked front door open or close. They found themselves staring at a very tall and very powerfully built man gazing back at them from the central hall separating the living and dining rooms. He was wearing a heavy wool coat. Oakes recovered first. He stepped forward, with his jaw thrust out belligerently. Who the hell are you? You may call me Terse, the green-eyed man said calmly. And I have something to give you. A gift. His hand came smoothly out of the pocket of his coat. He pointed the silenced 9mm Walther pistol straight at them. Frida McFadden cried out softly in fear. Avery stood frozen, with his fingers still tangled in his beard. Only Bill Oakes had the presence of mind to speak. If you're a cop, he stammered, show us your warrant. The tall man smiled politely. Alas, I am not a policeman, Mr. Oakes. Oakes felt a shiver run through him in the last second before the Walther coughed. The bullet hit him in the forehead and killed him instantly. He fell back against the television. The 2nd member of the Horatii swung his pistol slightly to the left and fired again. Avery groaned once and went to his knees, clutching futilely at the blood pumping out of his torn throat. The big auburn-haired man squeezed the trigger a 3rd time, putting this round squarely into the bearded young activist's head. White-faced with horror, Frida McFadden turned and tried to run for the nearest bedroom. The tall man shot her in the back. She stumbled, fell awkwardly across a futon sofa, and lay moaning, writhing in pain. He shoved the pistol back in his coat pocket, stepped forward, cradled her head in two powerful arms, and then yanked hard, twisting sharply at the same time. Her neck snapped. The green-eyed man named Terse surveyed the three bodies for several seconds, checking them for any signs of life. Satisfied, he went back to the front door and pulled it open. Two of his men were waiting out on the landing. Each carried a pair of heavy suitcases. "It's done," the big man told them. He stood back and let them past. Neither wasted any time looking at the corpses. Anyone who worked closely with one of the Horatii soon grew used to the sight of death. Working fast, they began unpacking, setting out blocks of plastic explosives, detonators, and timers on the dining room table. One of them, a short, stocky man with Slavic features, indicated the clothing, maps, chemicals, and paint stacked on the table or packed in boxes on the hardwood floor. "What about these things, Terse?" "Pack them up," ordered the green-eyed man. "But leave the coveralls, helmets, and their false identity cards. Dump those with the bomb-making materials you're leaving." The Slav shrugged. "The ruse will not fool the police for very long, you realize. When the American authorities run tests, they will not find chemical residues on any of those you killed." The tall man nodded. "I know." He smiled coldly. "But then again, time is on our side, not on theirs." The lights in the bar at O'Hare International Airport were turned down very low, in sharp contrast to the blinding fluorescent strips in the corridors and departure lounges just outside. Even this late at night, it was fairly crowded, as jet-lagged and sleep-deprived travelers sought solace in peace, relative quiet, and large doses of alcohol. Hal Burke sat moodily at a corner table, sipping at the rum and coke he had ordered half an hour before. His flight for Dulles was set to begin boarding soon. He looked up when Terse slid into the chair across from him. "Well?" The bigger man showed his teeth, plainly quite pleased with himself. "There were no problems," he said. "Our information was accurate in every detail. The Chicago Lazarus cell is now leaderless." Burke smiled sourly. Their creator's high-level sources inside the movement had been one of his chief motivations for bringing the eerie, almost inhuman Horatii into Toxin. Though it galled Burke to admit it, those sources were better than any network he had ever been able to develop. "The Chicago police will see what they expect to see," Terse went on. "Plastic explosives, detonators, and false identity papers. Plus 3 dead bodies," the CIA officer pointed out. "The cops might wonder a bit about that little detail." The other man lifted his shoulders in a quick, dismissive shrug. "Terrorist movements often cannibalize themselves," he said. "The police may believe the dead were perceived as weak links by their comrades. Or they may suspect that there was a falling out among different factions within the movement." Burke nodded. Once again, the big, auburn-haired man was right. "Hell, it happens," he agreed. "You put a bunch of radical nutcases with weapons in the same tight space under serious pressure. Well, if some of them snap and go apeshit on the others, I guess that's not exactly news." He took another sip of his drink. "Anyway, at least it will look like the IRB bomb attack was in the works for months," he muttered. "That should help persuade Castilla that the Teller massacre was a Lazarus put-up job from start to finish. That it was a go code for these bastards. A way to radicalize their base of support and tie us down politically at the same time. With luck, the president will finally designate the whole movement as a terrorist organization." The second of the Horatii smiled dubiously. "Perhaps." Burke gritted his teeth. The old scar on the side of his neck turned white as his face tightened. "We have another, more immediate problem," he said. "Out in Santa Fe." "A problem?" Terse asked. "Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Smith, M.D., the CIA officer told him. He's rattling cages and asking some very inconvenient questions. We still have a security element in New Mexico, Terse said carefully. Good. Burke downed the last of his rum and coke. He stood up. Let me know when they're ready to move. And make it soon. I want Smith dead before anyone higher up the chain of command starts paying attention to him. Chapter 19. Friday, October 15th, Santa Fe. The early morning sun was slanting through the windows of his hotel suite when John Smith's cell phone buzzed. He set his coffee cup down on the kitchen counter. Yes? Check the news, Fred Klein suggested. Smith pushed the plate with his half-eaten breakfast Danish on it out of the way, spun his laptop around, and tapped into the internet. He read through the headlines scrolling across the screen in growing disbelief. The story was the lead on every major news organization's website. FBI massacre probe nails Lazarus, blared one. Lazarus activist bought getaway SUVs, shouted another. Every article was pretty much the same. Top-level sources within the FBI investigation of the Teller massacre confirmed that a longtime Lazarus movement activist from Albuquerque had purchased the vehicles used by the phony Secret Service agents, using roughly $100,000 in cash. Then, only a few hours after the Institute was attacked, Andrew Costanzo was seen by his neighbors driving away from his home with a suitcase in the back of his car. File pictures of Costanzo and his description were being circulated to every federal, state, and local law enforcement agency. Interesting, isn't it? The head of Covert-One said in Smith's ear. That's one word for it, Smith told him wryly. At least yours is printable. I assume then this is the first you've heard about this remarkable break in the case? Klein murmured. You assume correctly, Smith said, frowning. He thought back to the FBI briefings he had attended. Neither Pearson nor her closest aides had mentioned anything so potentially incendiary. Is this a real leak or some reporter's fantasy? It appears to be genuine, Klein told him. The Bureau isn't even bothering to deny the story. Any word on the source? Was it someone out here in Santa Fe or back in D.C.? Smith asked. No idea, the head of Covert-One said. He hesitated briefly. I will say that no one here in Washington seems especially sorry to see this development go public. I'll bet. Judging by Kit Pearson's eagerness to ignore his disquieting questions yesterday, Smith knew how pleased the FBI must be to come up with hard evidence that linked the destruction of the Teller Institute to the Lazarus movement. That would be even truer after the overnight terrorist attacks in California and Chicago. Finding out about this guy Costanzo must have seemed like manna raining down from heaven. What do you think, Colonel? Klein asked. I don't buy it, Smith said, shaking his head. At least not completely. It's just too darn convenient. Besides, nothing in this Costanzo story explains how the movement could get its hands on nanophages designed to kill, or why it would deliberately release them, especially on its own supporters. No, it doesn't, Klein agreed. Smith fell silent for a moment, reading through one of the most recent articles. This piece paid more attention to what the Lazarus movement representative, a woman named Heather Donovan, had to say about Andrew Costanzo. Smith considered her claims carefully. If even half of what she said was true, the FBI could be herring off down a false trail, one deliberately laid as a distraction. He nodded to himself. It was worth checking out. I'm going to try talking to this movement spokeswoman, he told Klein. But I'll need a temporary cover of some kind, probably as a journalist, with some fake ID that'll stand up to scrutiny. No one from the Lazarus organization is going to talk freely to an army officer or a scientist. When will you need it by? Klein asked. Smith thought about that. His day was already booked solid. Late last night, some members of the FBI investigative team had finally risked working without their heavy protective gear. They were still alive. As a result, medical teams from the local hospitals and Nomura Pharmatech were beginning to retrieve bodies and parts of bodies from the site. He wanted to sit in on some of the pathology work they were planning, hoping he might learn the answers to some of the questions that still troubled him. Sometime this evening, he decided. I'll try to arrange a meeting at a downtown restaurant or bar. The panic's mostly over out here now, and folks are coming back to town. Tell this Ms. Donovan that you're a freelance journalist, Klein suggested. An American stringer for Le Monde and a few other smaller European papers, most of them shading to the left. Sounds good, Smith said. He knew Paris very well, and Le Monde and its European counterparts were generally viewed as being sympathetic to the environmental, anti-technology, and anti-globalization line pushed by the Lazarus movement. I'll have a courier deliver a package with a Le Monde press card in your name to the hotel by this afternoon, Klein promised. FBI Deputy Assistant Director Kit Pearson sat at the folding table that served as her desk, paging through the eyes-only CIA file faxed to her by Hal Burke. Langley had only a little more information on this Jonathan Smith than did the Bureau, but there were occasional and cryptic references to him in mission reports or cables from the agency's case officers, usually in connection with some developing crisis or existing hotspot. Her eyes narrowed as she ran through the long and worrying list. Moscow, Paris, Shanghai, and now here he was in Santa Fe. Oh, there was always some plausible excuse for Smith's sudden appearance on the scene, whether it was checking up on an injured friend, attending a routine medical conference, or simply doing the work he was trained for. On the surface, he was just what he claimed to be, a military scientist and doctor who occasionally wound up in the wrong place at the wrong time. Pearson shook her head. There were entirely too many coincidental meetings, too many plausible excuses for her to swallow. What she saw was a pattern, and it was a pattern she did not like at all. Although U.S. Amrid cut Smith's paycheck, he seemed to have extraordinary latitude in his duty assignments and in his ability to take personal leaves of absence. She was sure now that he was a clandestine operator, one who worked at a very high level. But what worried her most was that she still could not pin down his real employer. Every serious inquiry about him through official channels vanished into a bureaucratic never-never land. It was as though someone very high up somewhere had stamped a big no trespassing sign across the full life and career of Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Smith, M.D. And that made her nervous. Very nervous. That was why she had a two-man team keeping a close eye on him. The minute the good doctor stepped across the lines she had laid out, she planned to run him right out of the investigation, tarred, feathered, and on a rail if necessary. She slid the CIA file into a portable shredder and watched the tiny cross-cut strips of paper rain down into a wastebasket marked burn material. The secure phone on her desk beeped before they stopped falling. "This is Burke," a voice on the other end growled. "Are your people still tailing Smith?" "They are," Pearson confirmed. "He's out at St. Vincent's Hospital, working in their pathology lab." "Call them off," Burke said flatly. She sat bolt upright in her chair, surprised by the request. "What?" "You heard me," her CIA counterpart said. "Pull your agents off Smith's back, right now." "Why?" "Trust me on this, Kit," Burke told her coldly. "You do not want to know." When the phone went dead, Pearson sat in frozen silence, wondering again whether there was any way she could escape the trap she felt closing around her. John Smith came through the swinging doors into the small locker room next to the hospital's pathology lab. It was deserted. Yawning, he sat down on a bench and peeled off his gloves and mask. He tossed them into a receptacle already full to the brim. His set of green surgical scrubs came off next. He had almost finished donning his street clothes when Fred Klein called. "Is your interview with Ms. Donovan set?" the head of Covert-One asked. "Yes," Smith said. He leaned over, putting on his shoes. "I'm meeting her at 9 tonight, at a little cafe in the Plaza Mercado." "Good," Klein said. "Now, How are the autopsies going? Any new developments? A few, Smith told him. But I'm damned if I know yet what they mean. He sighed. Understand that we have very few intact body parts to study. Almost all that's left of most of the dead is a weird sort of organic soup. Go on. Well, there are some odd patterns emerging from the autopsies we've been able to conduct, Smith reported. It's too soon and the sample sizes are too small to say anything definite, but I suspect the trends we're seeing will hold up over the long haul. Such as? Klein prompted. Significant indications of systemic drug use or serious chronic illness among those who were killed, Smith said, standing up from the bench and grabbing his windbreaker. Not in all cases, but in a very large percentage, far higher than the statistical norm. Do you know yet what killed those people? Precisely? No. Give me your best guess, Colonel, Klein prodded gently. A guess is all I've got, said Smith wearily. But I'd say that most of the damage was done by chemicals distributed by these nanophages to break up peptide bonds. Do that enough times to enough different peptides, and you wind up with the kind of organic goo we're finding. But these devices don't kill everybody they infest, Klein commented. Why not? My bet is that the nanophages are triggered by different biochemical signals, like those you'd find in someone who uses drugs, or who suffers from heart disease, or perhaps some other illness or chronic condition, Klein realized suddenly. Without those signals, these devices would lie dormant. Bingo. That doesn't explain why that big green-eyed fellow you were fighting suddenly succumbed, the other man pointed out. Both of you ran through the cloud of these nanophages without at first being affected. The guy was tagged, Fred, Smith said grimly. He closed his eyes, willing away the terrible memories of his enemy dissolving in front of him. I'm pretty sure that somebody hit him with a needle tipped with the substance that triggered the nanophages he'd breathed in earlier. Which means his own side betrayed him to prevent his possible capture, Klein said. That's the way I see it, Smith agreed. He grimaced, suddenly remembering the sound of that cold, deadly hiss right past his ear. And I guess they tried to hit me with one of those same damn needles, too. Watch your step, John, Klein said abruptly. We still don't know precisely who the enemy here is, and we certainly don't understand their plans yet. Until we do, you should consider anyone, including Ms. Donovan, a potential threat. Surveillance Team Safe House, on the outskirts of Santa Fe. 2 miles east of the Teller Institute, all was quiet inside the house occupied by the covert surveillance team. Computers softly hummed and clicked and whirred, gathering data from the various sensors focused on the zone around the Institute. The 2 men assigned to this shift sat silently monitoring radio transmissions while simultaneously keeping an eye on the information streaming in. One of them listened intently to the voices in his radio headset. He turned toward his team leader, an older, white-haired Dutchman named Willem Linden. The action team is reporting. Smith has just entered the Plaza Mercado. Alone? The younger man nodded. Linden smiled broadly, showing a mouthful of tobacco-stained teeth. That is excellent news, Abrantes. Signal the team to stand by. Then contact the center and inform them that everything is going according to plan. Tell them we will report the moment Smith is eliminated. Abrantes looked worried. Are you sure it will be that simple? I've read this American's file. He could be very dangerous. Don't panic, Vitor, the white-haired man said soothingly. If you put a bullet or a knife blade in the right place, any man will die. Chapter 20. Smith paused in the doorway of the Longevity Cafe, briefly surveying the patrons clustered at several of its small round tables. They seemed a somewhat eclectic bunch, he thought with hidden amusement. Most of them, usually those seated as couples, looked ordinary enough. A mix of nicely dressed, health-conscious professionals and earnest college kids. Others sported an eye-catching variety of tattoos and body piercings. A few wore turbans or long blonde dreadlocks. Several customers turned toward the door, plainly curious about him as well. The vast majority carried on with their own intense conversations. The cafe itself occupied much of the Plaza Mercado's second floor, with large windows looking down onto West San Francisco Street. Walls painted in striking bright reds, burnt orange, and yellows, and floors in vivid blue and bleached wood were matched by unusual pieces of artwork, many based on Asian, Hindu, or Zen themes. Smith headed straight for the table occupied by a woman sitting alone, one of those who had turned to study him. That was Heather Donovan. Fred Klein had included her photo and a brief bio in the packet with Smith's forged credential from Le Monde. The local spokesperson for the Lazarus movement was in her mid-30s, with a slender, boyish figure, an unruly mop of strawberry blonde curls, sea-green eyes, and a light dusting of freckles across the bridge of her nose. She watched him walk toward her with a bemused expression on her face. "Can I help you?" she asked. "My name is John Smith," he said quietly, politely doffing his black Stetson. "I believe you're here waiting for me, Miss Donovan." One finely sculpted reddish gold eyebrow went up. "I expected a journalist, not a cowboy," she murmured in perfect French. Smith grinned and looked down at his tan corduroy jacket, bolo string tie, jeans, and boots. "I try to adapt myself to local customs," he replied in the same language. "After all, when in Rome—" She smiled and switched to English. "Please sit down, Mr. Smith." He set his hat down on the table, pulled a small notepad and a pen out of his jeans, and took the chair opposite hers. "I appreciate your meeting me like this. So late, I mean. I know you've already had a long day." The Lazarus movement spokeswoman nodded slowly. "It has been a long day. Several long days, in fact. But before we start this interview, I would like to see some identification, just as a formality, of course." "Of course," Smith said evenly. He handed her the forged press card, watching closely as she held it up to the light. "Are you always so careful around journalists, Miss Donovan?" "Not always," she told him. She shrugged. "But I'm learning to be a bit less trusting these days. Seeing several thousand people murdered by your own government will do that." "That's understandable," Smith said calmly. According to her Covert-One dossier, Heather Donovan was a relatively recent recruit to the Lazarus movement. Before joining up with Lazarus, she had worked the state capitol lobbying circuit for the more mainstream environmental groups, the Sierra Club and the World Wildlife Federation among them. She was rated as tough, smart, and politically savvy. "Okay, you seem on the level," she said finally, sliding his press card back. "What can I get you folks?" a languid voice interrupted. One of the waiters, a willowy young man with pierced eyebrows, had drifted over to their table and now stood patiently hovering over them. "A cup of gunpowder green tea," the Lazarus movement spokeswoman told him. "And a glass of red wine for me," Smith said. He saw the pitying look in her eyes. "No wine? Then how about a beer?" She shook her head apologetically, a gesture repeated by the waiter. "Sorry, they don't serve alcohol here," she said. Her lips twitched upward in the hint of another smile. "Maybe you should try one of the longevity's elixirs." "Elixirs?" he asked dubiously. "They're a blend of traditional Chinese herbal recipes and natural fruit juices," the waiter said, showing some enthusiasm for the first time. "I recommend the Virtual Buddha. It's quite stimulating." Smith shook his head. "Maybe some other time." He shrugged. "Then I'll have the same as Ms. Donovan, just a cup of green tea." When the waiters sidled off to get their drinks, Smith turned back to the Lazarus movement spokeswoman. He held up his small notebook. "So, now that we've established my status as a bona fide reporter, you can ask your questions," Heather Donovan finished for him. She eyed him carefully. "Which I understand revolve around the FBI's grotesque suggestion that the movement is somehow responsible for destroying the Teller Institute and for killing so many innocent people." Smith nodded. "That's right. I read the other papers this morning, and what you said about this Andrew Costanzo intrigued me. From the sound of it, I have to admit the guy doesn't strike me as someone I'd pick as a secret conspirator." "He isn't." That's pretty definite, he said. Care to elaborate? Andy is a talker, not a doer, she told him. Oh, he never misses a movement meeting, and he always has plenty to say, or at least to complain about. The thing is, I've never seen him actually do anything. He'll filibuster for hours, but show him envelopes that need to be stuffed or flyers that need to be distributed, and suddenly he's too busy or too sick. He thinks he's the original philosopher king, the man whose visions lie beyond the reach of mere mortals like the rest of us. I know the type, Smith said with a quick grin. The unappreciated Plato of the bookstore stockroom. That's Andy Costanzo all over, Heather agreed. Which is why the FBI claim is so absurd. We all tolerated him, but nobody in the movement would ever trust Andy with anything serious, let alone with more than $100,000 in cash. Somebody did, he pointed out. The identifications by those Albuquerque car dealers are airtight. I know that. She sounded frustrated. I believe that someone gave Andy the money to buy those SUVs. And I even believe he was stupid enough or arrogant enough to actually go ahead and do what they asked. But the money could not possibly have come from the movement. We're not exactly poor, but we're certainly not rolling in that kind of cash. So you think Costanzo was set up? I'm sure of it, she said firmly. As a means of smearing Lazarus and all we stand for. The movement is completely committed to non-violent protest. We would never condone murder or terrorism. Smith was tempted to point out that smashing up lab equipment automatically crossed the line into violence, but he kept his mouth shut. He was here to learn the answers to certain questions, not to spark a political debate. Besides, he now felt sure this woman was telling the truth, at least about those elements of the Lazarus movement with which she was familiar. On the other hand, she was only a mid-level activist, the equivalent of an army captain or a major. How much could she really know about any secret moves made by the higher levels of her organization? The arrival of their tea gave her time to regain her composure. She took a cautious sip and then eyed him warily over the rim of her steaming cup. You're wondering whether or not the money might have come from somewhere higher up inside the movement, aren't you? Smith nodded. No offense, Ms. Donovan, but you folks have drawn a remarkably tight veil of secrecy around the top leadership of the Lazarus movement. It's only natural to wonder what's hidden behind it. This veil of secrecy, as you call it, is purely a defensive measure, Mr. Smith, she said levelly. You know what happened to our original founders. They lived open, public lives, and then one by one, they were killed or kidnapped. Either by corporations they had angered, or by governments doing the bidding of those corporations. Well, the movement will not allow itself to be so easily beheaded again. Smith decided to let her wilder claims pass without comment. She was starting to recite preset talking points. To his surprise, she smiled suddenly, a smile that lit up her vivid green eyes. Okay, I admit that's partly rhetoric. Heartfelt rhetoric, to be sure, but I agree it's not the most persuasive argument I've ever made. She took another sip of her tea and then set the cup down on the table between them. I'll try logic instead. Let's say I'm totally wrong, that I'm a dupe, and that there are people in the movement who've decided to use clandestine violence to achieve our goals. Well, think about that. If you were running a top-secret operation whose disclosure could destroy everything you've ever worked for, would you use someone like Andy Costanzo as your agent? No, I wouldn't, Smith agreed. Not unless I wanted to get caught. And that was what had bothered him from the beginning, from the first moment he read those leaked stories from the FBI. Now, after hearing her, he was even more convinced that the whole SUV angle stank to high heaven. Relying on an overeducated goofball like Costanzo to buy the getaway vehicles for a terrorist attack was asking for big trouble. It was the kind of boneheaded mistake that just did not jibe with the ruthless, calculating professionalism he had witnessed during the attack on the Institute. Which meant that somebody was manipulating this investigation. 1 block west of the Plaza Mercado, Malachi McNamara waited patiently, concealed in the shadows of a covered sidewalk. It was growing late, and the streets of downtown Santa Fe were nearly deserted. The lean, weather-beaten man carefully raised his kite handheld night vision scope and peered through it with one pale blue eye. Rather a useful gadget, he thought. The British-made monocular was sturdy, very lightweight, and produced a crisp, clear image magnified by 4 times. He painstakingly scanned the surrounding area, checking the movements of his chosen quarry yet again. He focused first on the man standing motionless in the recessed doorway of an art gallery about 50 yards away. The shaven-headed fellow wore jeans, heavy work boots, and a surplus U.S. Army field jacket. Whenever a car drove by, his eyes narrowed to preserve his night vision. Otherwise, he stayed put despite the growing cold. A young tough, McNamara thought critically, but very fit and reasonably well-disciplined. 3 more watchers were posted at different points along the street for a total of 4. 2 of them were stationed to the west of the Plaza Mercado. 2 lurked to the east. All of them were positioned in good cover, well out of sight to anyone but a trained observer with light intensifier gear. They were part of the group McNamara had been hunting since the catastrophe outside the Teller Institute. He had lost them in the immediate aftermath of the nanomachine slaughter, but they had reappeared as soon as the Lazarus movement regrouped and set up camp outside the National Guard cordon. Earlier tonight, not long after sunset, these 4 had moved north on foot, making their way deeper into old Santa Fe's narrow streets. He had followed them at a safe distance. The short trek had taught him much about his quarry. These men were not mere street thugs or anarchist ruffians lured by the movement rally, as he had first thought. Their movements were too precise, too well-planned, and too well executed. They had slipped right past the FBI and police surveillance around the Lazarus camp, and more than once he had been forced to hurriedly go to ground to avoid being spotted by one of their number hanging back as a rear guard. Trailing them had been like stalking big game, or tracking a patrol of elite enemy commandos scouting unknown territory. In some ways, McNamara found the challenge exhilarating. It was a high-stakes game of wits and skill that he had played many times before, in many different parts of the world. At the same time, he was conscious now of an underlying sense of fatigue, a slight dulling of his perceptions and reflexes. Perhaps the strains of the past several months had taken a higher toll on his nerves and endurance than he had first reckoned. The shaven-headed man he was observing suddenly straightened up, going fully alert. The man whispered a few words into a tiny radio mic fixed to his collar, listened carefully to the reply, and then leaned forward to peer cautiously around the edge of the doorway. McNamara rapidly shifted his view to the other watchers, noticing the same unmistakable signs of increased readiness. He shifted his own stance and breathed out gently, tamping down the first surge of adrenaline as his body prepared itself for action. The vague feeling of weariness fell away. Ah, he thought, here we go. The prolonged period of waiting motionless in the cold and dark was almost over. Still peering through the night vision scope, he panned across the front of the Plaza Mercado. A man and a woman had just come out of the building. They were standing together on the sidewalk out front, carrying on an animated conversation. He recognized the slender, attractive woman straight away. He had seen her bustling around the Lazarus camp. Her name was Heather Donovan. She was the local activist who handled press inquiries for the movement. But who was the dark-haired man she was talking to? The clothing, boots, and cowboy hat all suggested he was a local, but somehow McNamara doubted that was really the case. Something about the way the tall, broad-shouldered man moved and held himself was oddly familiar. The dark-haired man swung around, pointing toward the concrete parking garage off down the street to the west. For that brief instant, his face was plainly visible. Then he turned away again. Malachi McNamara slowly lowered his night vision scope. His pale blue eyes were both amused and surprised. "Bloody hell," he muttered under his breath. "The good colonel certainly has a talent for popping up wherever and whenever one least expects him." Chapter 21. Brick paths curved through Santa Fe's central plaza, circling the various monuments and winding under a spreading canopy of trees, towering American elms and cottonwoods, firs, maples, honey locusts, and others. Wrought iron park benches painted white were set out at intervals along the walkways. A thin scattering of fallen leaves lay on patches of grass and hard-packed earth. Surrounded by a low iron railing, an obelisk commemorating the Civil War battles in New Mexico stood in the very center of the square. Few people remembered that the bloody war between the North and South had spread this far to the west. In some spots, thin rays of light filtered through the trees, cast by the street lamps surrounding the plaza, but otherwise this centuries-old expanse was a place of darkness and dignified silence. John Smith glanced at the slender, pretty woman walking beside him. Shivering, Heather Donovan hugged her black cloth coat tightly around herself. Whenever they crossed the broken streaks of pale light between the shadows, he saw her breath steaming in the chilly night air. With the sun long gone, the temperature was dropping fast. It was not uncommon for Santa Fe's daytime highs and nighttime lows to vary by as much as 30 or 40 degrees. After they finished their tea at the Longevity Cafe, he had volunteered to escort her to her car, which was parked on a side street not far from the palace of the governors. Though plainly surprised by this old-fashioned act of chivalry, she had also accepted his offer with evident relief. Santa Fe was ordinarily a very safe city, she had explained, but she was still feeling a little jittery after seeing the horrors outside the Teller Institute. They were just a few yards away from the Civil War obelisk when Smith stopped abruptly. Something was wrong, he thought. His senses were sending him a warning signal, and now that they had stopped walking, he heard others. 2 or 3 men, he judged, moving quietly up the path at their backs. He could just make out the faint crunch of heavy boots on the brick pavement. In the same moment, he noticed 2 more vague shapes slipping through the shadows under the trees ahead, drawing steadily nearer. The Lazarus Movement spokeswoman noticed the figures closing on them in that same instant. "Who are those men?" she asked, clearly startled. For a split second, Smith stood still, hesitating. Were these guys FBI agents sent by Kit Pearson? He had been sure that he was under surveillance earlier that afternoon. But when he had checked for tags before heading to the Longevity Cafe, he had come up empty-handed. Had he missed them earlier? Just then, one of the men moving in from the front strayed into a small pool of light. He had a shaved head and wore an army fatigue jacket. Smith's eyes narrowed at the sight of the silenced pistol the man held out and ready. So much for the FBI, he thought coldly. They were being surrounded, boxed in on the open ground in the middle of the plaza. His instincts kicked into gear. They had to break out of this trap before it was too late. Reacting quickly, Smith grabbed Heather Donovan's arm and tugged her with him to the right, around the curve of the obelisk. At the same time, he drew his own pistol from the shoulder holster concealed by his corduroy jacket. "This way," he muttered. "Come on." "What are you doing?" she protested loudly, too shocked by his sudden action to pull away. "Let go of me." "If you want to live, come with me," Smith snapped, still drawing her away from the open space around the Civil War monument and toward the darkness under the surrounding trees. One of the 2 men who had been coming up behind them stopped, aimed quickly, and opened fire. Pfft. The silencer on his pistol reduced the sound of the shot to that of a muffled cough. The bullet tore past Smith's head and smacked into the trunk of a tall cottonwood tree not far away. Pfft. Another round shattered a low-hanging branch. Splinters and falling leaves rained down on them. He pushed the movement spokeswoman to the ground. "Stay down." Smith dropped to one knee, swung his Sig Sauer pistol toward the shooter, and squeezed the trigger. The weapon barked once, a loud crack that echoed back from the buildings surrounding the plaza. His shot, fired hurriedly and on the move, missed. But the sound of gunfire drove 3 of the 4 attackers he could see to the ground. They went prone and began shooting back at him, firing rapidly. Heather Donovan screamed piercingly, pressing herself flat against the hard, unyielding earth. Pistol rounds whined close by, either thudding into the trees on either side or spanging off a nearby park bench in showers of sparks, torn bits of metal, and pulverized white paint. Smith ignored the near misses, concentrating instead on the one gunman who was still moving. It was the shaven-headed man he had first spotted. Hunched over in a crouch, the gunman was sliding off to the right, trying to make it back into the shelter of the trees and then come up on his flank. John squeezed off 3 shots in rapid succession. The bald man stumbled. His silenced pistol tumbled to the ground. Slowly he fell forward onto his hands and knees. Blood poured out of his mouth. Black in the dim light, it spilled across the brick pavement in a widening pool. More bullets ripped past Smith as the wounded man's comrades kept shooting. One round punched through the broad felt brim of his brand-new Stetson and tore it right off his head. The hat sailed off into the shadows. They were getting way too close, he thought grimly, starting to zero in on him. He threw himself prone and fired 3 more shots with his Sig Sauer, trying to keep their heads down or at least shake their aim. Then he rolled quickly over to where Heather Donovan lay with her face pressed to the earth. She had stopped screaming, but he could see her shoulders shaking as terrified sobs racked her whole body. The 3 unhurt gunmen had spotted his movement. They were shooting lower now, taking the time to aim. 9mm pistol rounds tore at the earth all around John and the movement spokeswoman. Others, slightly wider off the mark, sent shattered bits of brick flying. Smith grimaced. They needed to get out of here, and fast. He put his hand gently on the back of the frightened woman's head. She quivered but stayed down. "We've got to keep moving," he said urgently. "Come on. Crawl, damn it! Head for that big cottonwood tree over there. It's only a few yards away." She turned her head toward him. Her eyes were wide in the darkness. He wasn't sure she had even heard him. "Let's go," he told her again, louder this time. "If you stay low, you can make it." She shook her head desperately, smudging her cheek against the ground. She was frozen, he realized, paralyzed with fear. Smith grimaced. If he left her and scrambled into cover behind that tree, she was dead. If he stayed with her out here in the open, they were probably both dead. The smart move was to leave her. But if he ran for it, he doubted the gunman would leave her alone. They did not seem like the kind who believed in letting potential witnesses live. There were limits to what he could stomach, and abandoning this woman to save his own skin would blow right through them. Instead, he raised his pistol and began firing back at the barely visible gunman. The Sig Sauer's slide locked open. 13 rounds expended. He hit the release catch, dumped the empty magazine out, and slapped in his second and last clip. Smith saw that 2 of the gunmen were in motion, edging rapidly to the left and right while staying low. They were trying to outflank him. Once they were in position, they could nail him with a murderous crossfire. The trees here were too widely spaced to provide cover from all angles. Meanwhile, the 3rd man was still shooting steadily to keep John's head down, covering the pincers movement by his teammates. Smith swore silently. He had waited too long. Now he was pinned down. Well then, he would just have to fight it out here and see how many of the enemy he could take with him. Another bullet slammed into the ground within inches of his head. John spat out bits of torn grass and dirt and took aim, trying to draw a bead on the attacker swinging around his right flank. More shots suddenly rang out, echoing across the plaza. The gunman moving to his right screamed in agony. He went down, moaning loudly and clutching at his mangled shoulder. His comrades stared at him in shock for a moment and then whirled around, frantically looking toward the shadowy mass of trees along the square's southern edge. Smith's eyes opened wide in astonishment. He had not fired those shots, and the bad guys were using silenced weapons. So who else had just joined this fight? The new gunfire continued, hammering the ground and trees around the two unwounded gunmen. This unexpected counterattack must have been too much for them. They fell back rapidly, retreating north toward the street fronting the palace of the governors. One of them dragged the wounded man to his feet and helped him hobble away. The other made a sudden dash toward the man John had hit, but more bullets lashed the pavement at his feet, driving him back into the concealing shadows. Smith saw movement at the edge of the trees to his right. A lean, gray-haired man came out into the open, advancing steadily while firing the pistol he held in a two-handed shooting grip. He slipped into the cover provided by the Civil War obelisk and reloaded his weapon, a 9mm Browning high-power. Silence again fell across the plaza. The newcomer looked across toward Smith. He shrugged apologetically. "Very sorry about the delay, John," he called softly. "It took longer to work my way around behind those fellows than I anticipated." It was Peter Howell. Smith stared in utter amazement at his old friend. The former British Special Air Service officer and MI6 agent wore a heavy sheepskin coat over a faded red and green flannel shirt and a pair of denims. His thick gray hair, normally cropped short, was now a long, curling mane that framed a pair of pale blue eyes and a deeply lined face, weathered by years of exposure to the wind, sun, and other elements. Both men heard the sound of a car suddenly racing along the north edge of the square. Brakes squealed as it stopped briefly and then roared off into the night, heading east along Palace Avenue toward the ring road of the Paseo de Peralta. "Damnation," Peter growled. "I should have realized those lads would have backup and a quick way out if things went pear-shaped for them. As they have." He hefted his Browning. "Keep watch here, John, while I conduct a quick recce." Before Smith could say anything, the older man loped forward and vanished into the shadows. The Lazarus Movement spokeswoman raised her head warily. Tears ran down her face, trickling through the dirt streaking her pale skin. "Is it over?" she whispered. Smith nodded. "I certainly hope so," he told her, still scanning the darkness around them, making sure no one else was out there. Slowly, shakily, the slender woman sat up. She stared at John and at the pistol in his hand. "You aren't really a reporter, are you?" "No," he said softly. "I'm afraid not." "Then who?" Peter Howell's return cut short her question. "They've done a bunk," he said irritably. His gaze fell on the shaven-headed man Smith had shot. He nodded in satisfaction. "But at least they had to leave this one behind." He knelt down and rolled the body over. Then he shook his head. "Poor fellow's deader than Judas Iscariot," Peter announced coolly. "You hit him twice. Fairly good marksmanship for a simple country doctor, I'd say." He rummaged through the dead man's pockets, looking for a wallet or papers that might help identify him. "Anything?" Smith asked. Peter shook his head. "Not so much as a matchbook." He looked up at the American. "Whoever hired this poor sod made sure he was clean before sending him off to kill you." John nodded. The would-be assassin had been stripped of anything that could link him to those who had issued his orders. "That's too bad," he said, frowning. "It is a pity when the opposition thinks ahead," Peter agreed. "But all is not yet lost." The former SAS officer pulled a small camera out of one of his coat pockets and snapped several close-up photos of the dead man's face. He was using super high-speed film, so there was no flash. Then he tucked the camera away and tugged out another small gadget, this one about the size of a paperback book. It had a flat, clear screen and several control buttons on the side. He noticed Smith staring at it in fascination. "It's a digital fingerprint scanner," Peter explained. "Does the trick with nice, clean electrons instead of all that messy old ink." His teeth gleamed white in the darkness. "Whatever will the boffins dream up next, eh?" Working quickly, he pressed the dead man's hands to the surface of the scanner, first the right and then the left. It flashed, hummed, and whirred, storing the images of all 10 fingerprints in its memory card. "Collecting mementos for your old age, are you?" Smith asked pointedly, knowing full well that his friend must be working for London again. Ostensibly retired, Peter was periodically pressed back into service, usually by MI6, the British Secret Intelligence Service. He was a maverick who preferred working alone, a throwback to the eccentric, sometimes piratical English adventurers who had long ago helped build an empire. Peter only smiled. "I don't mean to rush you," Smith said, "but shouldn't we be making tracks ourselves? Unless you really want to try explaining all this to the Santa Fe police, that is." He waved a hand at the body on the ground and the bullet-pocked trees. The Englishman eyed him carefully. "Curious thing, that," he said, rising to his feet. He tapped the tiny radio receiver in his ear. "This is set to the police frequency, and I can tell you that the local constabulary has been very busy over these past several minutes, responding to emergency calls in all directions, and always on the very farthest outskirts of the city. The nearest patrol car is still at least 10 minutes away." Smith shook his head in disbelief. "Good grief. These people don't mess around, do they?" "No, John," Peter said quietly. "They do not. Which is why I strongly suggest you find a new place to stay tonight. Somewhere discreet and unobserved." "Oh my God," said a small voice from behind them. Both men turned. Heather Donovan was standing there, staring down in horror at the dead man at their feet. "Do you know him?" Smith asked gently. She nodded unwillingly. "Not personally. I don't even know his name. But I've seen him around the movement camp and at the rally." "And in the Lazarus command tent," Peter said sternly. "As you well know." The slender woman blushed. "Yes," she admitted. "He was part of a band of activists our top organizers brought in, for what they said were special tasks. Like cutting through the Teller Institute's fence when the rally turned ugly," Peter reminded her. "Yes, that's true." Her shoulders slumped. "But I never imagined they were carrying guns, or that they would try to kill anyone." She looked at them with eyes that were haunted and full of shame. "Nothing was supposed to happen this way." "I rather suspect there are a number of things about the Lazarus movement you never imagined, Ms. Donovan," the gray-haired Englishman told her. "And I think you've had a very narrow and very lucky escape." "She can't go back to the movement camp, Peter," Smith realized. "It would be too dangerous." "Perhaps it might," the older man agreed. "Our gun-toting friends have run off for now, but there may well be others who would not be happy to see Ms. Donovan looking so hale and hearty." Her face whitened. "Do you have somewhere you can stay out of sight for a while? With family or friends? With people who aren't in the Lazarus movement?" Smith asked. "Preferably somewhere far away?" She nodded slowly. "I have an aunt in Baltimore." "Good," said Smith. "I think you should fly out there straight away. Tonight, if possible." "Leave this to me, John," Peter told him. "Your face and name are rather too well known to these people now. If you arrive at the airport with Ms. Donovan, you might as well paint a target on her back." Smith nodded. "You were at the rally too," she suddenly said, looking more closely at Peter Howell's face. "But you said your name was Malachi. Malachi McNamara." He nodded with a slight smile creasing his deeply lined face. "A nom de guerre, Ms. Donovan. A regrettable deception, perhaps, but a necessary one." "Then who are you people really?" she asked. She looked from the lean, weather-beaten Englishman to Smith and then back again. "CIA? FBI? Someone else?" "Ask us no more questions and we'll tell you no more lies," Peter said. His pale blue eyes twinkled. "But we are your friends. Of that you may be sure." His expression darkened. "Which is far more than I can say for some of your former comrades in the movement." Chapter 22. Saturday, October 16th. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. Shortly after midnight, Director of Central Intelligence David Hansen walked briskly into his gray-carpeted 7th-floor office suite. Despite the rigors of what had become an 18-hour workday, he was still immaculately dressed in a well-tailored suit, with a crisp, clean shirt and a perfectly knotted bow tie. He turned his careful gaze on the rumpled, tired-looking man waiting for him. "We need to talk, Hal," he said tightly. "Privately." Hal Burke, head of the CIA's Lazarus Movement Task Force, nodded. "Yes, we do." The CIA director led the way into his inner office and tossed his briefcase onto one of the two comfortably upholstered chairs in front of his desk. He waved Burke into the other. Then Hansen folded his hands together and rested his elbows on the bare surface of his large desk. He studied his subordinate over the tips of his fingers. "I've just come from the White House. As you can imagine, the president is not especially happy with us or with the FBI right now. We warned him about what would happen if the Lazarus movement ran wild," Burke said bluntly. "The Teller Institute, the Tellus Lab out in California, and this bomb blast in Chicago were just the opening rounds. We've got to stop pussyfooting around. We have to hit the movement hard now before it digs in any deeper. Some of its middle-level activists are still out in the open. If we can haul those people in and break them open, we still have a shot at penetrating to the inner core. That's our best hope for pulling Lazarus apart from the inside out." "I've made that point very strongly," Hansen told him. "And I'm not the only one. Castilla is getting an earful from senior Senate and House leaders, from both parties." Burke nodded. The word inside the CIA was that Hansen had been making the rounds on Capitol Hill for most of the day, privately meeting with the heads of the Senate and House Intelligence Committees, and with the majority and minority leaders in both chambers. As a result, his powerful congressional allies were demanding that President Castilla officially designate the Lazarus movement as a terrorist organization. Once that happened, the gloves could come off and federal law enforcement and intelligence agencies would be free to act forcefully against the movement, going after its leaders, bank accounts, and public communications channels. By making an end run around the president to Congress, however, Hansen was playing with fire. CIA directors were not supposed to use politics to manipulate the policies of the president they served. But Hansen had always been willing to take chances when the stakes were high, and he obviously thought his support in the House and Senate was strong enough to protect him from Castilla's anger. "Any luck?" Burke asked. Hansen shook his head. "Not so far." Burke scowled. "Why the hell not?" Ever since the Teller massacre, Lazarus and his followers have been riding a huge wave of public sympathy and support. "Especially in Europe and Asia," the CIA director reminded him. He shrugged. "These latest acts of violence might dent that a bit, but too many people are going to buy the Lazarus line that the Tellus and Chicago attacks were faked to discredit their cause. So governments around the world are putting serious diplomatic pressure on us to back off the movement. They're telling the president that aggressive action against Lazarus could trigger violent anti-American unrest in their own countries." Burke snorted in disgust. "Are you telling me that Castilla is willing to let Paris or Berlin or some other two-bit foreign power hold a veto over our counterterrorism policy?" "Not a veto precisely," Hansen said, "but he won't move openly. Not until we produce rock-solid evidence that the Lazarus movement is pulling the strings on these terrorist acts." For several seconds, Burke sat silently staring back, then he nodded. "That can be arranged." "Genuine evidence, Hal," the head of the CIA warned. "Facts that will stand up to the closest scrutiny. Do you understand me?" Again, Burke nodded. "Oh, I understand you, David," he thought, "and maybe better than you do yourself." Inside his mind, he was working furiously on new ways to retrieve the situation that had begun spiraling out of his control at the Teller Institute. Rural Virginia, outside the Beltway. 3 hours before dawn, bands of cold rain swept in succession across the Virginia countryside, drenching the already sodden fields and woods below. Autumn was usually a time of drier weather, especially after the humid tropical thunderstorms of the summer months, but the weather patterns were off-kilter this year. Roughly 40 miles southwest of Washington, D.C., a small farmhouse sat on a low rise overlooking a few sparse stands of trees, a stagnant pond, and 40 acres of patchy grassland, now mostly choked with weeds and dense thickets of brambles. The roofless, blackened ruins of an old barn stood close to the house. The remnants of a fence surrounded the farm's empty, overgrown fields, but most of the wooden fence rails and posts either were split or lay rotting in the tall grass, briars, and weeds. A rutted gravel track ran up the rise from the paved county road paralleling the fence. It ended at an oil-stained concrete slab just outside the front door of the farmhouse. At first glance, the small satellite dish on the roof and a microwave relay tower on a nearby hill were the only pieces of evidence that this tumble-down farm had any ties whatever to the modern age. In reality, a state-of-the-art alarm system secured the farmhouse, which was furnished inside with the latest in CIA high-tech computer and electronics gear. Hal Burke sat at the desk in his study, listening to the rain beat down on the roof of what he sardonically termed his occasional weekend country retreat. One of his great-uncles had farmed this piss-poor patch of land for decades before the constant toil and frustration finally killed him. After his death, it had passed through the hands of several slow-witted cousins before it landed in the CIA officer's lap 10 years ago as partial repayment of an old family debt. He had neither the money nor the time to put in any crops, but he valued the seclusion the farm offered. No uninvited guests ever came knocking on his door out here, not even the local Jehovah's Witnesses. It was so far off the beaten track that even the fast-growing tentacles of the northern Virginia suburbs had passed it by. When the weather was clear, Burke could walk outside at night and see the sickly orange glow made by the lights of Washington, D.C. and its sprawling bedroom communities. They stained the sky in a vast arc to the north, northeast, and east, a constant reminder of the hive culture and the bogged-down bureaucracy he so despised. Over the poor backcountry roads and traffic-clogged highways, travel to and from Langley was often long and tortuous, but an array of secure communications equipment, installed at federal expense, allowed him to work from the farm should any sudden crisis arise. The gear functioned well enough for official CIA use. More advanced pieces of hardware and software, supplied by others, made it possible for him to control the far-flung elements of toxin in greater security. He had come straight here after his midnight meeting with Hansen. Events were moving fast now, and he needed to stay in close touch with his agents. His computer chimed, signaling the arrival of an encrypted situation report from the security unit working in New Mexico. He frowned. They were late. Burke rubbed at his eyes and typed in his password. The jumble of seemingly random characters, letters, and numbers instantly changed shape, forming coherent words and then whole sentences as the decoding program did its job. He read through the message with increasing alarm. "Damn it," he muttered. "Who the hell is this bastard?" Then he picked up the secure phone next to his computer and dialed his FBI counterpart. "Kit, listen up," he said urgently. "There's a situation I need you to handle. A corpse has to disappear, permanently and pronto." "Colonel Smith?" Pearson asked levelly. Burke scowled. "I wish." "Fill me in," she said. He could hear rustling in the background as she threw on her clothes. "And no evasions this time. Just the facts." The CIA officer briefed her rapidly on the failed ambush. Pearson listened in icy silence. "I'm growing rather tired of cleaning up the messes left by your private army, Hal," she said bitterly after he finished. "Smith had backup," Burke snapped. "That was something we didn't anticipate. We all thought he was operating as a lone wolf." "Any description of this other man?" she asked. "No, the CIA officer admitted. "It was too dark for my people to get a good look at him." "Wonderful," Pearson said coldly. "This just gets better and better, Hal. Now Smith will be sure there's something fishy about the terrorist SUV buy I've linked to the movement. Why don't you just go ahead and paint a big fat bullseye on my forehead?" Burke resisted the urge to slam the phone down. "Constructive suggestions would be more welcome, Kit," he said finally. "Shut Toxin down," she told him. "This whole operation has been a disaster right from the start. And with Smith still alive and sniffing around my heels, I don't have the maneuvering room I need to push this investigation toward Lazarus." He shook his head. "I can't do that. Our people already have their next orders. We're in more danger if we try to abort now than we are if we go ahead." There was a long silence. "Let's be clear about one thing, Hal," Pearson said tightly. "If Toxin comes apart at the seams, I'm not going to be the only one taking the fall. Understand?" "Is that a threat?" Burke asked slowly. "Call it a statement of fact," she replied. The phone went dead. Hal Burke sat staring at his screen for several minutes, considering his next move. Was Kit Pearson losing her nerve? He hoped not. He had never really liked the dark-haired woman, but he had always respected her courage and her will to win at all costs. Without them, she would be only a liability. A liability Toxin could not afford. He made a decision and began typing fast, composing a new set of instructions to the remnants of the unit in New Mexico. Lazarus Movement Secure Video Conference. Around the world, small groups of men and women of every color and race gathered in secret. They met in front of satellite-linked monitors and video cameras. They were the elite of the Lazarus Movement, the leaders of its most important action cells. All of them appeared on edge, straining at the leash, eager to launch the operations they had been planning for many months. The man called Lazarus stood at ease in front of a huge display, one that showed him the pictures relayed from each assembled group. He knew that none of them would see his real face or hear his real voice. As always, his advanced computer systems and software were busy constructing the different, idealized images fed to each movement cell. Equally sophisticated software provided simultaneous language translation. "The time has come," Lazarus said. He smiled slightly, seeing the shiver of anticipation ripple through each of his distant audiences. Millions of people in Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Americas are flocking to our cause. The political and financial strength of our movement is increasing by leaps and bounds. In short order, whole governments and corporations will tremble before our growing power. His confident statement drew nods of approval and murmurs of excitement from the watching movement leaders. Lazarus held up a hand in warning. "But do not forget that our enemies are also on the move. Their secret war against us has failed. So now the open war I have long predicted has begun. The slaughters in Santa Fe and in Chicago are surely only the first of many atrocities they plan." He stared directly into the cameras, knowing that it would appear to each of the widely dispersed cells that his eyes were focused solely on them. "The war has begun," he repeated. "We have no choice. We must strike back, swiftly and surely and without remorse. Wherever possible, your operations should avoid taking innocent life, but we must destroy these nanotech laboratories, the breeding vats of death, before our enemies can unleash more horrors on the world and on us." "What about the facilities of Nomura Pharmatech?" the head of the Tokyo cell asked. "After all, this corporation, alone among all the others, has already agreed to our demands. Their research work is at an end. Spare Nomura Pharmatech? Lazarus said coldly. I think not. Hideo Nomura is a shrewd young man. Too shrewd. He bends when the wind is strong, but does not break. When he smiles, it is the smile of a shark. Do not be taken in by Nomura. I know him far too well. The leader of the Tokyo cell bowed his head, accepting the reproof. It shall be as you command, Lazarus. When at last the conference screens went dark, the man called Lazarus stood alone, savoring his moment of triumph. Years of planning and preparation were coming to fruition. Soon the hard and dangerous work of reclaiming the world would begin. And soon the harsh but necessary sacrifices he had made would be redeemed. His eyes clouded over briefly, full of remembered pain. Softly he recited the poem, a haiku that often lingered close to the edge of his waking mind. Sorrow, like mist, falls on a father forsaken by his faithless son. Chapter 23. North of Santa Fe. The morning sun, rising ever higher in a cloud-streaked azure sky, seemed to set the big, flat-topped hill looming above the Rancho de Chamayo aflame. Pinyon pines and junipers along its crest stood starkly outlined against the dazzling golden light. Sunshine spread down steep slopes and threw long shadows across the old hacienda's sprawling apple orchards and terraced patios. Still wearing his jeans, boots, and corduroy jacket, John Smith walked through the crowded dining rooms of the ancient adobe house and out onto a stone-flagged patio. Set in the foothills roughly 20 miles north of Santa Fe, the Rancho de Chamayo was one of the oldest restaurants in New Mexico. Its owners traced their lineage back to the original wave of Spanish colonists in the Southwest. Their family had first settled at Chamayo in 1680, during the long and bloody Pueblo Indian revolt against Spanish rule. Peter Howell was seated there already, waiting for him at one of the patio tables. He waved his old friend into the empty chair across from him. "Take a pew, John," he said kindly. "Damned if you don't look all in." Smith shrugged, resisting the temptation to yawn. "I had a long night." "Any serious trouble?" John shook his head. Collecting his laptop and other gear from the Fort Marcy suites had proved unexpectedly easy. Wary at first of FBI or terrorist surveillance, he had used every trick he knew to flush any tail, without spotting anyone. But doing that right took time, and lots of it, which meant he had not checked into his new digs, a cheap fleabag motor lodge on the outskirts of Santa Fe, until close to dawn. Then he had phoned Fred Klein and told him about the unsuccessful attempt on his life. All in all, he had scarcely had time to close his eyes before Peter called to set this clandestine rendezvous. "And no one followed you, then or now?" the Englishman asked after listening intently to Smith's account of his actions. "Not a soul." "Most curious," Peter said, arching a shaggy gray eyebrow. He frowned. "And more than a little worrying." Smith nodded. Try as he might, he could not understand why the FBI had been so eager to track his movements all yesterday, and then seemingly called off its team only hours before 4 gunmen tried to kill him. Maybe Kit Pearson's agents had simply assumed he was in his suite to stay and packed it in for the night. But that seemed uncharacteristically sloppy. "What about you and Heather Donovan?" he asked. "Did you have any trouble getting her away safely?" "Not a bit," Peter said easily. He checked his watch. "By now, the lovely Miss Donovan is winging her way across America, bound for her aunt's home on the shores of the Chesapeake." "You never thought she was in serious danger, did you?" Smith asked quietly. "Once the shooting stopped, you mean?" the older man said. He shrugged. "No, not really, John. You were the primary target, not her. Ms. Donovan is just what she seems. A somewhat naive young woman with a good heart and a decent brain. Since she has no real knowledge of whatever it is that the upper echelons of the Lazarus movement are planning, I doubt very much that they will view her as a serious threat. So long as the young lady stays well away from you, she ought to be perfectly safe. And there you have the story of my love life, Smith said with a twisted smile. Occupational hazard, I'm afraid, Peter said lightly. He grinned. I mean, of the medical life, naturally. Perhaps you should try intelligence work instead. I understand spies are all the rage this season. Smith ignored the gentle tweak. He knew the Englishman was sure he worked for one of the various U.S. intelligence agencies, but Peter made it a point of professional courtesy never to pry too deeply, just as he tried to avoid asking too many inconvenient questions about the older man's occasional work for Her Majesty's government. Peter looked up as a smiling waitress in a frilled white blouse and long flowing skirt approached, bearing a large tray crowded with plates and a pot of hot, fresh coffee. Ah, the grub, he said happily. Hope you don't mind, but I took the liberty of ordering for both of us. Not at all, Smith said, suddenly aware that he was desperately hungry. For several minutes the two men ate rapidly, feasting on eggs cooked with slices of chorizo sausage, black beans, and spicy pico de gallo, a salsa made with red and green chilies, tomatoes, onions, cilantro, and small dollops of sour cream. To help tame the fiery taste of the salsa, the restaurant provided a basket of homemade sopapillas, light pillows of puffy fried bread best served warm with drizzled honey and melted butter poked through a hole on top. When they finished, Peter sat back with a contented look on his craggy face. In some parts of the world, a prodigious belch right now would be considered a compliment to the chef, he said. His eyes twinkled. But for the moment, I'll refrain. Believe me, I'm grateful, Smith told him dryly. I'd actually like to be able to eat here again sometime. To business, then, Peter said. He pointed to the mass of long gray hair on his head. No doubt you've been wondering about my changed appearance. Just a bit, Smith admitted. You look sort of like an Old Testament prophet. I do rather, the Englishman agreed complacently. Well, look your last upon this hoary mane of mine and weep, for like Samson I shall soon be shorn. He chuckled. But it was all in a good cause. Some months ago, an old acquaintance asked me to poke my long nose into the inner workings of the Lazarus movement. For old acquaintance, read MI6, the British Secret Intelligence Service, Smith thought. Well, that sounded like a bit of fun, so I grew the old locks somewhat shaggy, changed my name to something appropriately biblical and impressive sounding, and drifted into the outer ranks of the movement, posing as a retired Canadian forestry official with a radical grudge against science and technology. Did you have any luck? Smith asked. In penetrating the movement's inner core? No, alas, Peter said. His expression turned more serious. The leadership is damned fanatical about its security. I never quite managed to break through its safeguards. Still, I learned enough to worry me. Most of these Lazarus followers are decent enough, but there are some very hard-edged types manipulating them from behind the scenes. Like the guys who tried to nail me last night. Perhaps, Peter said reflectively. Though I would characterize them as more brawn than brains. I had my eye on them for several days before they attacked you. Ever since they first arrived at the Lazarus rally, in fact. Any particular reason? At first, simply the way they moved, Peter explained. Those fellows were like a pack of wolves gliding through a flock of grazing sheep. You know what I mean. Too careful, too controlled, too aware of their surroundings at all times. Kind of like us, Smith suggested with a thin smile. Peter nodded. Precisely. And were your friends in London able to make anything out of the material you sent them? John asked, remembering the digital photos and fingerprints Howell had taken of the shaven-headed gunman he had killed. I'm afraid not, Peter said regretfully. So far, my inquiries have drawn a complete blank. He reached into the pocket of his sheepskin coat and then slid a computer disk across the table toward Smith. Which is why I thought you might care to take your own stab at identifying the fellow you so efficiently put down last night. Smith looked steadily back at him. Oh? There's no need to play coy, John, Peter told him with a hint of amusement. I'm quite sure you have your own friends, or friends of friends, who can run those pictures and prints through their databases. As a personal favor to you, of course. It may be possible, Smith admitted slowly. He took the disk. But I'll have to find a connection for my computer first. The older man smiled openly now. Then you'll be pleased to hear that our hosts have access to a wireless internet node. This charming hacienda may date back to the 17th century, but its owner's business sense is very firmly rooted in our modern age. Peter pushed his chair back and stood up. And now I'm sure you'd like some privacy, so like a good little guard dog I'll go and prowl around the rest of the grounds. John watched him go, shaking his head in hopeless admiration at the Englishman's ability to get what he wanted from almost anybody. Peter Howell could con a tribe of cannibals into turning vegetarian, CIA officer Randy Russell, a mutual friend of theirs, had once told him, and probably persuade them to pay him for the privilege. Still amused, Smith dialed Fred Klein's number on his encrypted cell phone. Yes, Colonel, the head of Covert-One said. Smith relayed Peter's request for help in identifying the dead gunman. I've got the disk with the photos and fingerprints right here, he finished. What does Howell know? Klein asked. About me? He hasn't asked, Smith said forcefully. Peter is sure that I'm working for Army Intelligence or one of the other Pentagon outfits, but he's not pushing for specifics. Good, Klein said. He cleared his throat. All right, John. Send me the files and I'll see what we can dig up. Can you stay on where you are? This could take a while. Smith looked around the quiet, restful terrace. The sun was high enough now to provide some real warmth, and the sweet scent of flowers hung in the fresh air. He signaled the waitress for another pot of coffee. No sweat, Fred, he said into the phone with an easy, relaxed drawl. I'll just sit here and suffer. The head of Covert-One called back within the hour. He didn't waste time in pleasantries. We have a serious problem, Colonel, he said grimly. Smith saw Peter Howell hovering around the door out onto the patio and motioned him over. Go ahead, he told Klein. I'm all ears. The man you shot was an American, a man named Michael Dolan. He was ex-U.S. Army Special Forces, a decorated combat veteran. He left the service as a captain 5 years ago. Shit, John said softly. Oh, it gets worse, Colonel, Klein cautioned him. Once he got out of the Army, Michael Dolan applied for admission to the FBI Academy at Quantico. They turned him down outright. Why? Smith wondered aloud. Ex-military officers were often in high demand by the FBI, which valued their skills, physical fitness, and disciplined outlook on life. He failed the Academy psychological evaluation, Klein told him quietly. Apparently, he showed clear traces of sociopathic tendencies and attitudes. The Bureau profilers noted a distinct willingness to kill without significant compunction or remorse. Not exactly someone you would really want carrying a law enforcement badge and a weapon, I guess, Smith said. No, Klein agreed. Okay. The FBI didn't want him, Smith pressed. Then who did take him on? How did he wind up involved in the Lazarus movement? There we begin to come to the heart of our serious problem, the head of Covert-One said slowly. It appears that the late and unlamented Mr. Dolan worked for the CIA. Jesus. Smith shook his head in disbelief. Langley hired this guy? Not officially, Klein replied. The agency rather wisely seems to have kept him at arm's length. On paper, Dolan was employed as an independent security consultant. but his paychecks were funneled through a number of CIA fronts. He's worked for them on and off since leaving the Army, mostly conducting high-risk counter-terror operations, usually in Latin America or Africa. Cute. So Langley could always deny that he was one of theirs if an op went sour, Smith realized, frowning. Exactly, Klein said. And was Dolan on the CIA payroll last night? Smith asked tightly, wondering just how much trouble they were in right now. Was that firefight last night the result of some total foul-up? A horrible incident of friendly fire between two clandestine outfits operating in the same area without adequate communication? No, I don't think so, the head of Covert-One told him. My best guess is that his last paid contract from the agency ended a little more than 6 months ago. Smith felt the rigid muscles of his face relax a tiny bit. He breathed out. I'm glad to hear that. Damned glad. There is more, Colonel, Fred Klein warned. He cleared his throat. The information I've just relayed comes from our own Covert-One database. A set of files I've built up using highly classified material siphoned from the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, and other agencies. Without their knowledge, of course. Smith nodded to himself. Klein's ability to pull together information from the several competing factions in the U.S. intelligence community was one of the reasons President Castilla put such a high value on Covert-One's work. As a cross-check, I ran the pictures and fingerprints you sent me through both the CIA and the FBI databases, Klein went on. His voice was flat and cold, but both searches came back empty-handed. So far as Langley and the Bureau are concerned, Michael Dolan never took the FBI exam and never worked for the CIA. In fact, their records do not mention him at all. What? Smith exclaimed suddenly. He saw Peter raise an eyebrow in surprise and hurriedly lowered his voice. That's impossible. Not impossible, Klein told him quietly. Merely improbable. And very frightening. You mean the CIA and FBI files have been scrubbed, Smith realized. He felt a shiver run down his spine, which is something that could only be done by people operating at a very high level. People in our own government. I'm afraid so, Colonel, Klein agreed. Clearly, someone has taken enormous risks to erase those records. So now the questions we have to ask are, why and who? Hidden nanotechnology production facility inside the center. The technicians working inside the nanophage production core wore full protective suits, each with its own self-contained air supply. Thick gloves and the heavy suits slowed every movement and robbed them of much of their dexterity. Nevertheless, harsh training and intensive practice helped each man perform the delicate task of loading hundreds of billions of fully formed Stage 3 nanophages into 4 small, thick-walled metal cylinders. As the cylinders were filled, they were slowly and carefully disconnected from the stainless steel production vats. Technicians working in pairs clamped the cylinders onto robotic carts designed to ferry them through a narrow tunnel, sealed at both ends by massive airlocks, and out into another sealed chamber. There, another team of technicians wearing masks, gloves, and coveralls took charge of the deadly cargo. One by one, the nanophage-filled canisters were loaded into larger hollow metal tanks, which were carefully sealed and then welded shut. Once this work was finished, these larger metal tanks were stacked in a foam-padded heavy-duty shipping crate. As a last step, large white and red labels were stuck all over the crate. Approvisionnement médical de l'oxygène. Avertissement. Contenu sous pression. The tall, powerfully built man who called himself Nones stood outside the production core, watching through the multiple layers of a sealed observation window as the loading proceeded. He turned his head toward the much shorter senior scientist beside him. Will this new delivery system of yours yield the increased effectiveness our employer demands? The scientist nodded emphatically. Absolutely. We have designed the Stage 3 nanophages with a longer lifespan and for a much wider range of external conditions. Our new method takes advantage of those design improvements, allowing us to conduct this next field test from much higher altitudes and in more variable weather. Our computer modeling predicts significantly more efficient dispersion of the nanophages as a result. And substantially higher kill rates? Nones, the third of the Horatii, asked bluntly. The scientist nodded reluctantly. Of course. He swallowed hard. I doubt that very many people in the target area will survive. Good. The green-eyed man smiled coldly. After all, that is the point of all this new technology of yours, isn't it? Part 3. Chapter 24. Shinjuku Ward, Tokyo. As a multinational corporation worth nearly $50 billion, Nomura Pharmatech owned factories, laboratories, and warehouse facilities all around the world, but it still retained a substantial presence in Japan. The company's Tokyo-based complex occupied a 40-acre campus located in the very heart of the sprawling city's Shinjuku Ward. 3 identical skyscrapers held administrative offices and science labs for Nomura's thousands of dedicated employees. At night, Tokyo's vivid, shimmering neon lights were reflected by each tower's mirrored facade, turning them into jeweled pillars on which the city's night sky rested. But the rest of the campus was a peaceful rural setting of forested parkland, flowing streams, and restful pools. During his tenure as CEO and chairman, Junjiro Nomura, Hideo's father, had insisted on creating an oasis of natural beauty, peace, and tranquility around his corporate headquarters, no matter how much it cost his company or its shareholders. 3 main gates controlled access to the walled compound. From each gate, tree-lined paths and service roads fed pedestrian, auto, and truck traffic to one of the 3 towers. Mitsuhara Noda had worked for Nomura Pharmatech for all of his adult life. Over the course of 25 years, the short, spare man with a passion for order and routine had risen steadily, if unspectacularly, from the post of junior night shift watchman to that of Gate 3 security supervisor. The work was equally steady and equally unspectacular. Apart from making sure his guards checked employee badges, Noda's day consisted largely of making sure that shipments of food, office supplies, and lab chemicals arrived on time and were directed to the proper loading dock. Before beginning any shift, he always arrived early just so he could spend the time he needed to memorize the scheduled arrivals, departures, and loads for every vehicle slated to pass through his gate during the next 8 hours. That was why the unexpected sound of a heavy tractor-trailer truck shifting its gears noisily as it turned off the main road brought Mitsuhara Noda rushing out of his small office at the gatehouse. By his calculations, no shipments of any kind were due to arrive for at least another 2 hours and 25 minutes. The little man's black brows were furrowed as he watched the huge rig draw nearer, engine roaring as it steadily picked up speed. Behind him, several of the other security guards whispered nervously to one another, wondering aloud what they should do. One unsnapped the holster at his side, readying his pistol for a quick draw. Noda's eyes narrowed. The access road through Gate 3 led directly to the tower dedicated to Nomura Pharmatech's nanotechnology research efforts. Several security circulars were posted in his office warning all company employees about the threats made by the Lazarus movement, and there were no corporate markings on either the trailer or the cab of this fast-approaching truck. He made a decision. "Lower the gate," he snapped. "Hashiko, phone the main office and report a possible security incident." Noda stepped right out into the road, signaling the driver of the oncoming truck to stop. Behind him, a solid steel pole swung down with a shrill electrical whine and locked in place. The other guards fumbled for their weapons. But the truck kept coming. Its gears screamed as the big engine revved higher, accelerating to more than 40 miles an hour. Unable for a moment to believe what he was seeing, the little gate supervisor stood his ground, still frantically waving his arms as he shouted for the big rig to halt. Through the tinted windshield, he caught a momentary glimpse of the man behind the wheel. there was no expression on the driver's face, no sign of recognition in his glassy, unseeing eyes. A kamikaze, Noda realized in horror. Far too late, he turned to run. The front end of the huge truck slammed into him with lethal force, shattering every bone in his upper body. Unable even to force a scream out of his ruptured lungs, he was hurled backward against the steel pole. The impact snapped his spine in half. Noda was already dead when the truck crashed straight through the gate amid the high-pitched shriek of rending metal. 2 of the shocked security guards reacted fast enough to open fire, but their pistol shots only ricocheted off the big rig's improvised armor plating and bulletproof windows. The truck kept going, roaring deeper into the wooded Nomura complex, racing straight for the tall, mirrored tower containing the company's Tokyo Nanotech Research Facility. Scarcely 100 yards from the skyscraper's main entrance, the speeding tractor-trailer crashed head-on into a row of massive steel and concrete barriers hurriedly deployed by the company after the terrorist attack on the Teller Institute. Huge pieces of broken concrete flew away from the point of impact, but the barriers held. The big rig jackknifed and then exploded. An enormous orange and red fireball roared high into the air. The shock waves smashed windows all across the front of the lab complex. Knife-edge shards of glass cascaded onto the pavements and lawns far below. Bomb-mangled pieces of the truck and trailer were blown through a wide arc, tearing jagged holes in the steel fabric of the building and toppling trees in the surrounding groves. The nanotech labs themselves, however, unoccupied and sealed under Japanese government supervision, were largely untouched. Casualties, aside from the suicide bomb driver and the unfortunate Mitsuhara Noda, were remarkably low. 30 minutes later, an email message issued by the Lazarus movement arrived at the offices of every major Tokyo media outlet. In it, the movement's Japan-based wing took credit for what it called a mission of heroic self-sacrifice in defense of the planet and all humanity. Surveillance Team Safe House, on the outskirts of Santa Fe. 2 large panel vans were parked close to the front entrance of the secluded hilltop house. Their rear doors stood wide open, revealing an assortment of boxes and equipment cases crammed into the back of each vehicle. 5 men were gathered near the vans, waiting for their leader. The older, white-haired Dutchman named Linden was inside, going from room to room to make sure they were leaving nothing suspicious or incriminating behind. What he saw, or rather didn't see, pleased him. The safe house had been stripped and sanitized. Apart from a few tiny holes drilled in the walls, there were no longer any traces of the large array of cameras, radio and microwave receivers, computers, and communications gear they had installed to eavesdrop on every facet of the Teller investigation. Every smooth surface and piece of wood or metal furniture gleamed, scrubbed clean of all fingerprints and other traces of recent human habitation. He came out of the house and stood blinking in the dazzling sunshine. He crooked a finger at one of his men, beckoning him over. "Is everything packed, Abrantes?" The younger man nodded. "We are ready." "Good, Vitor," Linden said. The surveillance team leader checked his watch. "Then let's go. We have planes to catch." He showed his tobacco-stained teeth in a quick, humorless smile. "Center's timetable for this new mission is very tight, but it will be good to leave this high and arid desert behind and return to Europe." Chapter 25. Santa Fe. The Santa Fe Municipal Police Department had its headquarters on the Camino Entrada, out on the western edge of the city, not far from the county jail and next to the city courthouse. Half an hour after first setting foot in the building, John Smith found himself sitting in the office of the ranking policeman on duty. Several photographs showing a pretty wife and 3 young children were hung on 2 of the plain white walls. A watercolor depicting one of the nearby pueblos took up part of another. Case files in manila folders were neatly organized on one corner of a plain desk, right next to a computer. A background buzz of ringing phones, conversations, and busy keyboards drifted in through an open door to the adjoining squad room. Lieutenant Carl Zarate looked down at Smith's U.S. Army identity card and then back up with a puzzled frown. Now, what is it exactly that I'm supposed to do for you, Colonel? Smith kept his tone casual. He'd been bucked up to Zarate by a profusely sweating desk sergeant who had been made very uneasy by his questions. I'm looking for some information, Lieutenant, he said calmly. A few facts about the gun battle somebody fought in the plaza late last night. Zarate's narrow, bony face went blank. What gun battle was that? He asked carefully. His dark brown eyes were wary. Smith cocked his head to one side. You know, he said at last, I was sort of surprised when the press didn't run wild with speculation about all the shooting going on right in the heart of the city. Then I thought that maybe someone leaned on the local papers and the TV and radio stations to keep the lid on. Just for a while. Just while an investigation was going on. With things so tense after the Teller disaster, that'd be natural, I guess. But I'd be very surprised to learn that you folks at the Santa Fe Police Department were playing the same game. The police officer eyed him for a moment longer. Then he shrugged. If there were a gag order in effect, Colonel Smith, I'm damned if I know why I'd break the rules for you. Maybe because these rules don't apply to me, Lieutenant Zarate? John suggested easily. He handed the police officer the sheaf of investigative authorizations Fred Klein had arranged for him. He nodded toward them. Those orders require me to observe and report on every aspect of the Teller investigation. Every aspect. And if you look at the last page there, you'll see the signature of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Now, do you really want to get caught in a pissing match between the Pentagon and the FBI? Especially since we're all supposed to be on the same side in this mess? Zarate flipped rapidly through the papers, with his frown growing even deeper. He slid them back across the desk with a snort of disgust. There are times, Colonel, when I damn well wish the federal government would keep its big fumbling paws out of my jurisdiction. Smith nodded sympathetically. There are people in D.C. with all the grace and tact of a 500-pound gorilla and the common sense of your average 2-year-old. Zarate grinned suddenly. Strong words, Colonel. Maybe you better watch your mouth around the red tape boys and girls. I hear they don't much care for soldiers who won't toe the line. I'm a doctor and scientist first and foremost, and an Army officer second, Smith said. He shrugged. I doubt I'm on anybody's short list to make general. Uh-huh, the police lieutenant said skeptically. That's why you're running around with personal orders signed by the head of the JCS. He spread his hands. Unfortunately, there's really not much I can tell you. Yeah, there was some kind of shootout in the plaza last night. One guy got himself killed. There may have been others who were hit. We were still checking blood trails when my forensics team was called off. Smith pounced on that. Your team was called off? Yeah, Zarate said flatly. The FBI swooped in and took over. Said it was a matter of national security and that it fell within their jurisdiction. When was that? John asked. Maybe an hour after we first arrived on the scene, the police officer told him. But they didn't just kick us off the ground. They also confiscated every spent shell casing, every piece of paperwork, and every crime scene photo. They even took the tapes of dispatcher calls to and from units responding to the scene. Smith whistled softly in surprise. This was more than a simple dispute over jurisdiction. The FBI had made a clean sweep of every scrap of official evidence. On whose authority? He asked quietly. Deputy Assistant Director Catherine Pearson signed the orders, Zarate answered. His mouth tightened. I won't pretend I'm happy about tucking my tail in and complying, but nobody in the mayor's office or on the city council wants to rock the boat with the feds right now. John nodded his understanding. With a major disaster right on its doorstep, Santa Fe would be depending heavily on federal aid money and assistance. And local pride and turf consciousness would naturally take a back seat to urgent necessity. Just one more question, he promised Zarate. You said there was a corpse. Do you know what happened to the body? Or who's handling the autopsy? The police lieutenant shook his head in confusion. That's where this whole screwy situation gets very weird. He scowled. I made a few phone calls to the various coroners and hospitals, just checking around for my own edification. And as far as I can tell, nobody did anything at all to try to identify the stiff. Instead, it looks like the FBI slid the dead guy right into an ambulance and shipped him off to a mortuary way down in Albuquerque for immediate cremation. He looked straight at Smith. Now what the hell do you make of that, Colonel? John fought for control over his face and won, maintaining a stony, impassive expression. Exactly what was Kit Pearson doing out here in Santa Fe, he wondered. Who was she covering up for? It was a little before noon when Smith left the Santa Fe Police Department and walked out onto the Camino Entrada. His eyes flickered briefly to the left and right, checking the street in both directions, but otherwise he revealed no great interest in his surroundings. Instead, still apparently deep in thought, he climbed into his rented dark gray Mustang coupe and drove away. A few quick turns on surface streets led him into the crowded parking lot surrounding the city's indoor shopping center, the Via Linda Mall. Once there, he threaded through several rows of parked cars, acting as though he was simply looking for an open space. Finally, he drove away from the mall, crossed the encircling wagon road, and parked under the shade of some trees growing next to a shallow ravine marked on his map as the Arroyo de los Chemisos. 2 minutes later, another car, this one a white four-door Buick, turned in right behind him. Peter Howell got out and stretched while carefully checking the environment. Satisfied that they were unobserved, he sauntered up, pulled open the Mustang's passenger side door, and then slid into the bucket seat next to Smith. In the hours since they had met for breakfast, the Englishman had found time to have his hair cut fashionably short. He had also changed his clothes, abandoning the faded denims and heavy flannel shirt he had worn as Malachi McNamara in favor of a pair of khaki slacks, a solid blue button-down shirt, and a herringbone sports coat. The fiery Lazarus movement fanatic was gone, replaced by a lean, sun-browned British expatriate apparently out for an afternoon's shopping. Spot anything? John asked him. Peter shook his head. Not so much as a suspiciously turned head. You're clean. Smith relaxed slightly. The other man had been operating as his distant cover, hanging back while he went into the police headquarters and then keeping an eye on his tail to spot anyone following him when he came out. Were you able to learn anything yourself? Peter asked. Or did your pointed questions fall on stony ground? Oh, I learned a fair amount, John said grimly. Maybe even more than I bargained for. Peter raised an inquiring eyebrow, but otherwise stayed quiet, listening carefully while Smith filled him in on what he had learned. When he heard that Dolan's body had been cremated, he shook his head, sourly amused. Well, well, well. Ashes to ashes and dust to dust. And no fingerprints or inconvenient dental impressions left for anyone to match up with any embarrassing personnel files. I suppose no matter how thoroughly the CIA and FBI databases were scrubbed, somebody, somewhere, would have been bound to recognize the fellow. Yep. John's fingers drummed on the steering wheel of his car. Nifty, isn't it? It does raise a number of intriguing questions, Peter agreed. He ticked them off on his own fingers. Who are these secret operations lads like the late and unlamented Michael Dolan really working for? The Lazarus movement, as they seem to be on the surface? Or some other organization, sub rosa? Perhaps even your very own CIA? All very confusing, wouldn't you say? One thing's certain, Smith told him. Kit Pearson must be in this mess up to her neck. She probably has the authority to take over the Plaza crime scene. But there's no way she can justify cremating Dolan's body, not under standard FBI practice and procedure. Could she be doubling for Lazarus? Peter asked quietly. Working to sabotage the FBI's investigation from within? Kit Pearson as a Lazarus mole? John shook his head firmly. I can't see it. If anything, she's been pushing far too hard to blame everything that happened at the Institute on the movement. Peter nodded. True. So if she's not working for Lazarus, she must be working against them, which suggests she's covering for an off-the-books anti-movement operation run by the FBI or the CIA or both. Smith looked at him. You think they're really running an operation that sensitive without the president's approval? Peter shrugged. It happens, John, as you well know. He smiled dryly. Remember poor old Henry II? He gets a bit pissed one night and roars out, "Will no one rid me of this turbulent priest?" And practically before he can sober up, there's blood spilled all over the floor of Canterbury Cathedral. Thomas Becket's suddenly a sainted martyr. And the sad, sorry, hungover king is down for a round of scourging, hair shirts, and public penitence. Smith nodded slowly. Yeah, I know. Intelligence outfits sometimes exceed their authority. But it's a damn dangerous game to be playing. Of course it is, Peter said. Careers can be wrecked, and even high-ranking officials can be sent to prison. That's precisely why they might have decided to kill you. John frowned. I can understand a CIA, FBI covert operation designed to wreck the Lazarus movement from within. It would be stupid and completely illegal, but I can understand it. And I can see a movement attempt to sabotage the Institute labs. But what I can't make fit into either scenario is the nanophage release that slaughtered all those protesters. Yes, Peter said slowly, with his eyes full of remembered horror. That is the one piece which remains stubbornly outside the puzzle. And a bloody awful piece it is, too. Nodding, Smith sat back from the steering wheel and pulled out his phone. Maybe it's time we stopped pissing around on the outside. He punched in a number. It was answered on the first ring. This is Colonel Jonathan Smith, Agent Latimer, he said sharply. I want to speak to Deputy Assistant Director Pearson, right now. Bearding the lioness in her den, Peter murmured. Not very subtle even for you, is it, John? Smith grinned at him over the phone. I'll leave subtlety to you Brits, Peter. Sometimes you've just got to fix bayonets and launch a good old-fashioned frontal assault. Then, as he listened to the voice on the other end, his grin slowly faded. I see, he said quietly. And when was that? He hung up. Trouble? Peter asked. Maybe. Smith frowned. Kit Pearson is already on her way back to Washington for certain urgent and unspecified consultations. She's catching an executive jet out of Albuquerque a little later this afternoon. So, the bird is on the wing, eh? Interesting timing, isn't it? Peter said with a sudden gleam in his eye. I begin to suspect that Ms. Pearson just received a rather disturbing call from the local police. You're probably right, Smith agreed, remembering the nervous looks he had gotten from the policeman who had passed him up the chain to Zarate. The desk sergeant must have tipped off the FBI that an Army lieutenant colonel named Jonathan Smith was digging into an incident the Bureau was trying to bury. He glanced at the Englishman. Are you up for a quick trip to D.C.? I know it's outside your current area of operations, but I could sure use some help. Kit Pearson is the one solid lead I've got, and I don't plan to just watch her walk away. Count me in, Peter replied with a slow, predatory grin. I wouldn't miss this for the world. Chapter 26. The White House. I understand you very well, Mr. Speaker, President Samuel Adams Castilla growled into the phone. He looked up and saw Charles Ure, his chief of staff, poke his head into the Oval Office. Castilla motioned him inside with a wave and then turned back to the phone. Now it's time for you to understand me. I will not be stampeded into any executive action I think unwise. Not by the CIA or the FBI, not by the Senate, and not by you. Is that clear? Very well then. Good day to you, sir. Castilla hung up, resisting the urge to slam the phone down in its cradle. He rubbed a big hand over his weary face. They say Andrew Jackson once threatened to horsewhip a fellow off the White House grounds. I used to think that was just old Hickory on a wild-eyed tear, letting his famous temper get the better of him. But now I'm mighty tempted to follow his example. Are you receiving more helpful advice from Congress? Urey asked dryly, nodding toward the phone. The president grimaced. That was the Speaker of the House, he said, graciously suggesting that I immediately sign an executive order naming the Lazarus movement a terrorist organization. Or the House and Senate will enact legislation on their own initiative, Castilla finished. Urey raised an eyebrow. By a veto-proof majority? The president shrugged. Maybe. Maybe not. Either way, we lose. Politically, diplomatically, you name it. His chief of staff nodded soberly. I guess it doesn't matter much whether an anti-Lazarus bill ever really becomes law. If it passes the Congress, our increasingly shaky international alliances will take another serious hit. Too true, Charlie, Castilla said, sighing. Most people around the world will see a law like that as more proof that we're overreacting, turning paranoid and panicked. Oh, I suppose a few of our friends, the ones worried by those bombs in Chicago and Tokyo, might cheer quietly, but most folks will only think we're making matters worse, that we're pushing an otherwise peaceful group toward violence, or that we're covering up our own crimes. It's a terrible situation, Urey agreed. Yes, it is. Castilla sighed. And it's about to get much worse. Feeling trapped behind his desk, he stood up and crossed over to the windows. For a short time, he stared out across the south lawn, noting the squads of heavily armed guards in helmets and body armor now patrolling openly around the grounds. After the Lazarus movement attack in Tokyo, the Secret Service had insisted on tightening security around the White House. He looked back over his shoulder at Urey. Before the Speaker dropped his little legislative ultimatum on me, I had another call. This one from Ambassador Nichols at the UN. The White House Chief of Staff frowned. Is something up inside the Security Council? Castilla nodded. Nichols just got wind of a resolution some of the non-aligned countries on the council are going to propose. Basically, they're going to demand that we open all of our nanotech research facilities, both public and private, to full international inspection, including an examination of all their proprietary processes. They say it's the only way they can be sure that we're not running a secret nanotech weapons program. And Nichols says he thinks the non-aligned bloc has enough council votes lined up for passage. Urey grimaced. We can't allow that to go through. No, we can't, Castilla agreed heavily. It's basically a license to steal every nanotech development we've made. Our companies and universities have spent billions on this research. I can't let all of that work go down the drain. Can we persuade one of the other permanent members to veto this resolution for us? Urey asked. Castilla shrugged. Nichols says Russia and China are ready to stick it to us. They want to know how far we've gone in nanotechnology. We'll be lucky if the French decide to abstain. That leaves just the British. And I'm not sure how far the Prime Minister can go right now to give us political cover. His control over Parliament is tenuous at best. Then we'll have to veto it ourselves, Urey realized. His jaw tightened. And that will look bad. Really bad. Castilla nodded grimly. I can't imagine anything more likely to confirm the world's worst fears about what we're doing. If we veto a Security Council resolution on nanotech, we'll immediately lend credibility to the Lazarus movement's most outrageous claims. Kirtland Air Force Base, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Still driving his rented Mustang, Smith pulled away from the Truman Gate guardhouse and headed south through the sprawling airbase, passing Little League baseball fields crowded with teams and cheering parents on the right. It was near the end of the season, and the local championships were in full swing. Following the directions the Air Force Security Police had given him, he made his way through the maze of streets and buildings and arrived at a small parking lot near the flight line. Peter Howell's white Buick LeSabre pulled in next to him. Smith climbed out of the Mustang and slung his laptop and a small travel bag over one shoulder. He tossed the keys onto the front seat and left the door unlocked. He saw Peter following his example. After they were gone, one of Fred Klein's occasional couriers would arrange for the safe return of the two rental cars. Commercial passenger aircraft in bright colors thundered low overhead, taking off and landing at precisely regulated intervals. Kirtland shared its runways with Albuquerque's International Airport. Heat waves shimmered out on the concrete, and the sharp tang of jet fuel hung in the hot air. A large C-17 Globemaster transport in pale gray U.S. Air Force camouflage sat on the tarmac with its engines already spooling over. John and Peter walked toward the waiting jet. The loadmaster, a senior Air Force non-com with a square, hard face and permanently furrowed brows, came to meet them. "Is one of you guys Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Smith?" he asked after looking down at the clipboard in his hand to make sure he got the name and rank right. "That's me, Sergeant," John told him. "And this is Mr. Howell." "Then, if you'll both follow me, sir," the loadmaster said, after a long, dubious look at Smith's civilian clothes. "We've only got a 5-minute window for takeoff, and Major Harris says he ain't disposed to lose his spot and wind up sitting in line behind a goddamn bunch of airborne buses full of tourists." Smith hid a rueful grin. He strongly suspected the C-17 pilot had said considerably more than that on hearing that he was making an unscheduled cross-country flight, solely to ferry one Army light colonel and a foreign-born civilian to the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. Once again, Fred Klein had waved Covert-One's magic wand, this time working through contacts inside the Pentagon's bureaucracy. He and Peter followed the C-17 crewman into the aircraft's cavernous cargo bay and then up onto the flight deck. The pilot and co-pilot were waiting for them in the cockpit, already running through their last pre-flight checklist. Both had active heads-up displays, HUDs, fixed in front of them. On the control console below the windshield, 4 large multifunction computer displays flashed through a variety of modes, showing the status of the engines, hydraulics, avionics, and other controls. Major Harris, the pilot, turned his head when they came in. "Are you gentlemen ready to go?" he asked through gritted teeth, emphasizing the word gentleman to make plain that was not the word he would have preferred to use. Smith nodded apologetically. "We're set, Major," he said. "And I'm sorry about the short notice. If it's any consolation, this is a genuinely critical mission, not just a glorified VIP jaunt." Slightly mollified, Harris jerked a thumb at the 2 observer seats right behind him. "Well, strap yourselves in." He leaned across to his co-pilot. "Let's get this crate moving, Sam. We're on the clock now." The 2 Air Force officers busied themselves with the controls and brought the big plane rumbling out onto the apron, taxiing slowly toward the main runway. The roar of the C-17's 4 turbofan engines grew even louder as Harris pushed the throttles forward with his left hand. After John and Peter buckled themselves in, the loadmaster handed them each a helmet with a built-in radio headset. "Air-to-ground transmissions are pretty much it as far as in-flight entertainment goes," he told them, raising his voice over the howl of the engines. "What? You mean there are no stewardesses, champagne, or caviar?" Peter asked with a horrified look. Almost against his will, the C-17 crewman grinned back. "No, sir. Just me and my coffee, I'm afraid." "Fresh brewed, I trust?" the Englishman asked. "Nope. Instant decaf," the Air Force sergeant replied, smiling even more broadly. He vanished, heading for his own seat down in the aircraft's cavernous cargo bay. "Good Lord. The sacrifices I make for Queen and country," Peter murmured with a quick wink at Smith. The jet swung through a sharp turn, lining up with the long main runway. Ahead, a Southwest Airlines 737 lifted off and banked north. "Air Force Charlie 17, you were cleared for immediate takeoff," the tower air traffic controller's voice crackled suddenly through Smith's radio earphones. "Roger, tower," Harris replied. Charlie 17 is rolling now. He shoved the 4-engine throttles all the way forward. The C-17 accelerated down the runway, gaining speed fast. John felt himself pressed back against the padding of his seat. Less than a minute later, they were airborne, climbing steeply over the patchwork of houses, freeways, and parks of Albuquerque. They were flying at 37,000 feet somewhere over West Texas when the co-pilot leaned back and tapped Smith on the knee. "There's a secure transmission for you, Colonel," he said. "I'll switch it to your headset." Smith nodded his thanks. "I have a situation update, Colonel," Fred Klein's familiar voice said. "Your target is also aloft and heading east for Andrews Air Force Base. She's approximately 400 miles ahead of your aircraft now." John worked that out in his head. The C-17 had a cruise speed of roughly 500 knots, which meant Kit Pearson's FBI executive jet would touch down at Andrews at least 45 minutes before he and Peter could hope to arrive there. He frowned. Any chance of delaying her? Maybe have the FAA put her plane in a parking orbit until we can get down? Alas, no, Klein said crisply. Not without tipping our hand entirely. Arranging this flight was tricky enough. Damn it. The situation may not be as dire as you think, Klein told him. She has a confirmed meeting at the Hoover Building first, and there's an official car standing by to take her straight there. Whatever else she plans isn't likely to take place until later, which should give you time to pick up her trail in D.C. Smith thought about that. The head of Covert-One was probably right, he decided. Although he was pretty sure that Kit Pearson's real purpose in returning to Washington went far beyond simply delivering a personal, high-level briefing for her bureau superiors, she was going to have to play the game as though it were. "What about the vehicles and gear I requested?" he asked. "They'll be waiting for you," Klein promised. His voice sharpened. "But I still have some very serious misgivings about involving Howell so closely with this operation, Colonel. He's a bright fellow. Maybe too bright, and his fundamental loyalties lie outside this country." Smith glanced at Peter. The Englishman was staring out the cockpit side windows, seemingly wrapped up in watching the vast panorama of drifting cloud masses and seemingly endless flat brown countryside over which they were flying. "You'll have to trust me on this one," he told Klein softly. "Back when you signed me onto this show, you told me you needed mavericks. Self-starters who didn't quite fit into everybody else's neat little tables of organization. People who were willing to buck the system for results, remember?" "I remember," Klein said. "And I meant it." "Well, I'm bucking the system right now," Smith said firmly. "Peter is already basically focused on the same problem we are. Plus, he's got skills and instincts and brain power we can use to our advantage." There was silence on the other end for several seconds while Klein digested that. "Cogently argued, Colonel," he said at last. "All right. Cooperate with Howell as closely as you can, but remember, he must never learn about Covert-One. Never. Is that understood?" "Cross my heart and hope to die, Chief," Smith answered. Klein snorted. "Fair enough, John." He cleared his throat. "Let me know once you're on the ground, all right?" "Will do," Smith replied. He leaned forward to check the navigation display, which showed their position, distance from Andrews, and current airspeed. "It looks like that should be sometime around 9 p.m. your time." Chapter 27. La Courneuve, near Paris. The grim, soulless high-rise housing projects of the Parisian slums, the Cité, rose black against the night. Their design, massive, oppressively ugly, and intentionally sterile, was a monument to the grotesque ideals of the Swiss architect Le Corbusier, who thought solely in cold, utilitarian terms. The projects were also a testament to the penny-pinching of French bureaucrats, who wanted only to cram as many of their nation's unwanted immigrants, most of them Muslims, into the smallest possible spaces. Few lights shone around the graffiti-smeared concrete bulk of the Cité de 4 000, the city of 4,000, a notorious haven for thieves, thugs, drug dealers, and Islamic radicals. The honest poor were trapped in a de facto prison essentially run by the criminals and terrorists among them. Most of the street lamps were either burned out or broken. The charred wrecks of stripped cars littered the potholed streets. The few stores in the neighborhood were either barricaded behind steel bars or else reduced to looted, blackened rubble. Ahmed Ben Belbouk drifted through the night, a shadow among other shadows. He wore a long black raincoat against the night air and a kufi cap to cover his head. He was a little less than 6 feet tall, and he cultivated a full beard that masked some of the acne scars that pockmarked his round, soft face. By birth French, by heritage Algerian, and by faith a follower of radical Islam, Ben Belbouk was a recruiter for the jihad against America and the decadent West. He operated out of a backroom office in one of the local mosques, quietly and carefully screening those who heeded the call to holy war. Those he judged the most promising were given false passports, cash, and plane tickets and sent outside France for advanced training. Now, after a long day, he was at last returning to the bleak, grimy welfare apartment graciously provided for him by the state. Counting the secret funds at his disposal, he had money enough to live someplace better. But Ben Belbouk believed it was better to live among those whose loyalty he sought. When they saw him sharing their hardships and their hopelessness, they were more willing to listen to his sermons of hatred and his calls for vengeance on their Western oppressors. Suddenly, the terrorist recruiter noticed movement along the darkened avenue ahead. He stopped. That was odd. These were the hours when the streets of this district were usually deserted. The timid and honest were already cowering at home behind their locked doors, and the criminals and drug dealers were usually either still asleep or too busy indulging their vicious habits to be out and about. Ben Belbouk slipped into the darkened door of a burnt-out bakery and stood watching. He slipped his right hand into the pocket of his raincoat and felt the butt of the pistol he carried, a compact Glock 19. The street gangs and other petty criminals who preyed on the residents of the cité usually steered a wide berth around men like him, but he preferred the option of providing for his own security. From his place of concealment, he watched the activity with growing suspicion. There was a van parked near the base of one of the smashed street lamps. 2 men in coveralls were outside the vehicle, holding a ladder for a third technician working on something up near the top of the dark metal pole. Was this supposed to be a crew from the state-run electricity company? Sent here on some quixotic mission to again repair the streetlights already destroyed 10 times over by the local residents? The bearded man's eyes narrowed and he spat silently to one side. The very thought was ridiculous. Representatives of the French government were despised in this district. Policemen were mobbed on sight. Baise la police, screw the police, was the single most popular graffiti. The coarse, obscene phrase was spray-painted on every building in sight. Even the firemen sent in to put out the frequent arson blazes were greeted with barrages of Molotov cocktails and rocks. They had to be escorted by armored cars. Surely no electrician in his right mind would dare to set foot in La Courneuve. Not after dark, and certainly not without a detachment of heavily armed riot police to guard him. So who were these men, and what were they really doing? Ben Belbouk looked more carefully. The technician on the ladder seemed to be installing a piece of equipment, a small gray rectangular plastic box of some kind. He ran his gaze along the other street lamps in sight. To his surprise, he noticed identical gray boxes mounted on several of them at precise, regular intervals. Though it was difficult to be sure in the dim light, he thought he could make out dark, round openings on the boxes. Were those camera lenses? His suspicions hardened into certainty. These cochons, these pigs, were setting up something. A new surveillance system, perhaps, that would tighten the government's grip on this lawless zone. He could not allow that to pass without resistance. For a moment he debated whether or not to slip away and rouse the local Islamic brotherhoods. Then he thought better of it. In the inevitable delay, these spies could easily finish their work and vanish. Besides, they were unarmed. It would be safer and more satisfying to handle them himself. Ben Belbuk drew the small Glock pistol out of his coat pocket and moved out into the open, holding the weapon unobtrusively at his side. He stopped a few paces away from the trio of technicians. "You there," he called out. "What are you doing here?" Startled, the two holding the ladder turned toward him. The third man, busy tightening screws on the clamps holding the box to the utility pole, kept working. "I said, what are you doing here?" Ben Belbuk demanded again, louder this time. One of the pair at the ladder shrugged. "Our work is none of your business, monsieur," he said dismissively. "Go on your way and leave us in peace." The bearded Islamic extremist saw red. His thin lips turned downward in a fierce scowl, and he brought the Glock out into plain sight. "This," he snarled, jabbing the pistol at them, "makes it my business." He moved closer. "Now answer my question, filth, before I lose my patience." He never heard the silenced shot that killed him. The 7.62 millimeter rifle round hit Ahmed Ben Belbuk behind the right ear, tore through his brain, and blew a large hole in the left side of his skull. Pieces of pulverized bone and brain matter sprayed across the pavement. The terrorist recruiter fell in a heap, already dead. Secure in the concealing shadows of a trash-strewn alley some distance away, the tall, broad-shouldered man who called himself Nones tapped his sniper lightly on the shoulder. That was a decent shot. The other man lowered his Heckler & Koch PSG-1 rifle and smiled gratefully. Words of praise from any of the Horatii were rare. Nones keyed his radio mic, speaking to the pair of observers he had posted on nearby rooftops to watch over his technicians. Any further sign of movement? "Negative," they both replied. "Everything is quiet." The green-eyed man nodded to himself. The incident was unfortunate, but evidently not a serious threat to his operational security. Murders and disappearances were relatively common occurrences in this part of La Courneuve. One more meant little or nothing. He switched to the technician's frequency. "How much longer?" he demanded. "We're almost finished," their leader reported. 2 more minutes." "Good." Nones turned back to the sniper. "Stay ready. Shiro and I will dispose of the body." Then he looked back at the much shorter man crouching behind him. "Come with me." About 100 meters from the place where Ahmed Ben Belbuk now lay dead, a slender woman stayed prone, hidden beneath the stripped and burnt-out chassis of a little Renault sedan. She was dressed from head to foot in black, with a black cotton jumpsuit for her torso, arms, and legs, black gloves, black boots, and a black watch cap to conceal her golden hair. She stared at the image in her night vision binoculars. "Son of a bitch," she swore under her breath. Then she spoke softly into her own radio. "Did you see that, Max?" "Oh, I saw it," confirmed her subordinate, posted farther back in the shelter of a small copse of dead trees. "I'm not sure I believe it, but I definitely saw it." CIA officer Randy Russell focused her binoculars on the 3 men grouped around the street lamp. She watched silently while 2 more men, one very tall with auburn hair, the other an Asian, crossed the street and joined the others. Working swiftly, the 2 newcomers rolled Ben Belbuk's corpse up in a black plastic sheet and lugged it away. Randy gritted her teeth. With the dead man went the fruits of several months of hard, concentrated research, complicated planning, and risky covert surveillance. That was how long her section of the CIA's Paris station had been tasked with tracking the recruitment of would-be Islamic terrorists in France. Zeroing in on Ben Belbuk had been like finding the pot of gold at the end of a rainbow. By monitoring his contacts, they were beginning to build comprehensive files on a host of very nasty characters. Just the sorts of sick bastards who would get a thrill out of murdering thousands of innocents. And now her whole operation was wiped out. well and truly wrecked by a single, silenced shot. She rubbed at her perfectly straight nose with one gloved finger, furiously thinking. "Who the hell are those guys?" she muttered. "Maybe DGSE? Or GIGN?" Max speculated aloud, naming both the French Foreign Intelligence Service and the country's counter-terrorist specialists. Randy nodded to herself. That was possible. The French intelligence services and counter-terror units were known for playing rough. Very rough. Had she just witnessed a piece of government-sanctioned wet work designed to rid France of a security threat without the inconvenience and expense of an arrest and a public trial? Maybe, she thought coldly. If so, though, it was a remarkably stupid thing to do. While alive, Ahmed Ben Belbuk had been a window straight into the deadly underground world of Islamic terrorism, a world that was almost impossible for U.S. and other intelligence services to penetrate. Dead, he was useless to everybody. "They're pulling out, boss," Max's voice said in her ear. Randy watched closely while the three men in overalls folded their ladder, shoved it into the back of their van, and drove away. Moments later, two cars, a dark blue BMW and a smaller Ford Escort, pulled onto the darkened avenue and followed the van. "Did you jot down the license plates on those vehicles?" she asked. "Yeah, I got them," Max replied. "They were all local numbers." "Good. We'll run them through the computer once we're finished here. Maybe that'll give us some idea of which jackasses just kicked us in the teeth," she said grimly. Randy lay motionless for a while longer, now focusing her binoculars on the small gray boxes fixed to a number of lampposts up and down the avenue and on the nearby side streets. The more she studied the boxes, the odder they seemed. They looked very much like containers for a variety of sensors, she decided, complete with several apertures for cameras, intakes for air sampling devices, and short, stubby data relay antennae on top. Weird, she thought. Very weird. Why would anyone waste money setting up a whole network of expensive scientific instruments in a crime-ridden slum like La Courneuve? The boxes were reasonably unobtrusive, but they weren't invisible. Once the locals noticed them, their lifespan and that of the equipment they contained would be measured in minutes at most. So why kill Ben Belbuk just because he was starting to raise a fuss? She shook her head in frustration. Without more of the pieces to this puzzle, nothing she had seen tonight made much sense. "You know, Max, I think we ought to take a closer look at what those guys were installing," she told her subordinate. "But we're going to have to come back with a ladder to do it." "Not tonight, we're not," the other man warned. "The crazies, druggies, and jihad boys are due out on the streets any minute now, boss lady. We need to get while the getting is good." "Yeah," Randy agreed. She tucked her binoculars away and slithered gracefully backward out from under the charred Renault. Her mind was still working fast. The more she thought about it, the less likely it seemed that killing Ben Belbuk had been the primary aim of the men installing those strange sensor arrays. Maybe his murder was just a piece of unintended collateral damage. Then who were they, she wondered, and what were they really up to? Chapter 28. Sunday, October 17th, rural Virginia. FBI Deputy Assistant Director Kit Pearson saw the weathered signpost caught in the high beams of a green Volkswagen Passat. Hard Scrabble Hollow, 1/4 mile. That was her next landmark. She tapped the brakes, slowing down. She did not want to risk missing the turnoff to Hal Burke's run-down farm. The rolling Virginia countryside was covered in almost total darkness. Only the quarter moon cast a faint glow through the solid layer of clouds high overhead. There were a few other farms and homes scattered through these low wooded hills, but it was already past midnight, and their inhabitants were long since asleep. With chores and early morning Sunday church services awaiting them, most people in this part of the state went to bed early. The rutted gravel drive to her CIA counterpart's weekend retreat appeared just ahead, and she slowed further. Before turning onto it, though, she glanced again in the rearview mirror. Nothing. There were no other headlights in sight along this desolate stretch of county road. She was still alone. Partly reassured by that, Pearson turned her Passat onto the track and followed it uphill to the house. The lights were on, spilling out onto the weed and bramble-choked hillside through partly drawn curtains. Burke was expecting her. She parked next to his car, an old Mercury Marquis, and walked quickly to the front door. It opened before she could even knock. The stocky, square-jawed CIA officer stood there in his shirt sleeves. He looked weary and rumpled, with shadowed, bloodshot eyes. Burke took one suspicious look around, making sure that she was by herself, and then stepped back to let her come into the narrow front hall. "Did you have any trouble?" he asked harshly. Kit Pearson waited for him to close the door before replying. "On my way here? No," she said coolly. "At my meeting with the director and his senior staff? Yes." "What kind of trouble?" "They weren't especially pleased to see me in D.C. instead of still out in the field," she said flatly. "In fact, there were several rather pointed suggestions that my preliminary report was entirely too thin to justify coming back in person." The CIA officer shrugged. "That was your call, Kit," he reminded her. "We didn't need to meet here in person. We could have worked through this problem on the phone if you'd just sat tight." "With Smith starting to breathe right down my neck?" she snapped back. "Not likely, Hal." She shook her head. "I don't know how much he knows yet, but he's getting too close. Shutting down the Santa Fe police probe was a mistake. We should have just let the local cops go ahead and try to identify your man's body." Burke shook his head. "Too risky." "Our files were scrubbed," Pearson said stubbornly. "There's no way this Dolan character could have been linked to either of us, or even to the agency or the Bureau as a whole." "Still too risky," he told her. "Other agencies have their own databases over which we have no control. The Army has its own files, for that matter. Hell, Kit, you're the one who's so panicked about Smith and his mysterious employers. You know as well as I do that anyone pegging Dolan as an ex-Special Forces officer would be bound to start asking some goddamn tough questions." Burke showed her into his study. The small, dark-paneled room was crowded with a desk, a monitor and keyboard, 2 chairs, several bookcases, a television, and racks full of computer and communications equipment. An open, half-empty bottle of Jim Beam whiskey and a shot glass sat on the desk, right next to the computer keyboard. A faint, stale whiff of sweat, unwashed dishes, mildew, and general neglect hung in the air. Pearson wrinkled her nose in distaste. The man was disintegrating under the pressure as toxin collapsed around them, she thought coldly. "Want a drink?" Burke growled, dropping heavily into the swivel chair in front of his desk. He waved her into the other chair, a battered armchair with lumpy, fraying upholstery. She shook her head and then sat watching while he poured one for himself. The whiskey sloshed over the rim and left a wet ring on his desk. He ignored the spill, instead downing his drink in one swift gulp. He set the glass down with a thump and looked up at her. "Okay, Kit. Why exactly are you here?" "To persuade you to shut toxin down," she said without hesitating. One corner of the CIA officer's mouth turned down in an irritated frown. "We've gone through this before. My answer is still the same." "But the situation is not the same, Hal," Pearson said forcefully. Her lips thinned. "And you know it. The Teller attack was supposed to force President Castilla to act against the Lazarus movement before it was too late, to act as a relatively bloodless wake-up call. It wasn't supposed to make Lazarus stronger, and it certainly wasn't supposed to trigger a worldwide spree of bombings and murders we can't stop." "Wars always have unintended consequences," Burke said through clenched teeth. "And we are in a war against the movement. Maybe you've forgotten what's at stake in this matter." She shook her head. "I haven't forgotten anything. But toxin is only a means to an end, not the end itself. The whole damned operation is unraveling faster than you can stitch it back together. So I say we cut our losses while we still can. Call off your action teams now. Tell them to abort any ongoing missions and drop back into cover. Then once that's done, we can plan our next move. To buy himself some time before replying, Burke picked up the whiskey bottle and poured another drink. But this time he left the glass untouched. He looked closely at her. You can't run from this one, Kit. It's gone too far for that. Even if we shut toxin down right now and pull in our horns, your little friend Dr. Jonathan Smith is still going to be out there asking questions we do not want answered. I know that, she said bitterly. Trying to kill Smith was a mistake. Failing to kill him was a disaster. What's done is done, Burke said, shrugging both shoulders. One of my security units is hunting the colonel. Once they pinpoint him, they'll nail him. Pearson looked at him in exasperation. Which means you have absolutely no idea where he is right now. He's gone to ground again, Burke admitted. I sent people to the Santa Fe PD after you called to let me know Smith was snooping there, but he disappeared before they arrived. Wonderful. The nosy bastard can't run far, Kit, the CIA officer said confidently. I have agents watching the airport terminals in both Santa Fe and Albuquerque. And I have a contact in Homeland Security running his name through every commercial flight manifest. The moment he surfaces, we'll know it. And when he does, our guys will close in. He smiled thinly. Trust me on this, okay? For all practical purposes, Smith is nothing but a dead man walking. Along the county road below, the drivers of the two dark-colored automobiles traveling slowly without any headlights turned off their ignitions and coasted to a stop, pulling off to the side not far from the gravel track heading uphill. Still wearing the U.S. Army issue AN PVS-7 night vision goggles he'd been using to drive without lights, John Smith stiffly climbed out of the second car and walked forward to the vehicle in front. Peter Howell unrolled his window as Smith came up. Below his own set of goggles, the Englishman's teeth flashed white in the near total darkness. Rather an exciting ride, wasn't it, John? Smith nodded wryly. Perfectly delightful. He rolled his neck and shoulders from side to side, hearing tense muscles and joints crack and pop. The last 15 minutes of driving had been nerve-wracking. The night vision equipment was top-of-the-line gear, but even so, the images these third-generation goggles produced were not perfect. They were monochromatic, with a slight green tint, and they were a tiny bit grainy. You could drive without lights while wearing them, but it took real effort and serious concentration to avoid drifting off the road or colliding with the vehicle ahead of you. In contrast, following the government sedan taking Kit Pearson from the FBI's Hoover building to her own home in Upper Georgetown had been a piece of cake. Even late on Saturday night, Washington's streets were packed with cars, trucks, minivans, and taxis. It had been easy enough to hang 2 or 3 car lengths back without being noticed. Neither John nor Peter had been surprised when Pearson took off only minutes later, this time using her own car. Both had been sure from the beginning that this sudden briefing for her superiors was only a blind, a way to cover her real reason for flying back so abruptly from New Mexico. But again, the task of following her discreetly was comparatively easy, at least at first. It had only gotten really difficult once she turned off the highway onto a succession of smaller side roads where traffic was sporadic at best. And Kit Pearson was no fool. She would have been bound to grow suspicious if she saw the same 2 pairs of headlights gleaming in her rearview mirror through mile after mile of darkened, nearly empty countryside. That was when both Smith and Peter Howell had been forced to slip on their night vision goggles and switch off their lights. Even so, they had been forced to hang back farther from her Passat than they would have preferred, always hoping they would not miss whichever turnoff or crossroads she finally took to make her rendezvous. Smith looked up the gravel track. He could just make out a small house on the crest of a low hill. The lights were on, and he could see 2 cars parked outside. This looked like it could be the place they were hunting. "What do you think?" he asked Peter quietly. The Englishman pointed to the U.S. Geological Survey 1 to 20,000 scale map open on the seat beside him. It was part of the set included in the equipment left for them at Andrews Air Force Base. The IR illuminators on their goggles allowed them to read the map. "This little drive doesn't go anywhere else but that farm up there," he said. "And I doubt very seriously that our Ms. Pearson plans to take her sedan very far off-road." "So what's the plan?" Smith asked. "I suggest we back up a quarter-mile or so," Peter said. "I noticed a small copse of trees there which we can use as cover for the cars. Once we've got the rest of our gear on, we can make our way quietly up to that farmhouse on foot." He showed his teeth again. "I, for one, should very much like to know who Ms. Pearson has chosen to visit so late at night, and what exactly they are discussing." Smith nodded grimly. He was suddenly quite sure that some of the answers he needed were locked away in that dimly lit house on the hill. Chapter 29. Near Meaux, east of Paris. The ruins of the Château de Monceau, known as the Château of the Queens, were hemmed in by the forest of Monceau, a stretch of woods rising above the southern bank of the undulating river Marne, roughly 30 miles east of Paris. First built in the mid-1500s on the orders of the powerful, cunning, and crafty Queen Catherine de' Medici, the wife of one king of France and the mother of 3 more, the elegant country palace and its vast park and hunting preserve had at last been abandoned around 1650. Now, after centuries of neglect, little remained. Only the hollow shell of a grand stone entrance pavilion, the oblong moat, and sections of crumbling wall lined with gaping windows. Strands of mist curled between the surrounding trees, slowly burning away as the morning sun climbed higher. The bells of the Cathedral of Saint-Étienne in Meaux, 5 miles away, rang out, summoning the faithful, few though they were these days, to Sunday Mass. Other bells pealed across the peaceful countryside as the smaller parish churches in the nearby villages echoed the summons. 2 vans hauling a pair of trailers sat in a large clearing not far from the ruins. Signs emblazoned on the vehicles identified them as part of an organization called the Groupe d'Aperçu Météorologique, the Meteorological Survey Group. Several technicians were busy near the rear of each trailer, erecting 2 angled launch rails aimed almost due west. Each launch rail included a pneumatic catapult system powered by compressed air. Other men were fussing over a pair of propeller-driven unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, each roughly 5 feet long with an 8-foot wingspan. The tall auburn-haired man who called himself Nones stood close by, watching his team complete their work. Periodic reports from the sentries posted in the woods around the clearing crackled through his radio headset. There were no signs of any unwanted observation by the local farmers. One of the UAV technicians, a stoop-shouldered Asian man with thinning black hair, rose slowly to his feet. He turned to the third of the Horatii with a relieved expression on his lined and weary face. "The payloads are secure. All engine, avionics, UHF, and autonomous control systems have been tested and are online. All global positioning navigation waypoints have been configured and confirmed. Both craft are ready for flight." "Good," Nones replied. "Then you may prepare for launch." He stepped back out of the way as the technicians carefully lifted the UAVs, which weighed roughly 100 pounds apiece, and carried them over to the twin launch rails. His bright green eyes followed them appreciatively. These 2 unmanned aircraft were modeled on drones used by the U.S. Army for short-range tactical reconnaissance, communications jamming, and airborne nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons detection. Now he and his men would pioneer an entirely new use for these robotic flyers. Nones switched frequencies, contacting the newly arrived surveillance team he had stationed in Paris. "Are you receiving data from the target area, Linden?" he asked. "We are," the Dutchman confirmed. "All remote sensors and cameras are operational." "And the weather conditions?" "Temperature, air pressure, humidity, wind direction, and wind speed are all well within the preset mission parameters," Linden reported. "The center recommends that you proceed when ready." "Acknowledged," Nones said quietly. He swung round to the waiting UAV technicians. "Don masks and gloves," he ordered. They quickly obeyed, putting on the gas masks, respirators, and thick gloves intended to give them enough time to escape the immediate area if one of their aircraft crashed on launch. The third member of the Horatii did the same, donning his own protective gear. "Catapults pressurized and standing by," the Asian technician told him. The technician crouched at a control console set between the two angled rails. His fingers hovered over a set of switches. Nones smiled. "Continue." The technician nodded. He flicked two switches. "Engine and propeller start." The twin-bladed propellers on both UAVs suddenly whirled into motion, spinning with a low-pitched whir that was almost impossible to hear more than a few yards away. "Engines at full power." "Launch," the tall, green-eyed man commanded. With a soft whoosh, the first pneumatic catapult fired, hurling the UAV attached to it up the angled rail and into the air in a high, curving arc. For an instant, at the end of this arc, the unmanned aircraft seemed ready to fall back toward the ground, but then it climbed again, buoyed now by the lift provided by its own wings and propeller. Still ascending, it cleared the trees and headed west on its pre-programmed course. 10 seconds later, the second unmanned flyer followed its counterpart into the air. Both drones, now almost invisible from the ground and too small to register on most radars, climbed steadily toward their cruising altitude of 3,000 feet and flew toward Paris at roughly 100 miles per hour. Rural Virginia. Staying low, John Smith followed Peter Howell west across a wide field choked with tall weeds and thickets of jagged brambles. Their surroundings glowed faintly green through their night vision goggles. A couple of 100 yards off to their left, the paved county road cut a straight line across the darkened landscape. Ahead, the ground sloped up, rising gently above a stagnant, scum-covered pond on their right. The gravel access road Kit Pearson had turned onto snaked back and forth as it climbed the low hill in front of them. Something sharp snagged Smith's shoulder, stabbing right through the thick cloth deep enough to draw blood. He gritted his teeth and went on. Peter was doing his best to lead them through the worst of the tangled vegetation, but there were places where they just had to bull through, ignoring the thorns and briars tearing at their dark clothing and black leather gloves. Halfway up the hill, the Englishman dropped to one knee. He scanned the terrain around them carefully and then waved Smith forward to join him. The lights were still on at the farmhouse up on the crest. Both men were dressed and equipped for a night reconnaissance mission across rough ground. Besides their AN PVS-7 goggles, each wore a combat vest stuffed with the surveillance gear, cameras and various types of listening devices, left waiting for them at Andrews Air Force Base. Smith had a holster for his Sig Sauer pistol strapped to his thigh, while Peter had the same kind of rig for the Browning high-power he favored. For extra firepower in a real emergency, each also carried a Heckler & Koch MP5 submachine gun slung across his back. Peter shook off one of his gloves and then held up a wetted finger to test the direction of the soft, cool night breeze whispering around them. He nodded, pleased by the result. "Now there's a bit of good fortune. The wind is from the west." Smith waited. The other man had spent decades in the field, first for the SAS and then for MI6. Peter Howell had forgotten more about moving through potentially hostile territory than Smith had ever learned. "This wind won't carry our scent ahead of us," Peter explained. "If there are any dogs up there, they won't smell us coming." Peter slid his glove back on and led the way again. Both men crouched even lower as they came out onto the top of the shallow rise. They were within yards of an old, ruined barn, a hollowed-out, roofless wreck that was more a pile of broken, rotting boards than a standing structure. Beyond that, they could make out the shapes of two parked cars, the Volkswagen Passat belonging to Kit Pearson, and another, this one an older American make. And there was enough light leaking out through the mostly closed drapes of their target, a small one-story farmhouse, to make it glow brightly in their night vision gear. Smith saw that whoever owned the place had gone to the trouble of whacking away the tallest weeds and brambles in a rough circle around the building. He followed Peter down onto his belly and wriggled through the low grass after him, crossing the open space as quickly as possible to gain the cover provided by the parked cars. "Where to now?" he murmured. Peter nodded toward a big picture window on this side of the house, not far from the front door. "Over there, I should think," he said softly. "I thought I saw a shadow moving behind those drapes a moment ago. Worth a look, anyhow." He glanced at Smith. "Cover me, will you, John?" Smith tugged his Sig Sauer out of the holster. "Whenever you're ready." The other man nodded once. Then he crawled rapidly across the patch of oil-stained concrete and disappeared into a patch of tall brush growing right up against the side of the farmhouse. Only the night vision goggles he was wearing let Smith keep track of him. To anyone watching with unaided eyes, Peter would have seemed nothing more than a moving shadow, a shadow that simply vanished into blackness. The Englishman raised himself up onto his knees, carefully examining the window above him. Satisfied, he dropped flat and signaled John to come ahead. Smith crawled over to join him as fast as he could, feeling terribly exposed along every inch of the way. He wriggled the last few feet into the weeds and lay still, breathing heavily. Peter leaned close to his ear and motioned to the window. "Pearson is definitely inside." Smith smiled tightly. "Glad to hear it. I'd sure hate to have just wrecked my knees for nothing." He rolled onto his side and tugged a handheld laser surveillance kit out of one of the Velcro-sealed pouches on his combat vest. He slipped on the attached headset, flipped a switch to activate the low-powered IR laser, and carefully aimed the device at the window above them. If he could hold it steady enough, the laser beam would bounce back off the glass and pick up the vibrations induced in it by anyone talking inside the room. Then, assuming everything worked right, the electronics package should be able to translate those vibrations back into understandable sounds through his headphones. Almost to his surprise, the system worked. "Damn it, Kit," he heard a man's voice growl angrily. "You can't back out of this operation now. We're going ahead whether you like it or not. There are no other options. Either we destroy the Lazarus movement, or it destroys us." Chapter 30. Lazarus's Private Office. The man called Lazarus sat calmly behind a solid, age-darkened teak desk in his private office. The room was quiet, cool, and dimly lit. A ventilation system hummed softly in the background, bringing in air rigorously scrubbed clean of any trace of the outside world. Much of the desk was taken up with a large computer-driven display. With the gentle flick of a finger on his keyboard, Lazarus switched rapidly between views relayed from cameras around the globe. One, apparently mounted aboard an aircraft, showed the winding trace of a river unrolling 2,000 or 3,000 feet below. Villages, roads, bridges, and tracts of forest came into view and then slid off camera. Another camera showed a dingy street crowded with stripped and vandalized automobiles. The street was lined with drab concrete block buildings. Their windows and doors were heavily barricaded with steel bars. Below the images on his display, 3 digital readouts showed the local time, the time in Paris, and the time along the eastern seaboard of the United States. A secure satellite phone system sat next to the computer. Two blinking green lights indicated pending connections to two of his special action teams. Lazarus smiled, reveling in the exquisite sensation of watching a complex, intricately crafted plan unfolding with absolutely perfect timing. With one command, he had set in motion the last of his needed field experiments, the tests so necessary to refine his chosen instruments of the planet's salvation. With another, he would begin the series of actions intended to throw the CIA, the FBI, and the British Secret Intelligence Service into self-destructive chaos. Soon, he thought coldly. Very soon. As the sun rose higher today, a horrified world would start to see its worst fears about the United States confirmed. Alliances would shatter. Old wounds would reopen. Long-held rivalries would burst again into open conflict. And by the time the full magnitude of what was really happening became clear, it would be impossible for anyone to stop him. His internal phone chimed once. Lazarus tapped the speaker button. Yes? Our drones are within 50 kilometers of the target, reported the voice of his senior technician. Both are operating within the expected norms. Very good. Continue as planned, Lazarus ordered. He tapped the button, cutting the circuit. Another gentle flick of his finger completed the satellite connection to one of his action teams. The Paris operation is underway, he told the man waiting patiently on the other end. Be ready to carry out your instructions on my next signal. Rural Virginia. 3 big 4x4 trucks were parked just inside a patch of scrub pines growing along the crest of a ridge several hundred yards west of Burke's ramshackle farm. 12 men wearing black jackets and sweaters and dark-colored jeans waited in the shelter of this clump of stunted trees. 4 of them were posted as sentries at different points around the outside edge, keeping watch through British-made Simrad night vision binoculars. 7 squatted patiently on the sandy soil farther inside the grove. They were busy making last-minute weapons checks on their assortment of assault rifles, submachine guns, and pistols. The 12th, the tall, green-eyed man named Terse, sat in the cab of one of the 4x4s. Understood, he said into his secure cell phone. We are standing by. He hung up and went back to monitoring a heated conversation relayed through his radio set. An angry voice sounded in his headset. Either we destroy the Lazarus movement, or it destroys us. Melodrama doesn't suit you, Hal, a woman's voice answered icily. I'm not suggesting that we surrender to the movement, but toxin itself is no longer worth the price we're paying, or the risks we're running. And I meant what I said over the phone earlier. If this lousy operation blows up in my face, I don't plan to be the only one taking a fall. Listening to the transmission from a bug he had planted earlier that night, the second member of the Horatii nodded to himself. The CIA officer was quite right. FBI Deputy Assistant Director Catherine Pearson was no longer reliable. Not that it mattered very much anymore, he thought with a trace of grim amusement. Automatically, Terse checked the magazine on his Walther, screwed on the silencer, and then slid the pistol back into his coat pocket. He glanced at the luminous dial of his watch. There were only minutes at most remaining before he would need to act. A soft, insistent beep signaled a priority call from one of his sentries. He switched channels. Go ahead. This is McRae. There's something moving up near the house, the lookout warned in a soft lowland Scots burr. I'm on my way, Terse said. The big man slid out of the 4x4, ducking his head to clear the frame, and hurried to the edge of the pine woods. He found McRae crouched behind a fallen tree trunk overgrown with vines and moved low into position beside him. Take a look for yourself. In those bushes and tall grass close to the front door, the short, wiry Scot said, pointing. I can't make out anything now, mind you, but I saw movement there just a minute ago. The green-eyed man raised his own binoculars, slowly scanning the south side of Burke's house. Two man-shaped blotches leaped immediately into focus, bright white thermal blooms against the cooler gray of the dense vegetation in which they lay hidden. "You have very good eyes, McCrae," Terse said calmly. The night vision gear used by his sentries worked by amplifying all available ambient light. They turned night into eerie, green-tinted day, but they could not see heat in the way his special equipment could. Weighing over 5 pounds and with a price tag of nearly $60,000, his French-made Sophie thermal imaging binoculars were top of the line in every way and far more effective. At night, under these overcast skies, the best passive light intensifier systems had a maximum range of 300 or 400 yards, and often much less. In contrast, using thermal imaging, he could detect the heat signature made by a human being up to 2 miles away, even through thick cover. Terse wondered whether it was mere coincidence that these two spies appeared so soon after Kit Pearson arrived. Or had she brought them with her, either knowingly or unknowingly? The big man shrugged away the thought. He did not believe in coincidences. Nor, for that matter, did his ultimate employer. Terse considered his options. For a moment, he regretted the Center's decision to transfer his specialist sniper to the Paris-based security force. It would have been simpler and far less dangerous to eliminate these two enemies with a pair of well-aimed, long-range rifle shots. Then he quickly realized wishing would not alter the circumstances. His team was trained and equipped for close-quarters action, so those were the tactics he would have to employ. Terse handed the binoculars to McCrae. "Keep an eye on those two," he ordered coolly. "Let me know if they make any sudden moves." Then he pulled out his cell phone and hit a preset number. The phone on the other end rang once. "Burke here." "This is Terse," he said quietly. "Do not react openly in any way to what I am about to say. Do you understand me?" There was a short pause. "Yes, I understand you," Burke said at last. "Good. Now then listen carefully. My security team has detected hostile activity near your house. You are under close observation. Very close observation. Within meters, in fact." "That's very interesting," the CIA officer said tightly. He hesitated briefly. "Can your people handle this situation on their own?" "Most definitely," Terse assured him. "And do you have a time frame for that?" Burke asked. The big man's bright green eyes gleamed in the darkness. "Minutes, Mr. Burke. Only minutes." "I see." Again, Burke hesitated. Finally, he asked, "Should I consider this an interagency matter?" Terse knew that the other man was asking if Kit Pearson was somehow responsible for the snoopers, now almost literally on his doorstep. He smiled. At this point, whether that was true or not was immaterial. "I think it would be wise to do so." "That's too bad," the CIA officer said edgily. "Really too bad." "Yes, it is," the big man agreed. "For now, hold tight where you are. Out." Terse flipped the phone shut. Then he retrieved his thermal imaging binoculars from McCrae. "Go back to the vehicles and bring the others here," he said. "But I want them to come quietly." He grinned wolfishly. "Tell them they're going hunting." "Who was that, Hal?" Kit Pearson asked, clearly puzzled. "The duty officer at Langley," Burke told her, speaking slowly and distinctly. His voice sounded strained and unnatural. "The NSA just sent over a courier with a few movement-related intercepts." John Smith listened closely. He frowned. Still holding the laser microphone aimed at the window above him, he glanced at Peter Howell. "Something's wrong," he whispered. "Burke just got a phone call, and now he's gone all stiff. He's just bullshitting, not really saying anything." "Do you think he's tumbled to us?" Peter asked quietly. "Maybe." but I don't see how. We may have underestimated this fellow, Peter said. The corners of his mouth turned down. A cardinal sin in this line of work, I'm afraid. I suspect Mr. Burke of the CIA has more resources available to him here than we had hoped. Meaning he has backup? Quite possibly. The Englishman dug the USGS survey map out of one of the pockets on his vest and studied it, tracing the contour lines and terrain features with one gloved finger. He tapped the outline of a wooded ridge not far off to the west. If I wanted to keep a good, close eye on this house, that's where I would put my observation post. Smith felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. Peter was right. That ridge offered a clear view of most of the ground around the farmhouse, including their current position. What do you suggest? An immediate retreat, the pale-eyed man said crisply, stuffing the survey map back into his vest pocket. He pulled the Heckler & Koch MP5 submachine gun over his head and yanked back on the cocking handle, chambering a 9mm round. We don't know how strong the opposition is, and I don't see any point in loitering about to learn the hard way. We've acquired some useful information, John. Let's not push our luck further tonight. Smith nodded, already putting the laser microphone and its associated gear away. Good point. He readied his own submachine gun. Then follow me. Peter rolled to his feet and then, bent almost double, scurried back to the cover offered by the two cars parked close to the house. Smith followed him, moving as fast as he could while also staying low to the ground. At any second, he expected to hear a startled shout or feel the sudden impact of a bullet. But he heard and felt only the silence of the night and the pounding of his own accelerating pulse. From there, they moved past the ruined barn and on down the slope into the bramble-choked field below, trying to keep the bulk of the little hill between them and the higher ridge to the west. Peter led the way, ghosting quietly through the snarled clumps of thorns and waist-high weeds with a grace born out of years of training and experience. They were close to the edge of the stagnant pond when the Englishman suddenly went prone, hugging the dirt behind a patch of raspberry bushes. Smith dropped flat behind him and then crawled forward, using his elbows and knees while cradling the MP5 against his chest. He tried hard not to breathe in too deeply. They were below the level of the cool breeze whispering across the field, and the air was thick with the pent-up stench of algae and rotting fruit. Christ, Peter muttered. That's torn it. Listen. Smith heard the faint noise of a powerful engine, growing steadily louder. Cautiously, he raised his head to peer over the top of the closest bush. About 200 yards away, a large black 4x4 cruised slowly past on the county road, traveling east. It was driving without lights. You think they'll spot our cars? He asked softly. Peter nodded grimly. The small stand of trees in which they had parked would not hide their vehicles from a determined search. They're sure to, he said. And when they do, all hell will break loose, if it hasn't already. He glanced back over his shoulder. And it has, alas, he murmured. Take a look behind us, John, but do it slowly. Smith carefully turned his head and saw a skirmish line of 5 men wearing night vision goggles and dark clothing slowly descending the gentle slope behind them. Each carried a submachine gun or an assault rifle cradled in both hands. John felt his mouth go dry. The closest of the armed men hunting them was already just a little more than 100 yards away. He and Peter were trapped. Any ideas? Smith hissed. Yes. We drive those 5 men to ground and then we both run like rabbits, Peter answered. Stay away from the road, though. Not enough cover in that direction. We'll head north. He spun around and came up on one knee with his submachine gun at the ready, followed a second later by Smith. For an instant, John hesitated, pausing with his finger already on the trigger, wondering if he should shoot to kill or simply to frighten. Were these some of the same men who had already tried to kill him? Or allied to them? Or were they regular CIA personnel or private security guards roped in by Burke to guard his property? Their sudden movement attracted the attention of one of the gunmen moving down the hill. He froze. "Contact! Front!" he yelled in heavily accented English. Then he opened fire with his submachine gun, spraying a hail of 9mm bullets toward the two kneeling men. Smith's doubts dissolved as the incoming rounds snapped and whined through the air around him. These guys were mercenaries, and they were not trying to take prisoners. He and Peter fired back, squeezing off a series of aimed 3-round bursts with their MP5s, walking their fire from opposite ends of the enemy skirmish line toward the middle. One of the 5 gunmen screamed suddenly and folded over, hit in the stomach. The other 4 dived for cover. "Let's go," Peter said sharply, tapping Smith on the shoulder. Both men jumped to their feet and sprinted off into the darkness, angling north, well away from the county road. Again, the Englishman led the way, but this time he did not waste any time trying to find easier paths through the tangle of brush and brambles. Instead, he crashed right through even the densest briar patches at full bore. Stealth was out in favor of speed. They needed to cover as much ground as possible before the surviving gunmen recovered from their surprise and started shooting again. Smith ran fast, his heart pounding as he followed right in Peter's wake. He kept his gloved hands and the submachine gun out in front of him, trying to keep his face from being lacerated by the welter of splintered branches and sharp-edged thorns. Brambles tugged and tore at his arms and legs, jabbing and slashing right through the thick cloth. Sweat trickled down his forearms, stinging like fire when it mingled with his new puncture wounds, cuts and scrapes. More gunfire erupted behind them. Rounds zipped through the thick undergrowth on either side, clipping off leaves and twigs and spattering the fragments in all directions. The 2 men threw themselves down and wriggled round to face the way they had come, seeking cover in a slight depression worn away by runoff from the hill above them. "Determined bastards," Peter commented coolly, as rifle bullets and submachine gun rounds ripped past right over their heads. "I'll give them that." He listened intently. "That's only 2 men firing. We hit 1. So where are the other 2? "Closing in on us," Smith said grimly, "while their pals cover them." "Quite likely," Peter agreed. He smiled suddenly. "Let's teach them that's not such a good idea, shall we?" John nodded. "Right," Peter said calmly. "Here we go." Ignoring the bullets still tearing up the brush around them, both men reared up and began firing, again sweeping 3-round bursts back and forth across the field in front of them. Smith had a quick impression of startled yells and barely glimpsed shapes diving behind clumps of tall weeds and brambles. More weapons opened up with a stuttering, clattering roar as the gunmen they had driven prone began shooting back. Smith and Peter dropped back into the shallow drainage ditch and crawled rapidly away along its meandering trace. It fell away to the east, following the slight slope of the long-abandoned field. After moving about 50 yards, they risked poking their heads up for another quick look. One of their pursuers was still firing short bursts in their general direction in an effort to pin them down. The other 3 gunmen were in motion again, but they were also heading east, rapidly deploying into a dispersed firing line across the width of the 40-acre field. "Damn it," Peter said under his breath. "What the hell are they up to now?" Smith's eyes narrowed. Their enemies no longer seemed interested in closing with them. Instead, the bad guys were setting up a cordon that would effectively cut them off from the road and from the vehicles they had left hidden in among the trees still several hundred yards away. "We're being herded," he realized suddenly. The Englishman stared at him for a second or 2. Then his jaw tightened and he nodded abruptly. "You're right, John. I should have seen it sooner. They're acting as beaters, setting up to flush us out for the rest of the shooting party." He shook his head in disgust. "We're being treated like a covey of bloody grouse or quails." Almost against his will, Smith grinned back at him, fighting down the urge to laugh out loud. His old friends sounded genuinely insulted at being manipulated so contemptuously by their enemies. Peter turned his head, speculatively eyeing the rougher, even more overgrown stretch of old farmland to the north. They'll have a nasty little ambush set out somewhere up that way, he said, stripping out the used magazine on his submachine gun and inserting a new 30-round clip. Getting past that would be tricky. Sure, Smith said. But we do have at least one advantage. Peter raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh? Care to enlighten me? Yep. Smith patted his own MP5. The last time I checked, grouse and quails don't shoot back. This time it was Peter's turn to suppress a snort of rueful laughter. True enough, he agreed quietly. Very well, John. Let's go and see if we can turn the hunters into the hunted. They left the drainage ditch and crawled off to the north. Their path through the thick undergrowth was a circuitous one. They were following the rambling, narrow trails made by small animals that made their dens and warrens in the overgrown fields. Both men stayed very low, hugging the ground and using their feet, knees, and elbows to wriggle forward as fast as they could without making too much noise or shaking the tangled tufts of brush and grass above them. The knowledge that an enemy force lurked unseen somewhere ahead in the darkness again made stealth nearly as vital as speed. Smith could feel droplets of sweat rolling down through the dirt streaking his forehead. He shook them away impatiently, not wanting them to drip into his eyes under the mask holding his night vision goggles. Plant stalks and curling vines loomed up suddenly in his green-tinted vision and then vanished off to the sides as he squirmed past. Deep in the heart of these jumbled thickets, his field of view was down to just a few feet. The air was warm and thick with the smell of dank, mossy earth and fresh animal droppings. From time to time, bullets hissed over their heads or shredded the bushes and thickets off on either flank. All 4 of the mercenaries deployed in a line behind them were shooting now, firing occasional bursts into the field to force their unseen quarry toward the ambush set to kill them. Smith's breathing was becoming labored under the strain and physical exertion imposed by crawling so far and so rapidly. He concentrated on following Peter as closely as he could, watching carefully to see where the older man put his elbows and feet to avoid disturbing the vegetation through which they were moving. Suddenly, Peter froze. For long seconds he stayed absolutely motionless, watching and listening. Then slowly and carefully he held out one gloved hand and waved John forward to his side. Smith peered cautiously through a screen of tall grass, studying the terrain in front of them. They were very near the northern edge of the field. The weathered and rotting remnants of an old rail fence stretched to the east and west. Just beyond the broken-down fence, the ground fell away gently into a little hollow before rising again in a low embankment that ran off to the northeast. A few patches of scrub brush and small birch trees dotted the forward slopes of this rise, but the countryside was generally more open here, offering less cover and concealment. Peter jabbed a finger toward this elevation. Then he made the hand signal for enemy. Smith nodded. That embankment was a likely spot for the ambush they were being herded toward. Anyone stationed just behind its crest would have decent fields of observation and fire along most of this side of the run-down farm. He frowned. The odds against them were stacking up fast. Peter saw the look on his face and shrugged. Can't be helped, he murmured. He pulled the spent magazine for his MP5 out of the ammo pouch on his combat vest. He waited while John followed suit. Very well, Peter said very quietly. Here's the plan. He held up the empty magazine. As a distraction, we toss these as far to the right as we can. Then we make a dash over the crest, turn right, and assault along the reverse slope, killing hostiles we meet. Smith stared back at him. That's it? There's no time for anything fancy, John, the Englishman told him patiently. We must hit them hard and fast. Speed and audacity are the only cards we have to play. If either of us goes down, the other must press on without him. Agreed? Smith nodded. He did not like any of this, but the other man was right. In this situation, any delay, for any reason, even helping an injured friend, would be fatal. They were so heavily outnumbered that their only chance of escape was to fight their way through anyone in front of them and then keep on moving. Holding the empty magazine in his left hand and gripping the MP5 in his right, he rose slowly to one knee, getting ready to rush across the tumble-down fence and the open ground beyond it. Beside him, Peter did the same. Another burst of random gunfire broke out behind them. It faded, leaving only silence. "Here we go," Peter hissed. "Get ready. Set. Now." Both men hurled the empty clips as hard as they could, flinging them high into the air and off to the right. The curved metal magazines landed with a rustle and a clatter, suddenly loud in the night. Instantly, Smith jumped up and ran forward. He dived straight over the split-rail fence, hit the ground rolling, and bounced back up on his feet with Peter just a few yards away. Smith heard startled shouts from behind them and off to the right, but the enemy had spotted them too late. Still running flat out, he and Peter charged up the gentle slope and over the top of the low rise. Smith spun suddenly to the right, submachine gun gripped in both hands, searching for targets in the weird green half-light supplied by his night vision gear. There. He saw a shape moving beneath the low-hanging branches of a birch tree less than 10 yards away. It was a man who had been lying prone, peering over the crest, turning frantically toward them, trying to bring his own weapon, an Uzi, to bear. Reacting faster, John swung his own MP5 on target and squeezed the trigger, sending 3 9mm rounds into the enemy gunman at point-blank range. All 3 slammed home with tremendous force. The impact hurled the man backward. He slid to the ground and lay splayed against the chalk-white trunk of the birch tree. They glided on, following the embankment as it angled northeast and separating as they moved so that no single enemy burst could hit them both. The slope on this side was a mix of birch trees, scrub pines, and clumps of brush, all broken up by tiny patches of open ground. Confused by the sudden burst of shooting, the 4 mercenaries deployed as beaters to drive them into the ambush were firing wildly now, flaying the wrong side of the rise. Bullets ricocheting off trees tumbled high overhead, buzzing angrily like bees. Smith moved cautiously into a small clearing and caught a sudden flicker of movement out of the corner of his right eye. He spun around and saw the blackened barrel of an M16 assault rifle poking out from behind a vine-covered tree stump. It was traversing in his direction. He threw himself down just as the hidden gunman fired. One 5.56mm round grazed his left shoulder, tearing a bloody gash through cloth and skin. 2 more rifle bullets tore long furrows through the earth close by. John rolled away, desperately trying to shake the enemy rifleman's aim. More rounds followed him, again slashing at the ground only inches away from his head. Still rolling, he looked for cover, any kind of cover, within reach. There was nothing. He was trapped out in the open. And then Peter appeared behind him and opened fire, methodically hammering the tree stump with controlled bursts. Pieces of bark and shredded vine flew away through the air. The hidden rifleman screamed once, a piercing shriek, and then fell silent. "Are you all right, John?" Peter called softly. Smith checked himself over. The graze on his shoulder was bleeding and it would hurt like hell soon enough. But miraculously, that was the only wound he had taken. "I'm okay," he reported, still breathing hard as he recovered from the shock of nearly being gunned down so easily. Moving out into that clearing had been a big mistake, he realized. The kind of screw-up raw recruits made in training. He shook his head once, angry with himself for the error. "Then go make sure that bastard's really down and dead." "I'll cover you," Peter said urgently. "But do it quickly." "On my way." Smith scrambled back to his feet and moved out of the little space of open ground, circling through the undergrowth to come at the tree stump from behind and out of the Englishman's field of fire. He pushed cautiously through a tangle of tall brush and saw a body on the ground, face down. The M16 lay several feet away. Was the gunman really dead, or badly wounded, or only lying doggo, he wondered. For a moment, John thought about firing a quick burst into the body to finish the job. His finger tightened on the trigger. Then he eased off with a frown. In the heat of battle, he could gun down an enemy without hesitating, but he would not shoot someone who might be lying helpless and in terrible pain. Not and stay true to the oaths he had sworn, and, perhaps more important, to his own sense of right and wrong. Smith stepped closer, sighting along the barrel of the MP5. He could see blood on the ground, trickling out from under the man's body. The fallen rifleman was short and wiry, with a dusting of cropped reddish hair on the back of his small, round head. John drew nearer still, preparing to bend down and feel for a pulse. More gunshots rang out from somewhere not far ahead. They were answered immediately by a short burst from Peter's weapon. Distracted, Smith turned his head to try to see where the fire was coming from. He crouched lower, seeking cover. That was when the dead man lunged at him, hurling himself forward with lightning speed. He slammed headlong into John's stomach and knocked him down. The submachine gun went flying off into the bushes. Smith writhed away and saw a knife driving toward him. He rolled to the side and came back up, just in time to block another thrust with the outer edge of his left arm. The blade sliced through his sleeve and slashed the skin beneath. It grated off the bone, sending a wave of pain flaming through his mind. He forced the agony aside and struck back with the edge of his right hand, hacking down hard on the red-haired man's wrist. The knife fell out of the man's suddenly paralyzed fingers. Smith kept moving, reversing his strike, slamming his right elbow straight back into the shorter rifleman's nose. He felt a sickening crunch as the impact shattered pieces of cartilage, driving them upward and into his enemy's brain. The red-haired man dropped without a sound and lay motionless, dead for real this time. John sat back, breathing deeply. He could feel blood dripping from the deep gash on his left arm. I had better bind that up now, he thought dully. No point in leaving a blood trail for the bad guys to follow. He shook out a field dressing from one of the pockets on his vest and quickly wound the gauze and cotton around the injured arm. There was a soft whistle from the woods. He looked up as Peter loomed out of the darkness. Sorry about that, Peter said. Another one popped his head up and took a shot at me. Did you nail him? Oh, yes, Peter said with satisfaction. Well and truly. He dropped to one knee and rolled the red-haired man Smith had killed over onto his back. Peter's pale blue eyes widened slightly at the sight of the man's face, and he sucked in his breath. You recognize that guy? John asked, watching his reaction. Peter nodded. He looked up with a grim, worried expression on his weathered face. Fellow's name was McCrae, he said softly. When I knew him, he was a trooper in the SAS. Had a reputation as a troublemaker. Very good in any fight. A very nasty bastard out of one. Several years back, he crossed the line once too often and got himself booted out of the regiment. Last I heard, he was working as a mercenary in Africa and Asia, with the occasional bit of freelance work for various intelligence services. He got up and went over to retrieve Smith's submachine gun. Including MI6, John asked quietly, taking the weapon from him and climbing stiffly to his feet. Peter nodded reluctantly. On occasion. Do you think some of your people in London could be involved in this covert war Pearson and Burke are running? Smith said. Peter shrugged. At the moment, I don't really know what to think, John. He looked up as the rippling chatter of automatic weapons fire crashed out again from the other side of the low embankment. But for now, our friends over there are getting restless, and they'll be coming in this direction in force very soon. I think we'd best break contact while we can. We need to find a place where we can safely arrange new transport. Smith nodded. That made good sense. By now, their enemies were sure to have found the cars they had brought with them from Andrews Air Force Base. Trying to retrieve the two vehicles would only mean walking back into the trap they had just escaped. He felt something on his left arm, checking to make sure it had not yet soaked all the way through. It was still dry on the outside. He turned back to the Englishman. Okay, lead on, Peter. I'll keep an eye on the rear. The two men turned and trotted north, fading deeper into the darkened countryside, keeping to the shelter of the trees and tall brush whenever possible. Behind them, the harsh, echoing rattle of gunfire slowly died away. Chapter 31. The first burst of automatic weapons fire outside the farmhouse brought Kit Pearson to her feet in a rush. Drawing her service pistol, a 9mm Smith & Wesson, the FBI agent moved rapidly to the window, peering out through the narrow slit between the drapes. She could not see anything, but the sound of gunfire continued, echoing loudly across the low, rolling hills of the Virginia countryside. Heart pounding, she crouched lower. Whatever was going on had all the hallmarks of a pitched battle being fought close by. "Trouble, Kit?" she heard Hal Burke say with a nasty edge in his voice. Pearson glanced over her shoulder at him. Her eyes widened. The square-jawed CIA officer had drawn his own weapon, a Beretta, and he held it aimed right at her. "What kind of game are you playing, Hal?" she demanded, holding perfectly still, all too aware that, drunk or not, he could not miss at this range. Her mouth felt dry. She could see beads of sweat forming on Burke's forehead. The muscles around his right eye twitched slightly. "This is no game," he snapped back. "As I'm sure you know." He motioned with the muzzle of the Beretta. "Now I want you to put your weapon down on the floor, but carefully. Very carefully. And then I want you to sit back down in your chair, with your hands where I can see them." "Take it easy, Hal," Pearson said softly, trying hard to conceal her fear and her sudden conviction that Burke had lost his grip on reality. "I don't know what you think I've done, but I promise you that—" Her words were drowned by another burst of shooting from outside the house. "Do what I say, damn it," the CIA officer growled. His finger tightened dangerously on the trigger. "Move." Feeling ice cold, Pearson slowly knelt and put her Smith & Wesson down on the floor, butt first. "Now kick it toward me, but do it gently," Burke ordered. She complied, sliding the pistol toward him across the stained hardwood floor. "Sit." Angry now, both at the other man and with herself for being so afraid of him, Pearson obeyed, slowly lowering herself into the lumpy, frayed armchair. She held her hands up, palms outward, so that he could see that she was not an immediate threat. "I'd still like to know what I'm supposed to have done, Hal, and what all that shooting is about." Burke raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Why try to pull the innocent act, Kit? It's too late for that. You're not an idiot, and neither am I for that matter. Did you really think you could sneak an FBI surveillance team onto my property without my knowing?" She shook her head, desperately now. "I don't know what you're talking about. Nobody came with me, or followed me. I was clean all the way out from D.C. to here." "Lying won't get you anywhere," he said coldly. His right eye twitched again, fluttering rapidly as the muscles contracted and then relaxed. "In fact, it just pisses me off." The phone on his desk rang once. Without taking his eyes or his pistol off her, Burke reached out and grabbed it before it could ring again. "Yes," he said tightly. He listened for a moment and then shook his head. "No, I have the situation here under control. You can come ahead. The door's unlocked." He hung up. "Who was that?" she asked. The CIA officer smiled thinly, without any humor at all. "Someone who wants very much to meet you," he said. Bitterly regretting her earlier decision to confront Burke in person, Kit Pearson sat tensely in the armchair, rapidly considering various plans to extricate herself from this mess and then equally rapidly discarding them as impractical, suicidal, or both. She heard the front door open and then close. Her eyes widened as a very tall and very broad-shouldered man stepped quietly into the study, moving with the dangerous grace of a tiger. His curiously green eyes gleamed in the dim light cast by the lamp on Burke's desk. For a moment she thought he was the same man described by Colonel Smith in his report on the aftermath of the Teller Institute disaster, the leader of the terrorist unit that had conducted the attack. Then she shook her head. That was impossible. The leader of that attack had been consumed by the nanophages released by the bombs that had shattered the Institute's labs. "This is terse," Hal Burke said brusquely. "He commands one of my toxin action teams. His men were on guard outside. They're the ones who spotted your covert surveillance guys prowling around this house." "Whoever's out there isn't connected to me," Pearson said again, straining to put every ounce of conviction she could muster into her voice. Every FBI manual on the psychology of conspiracies stressed the inherent and overwhelming fears of those involved of betrayal from within. As head of the Bureau's counterterrorism division, she had often made use of those fears, playing on them to break apart suspected cells, turning the would-be terrorists on one another like rats trapped in a pit. She bit down on her lower lip, tasting the salt tang of her own blood. Now the same forces of paranoia and suspicions were at work here, threatening her life. "No dice, Kit," Burke told her coldly. "I don't believe in coincidences, so you're either a liar or a screw-up. And this operation can't afford either one." The big man named Terse said nothing at first. Instead, he reached down and scooped her pistol off the floor. He slid it into one of the pockets of his black windbreaker and then turned to the CIA officer. "Now, give me your own weapon, Mr. Burke," he said gently. "If you please." The smaller man blinked in surprise, plainly caught off guard by the request. "What?" "Give me your weapon," Terse repeated. He stepped closer to Burke, looming over the CIA officer. "It would be safer for us all." "Why?" The green-eyed man nodded at the half-empty bottle of Jim Beam on the desk. "Because you have been drinking a bit more than is wise, Mr. Burke, and I do not fully trust either your judgment or your reflexes at this moment. You can rest easy. My men have the situation well in hand." More gunfire rattled in the distance, farther away now. For the space of a heartbeat, Burke sat staring up at the taller man. His eyes narrowed angrily. But then he did as he was asked, handing the Beretta to Terse with a sullen frown. Kit Pearson felt some of the tension leave her shoulders. She breathed out. Whatever else he was, the leader of this toxin action team was no fool. Disarming Burke so quickly was a sound move. It was also one that might help her defuse this ridiculous and incendiary situation. She leaned forward. "Look, let's see what we can do to sort this mess out rationally," she said coolly. "First, if anyone from the FBI did tail me here, they certainly did it without my knowledge or my consent." "Be silent, Ms. Pearson," the green-eyed man said coldly. "I do not care how or why you were followed. Your motives and your competence, or lack of it, are immaterial." Kit Pearson stared back at him, suddenly aware that she was in as much danger from this man as she had been with Burke. And perhaps a great deal more. Near Paris. Engines buzzing softly, the two UAVs flew on at 3,000 feet. Below, forests, roads, and villages slid past and then vanished in the early morning haze behind them. The sun, rising east above the deep, undulating valleys of the Seine and the Marne, was a large ball of red fire outlined against the thin, fading gray mist. Closer to Paris, the landscape began changing, becoming more congested and crowded. Ancient villages surrounded by woods and farmland gave way to larger, more modern suburbs surrounded by intertwined motorways and rail lines. High-rise apartment buildings appeared ahead, stabbing up at irregular intervals in a great arc around the inner core of the city itself. Long white contrails formed in the sky high above the two robot aircraft, vast trails of ice crystals floating in the clear, cold air, each marking the passage of a large passenger jet. The UAVs were nearing the flight paths to and from two airports, Le Bourget and Charles de Gaulle. Given their very small size, the odds of radar detection were very low, but those who controlled them saw no point in taking unnecessary risks. Responding to pre-programmed instructions, each drone dropped lower, descending to just 500 feet and throttling back to maintain a near-constant airspeed of around 100 miles per hour. Field Experiment Operations Room, inside the center. The center's operations room was located deep within the complex, secure behind a number of locked doors accessible only to those with the very highest clearances. Inside the darkened chamber, several scientists and technicians sat in front of large consoles, constantly monitoring the pictures and data streaming in from Paris, both from the ground sensors planted at various points and those on board the two UAVs. Updates of wind direction, speed, humidity, and barometric pressure were automatically fed into a sophisticated targeting program. Two large screens showed the terrain ahead and below the twin drones. Numbers in the lower right corner of each display, the range to target, counted down, flickering from time to time as the program made carefully calculated adjustments to each robot aircraft's aim point. The control room personnel sat up straighter, watching with growing tension and excitement as those range numbers steadied up and began sliding ever more rapidly toward zero. 0.4 kilometers, 0.3 kilometers, 0.15 kilometers. The command "Initiate" flashed in red on both screens. Instantly, the targeting program transmitted an encrypted radio signal, relaying it through a communications satellite high above the Earth, and then back down to the drones aloft, just north of Paris. La Courneuve. More and more people ventured out on the dingy, run-down streets around the slum housing complexes of La Courneuve. A few were heading for the nearest metro station on their way to whatever menial jobs they had been able to find. More were women carrying baskets and bags. Mothers, wives, and grandmothers sent out to shop for the day's food. Some were families strolling toward the wooded spaces and parkland north of the suburb. Sunday morning was a rare opportunity for parents to give their children a taste of the open air away from the crime-ridden, graffiti-smeared streets and alleys and the trash-heaped hallways of the Cité des Quatre Mille. The thieves, thugs, pushers, and drug addicts who preyed on them were mostly asleep, barricaded in the bare concrete apartments provided by the French welfare state. Flying on parallel courses now, the two UAVs climbed again, rising to just over 1,000 feet. Still moving at 100 miles an hour, they crossed over a wide avenue and entered the airspace above La Courneuve. Aboard first one and then the other drone, control relays cycled, triggering the twin canisters slung below their wings. With a sinister hiss, each canister began spewing its contents in an invisible stream. Hundreds of billions of Stage 3 nanophages fell across a huge swath of La Courneuve, slowly raining down out of the sky in an undetected cloud of death and imminent slaughter. Vast numbers drifted among the thousands of unsuspecting people caught outside and were inhaled unnoticed, pulled into their lungs with every breath. Tens of billions more of the microscopic phages were drawn into the huge air ducts atop the slum high-rises and spread through ventilation shafts to apartments on every floor. Once the phages were inside, air currents wafted them through every room, settling unseen on those sleeping, drowsing in a drugged stupor or mindlessly watching television. Most of the phages stayed inert, conserving their limited power, silently spreading through the blood and tissues of those they had infected while awaiting the go signal that would unleash them. Like the Stage 2 nano devices used at the Teller Institute, however, roughly 1 out of every 100,000 was a control phage, a larger silicon sphere packed with a wide array of sophisticated biochemical sensors. Their power packs went active immediately. They scoured through their host bodies, seeking any trace of one of dozens of pre-coded conditions, illnesses, allergies, and syndromes. The first positive reading by any single sensor triggered an immediate burst of the messenger molecules that would send the smaller killer phages into a frenzy of destruction. Several miles south and west of La Courneuve, the six-man surveillance team occupied the upper floor and attic of an old gray stone building in the heart of the Marais district of Paris. Microwave and radio antennae dotted the steep, sloping, tiled roof above them, gathering every scrap of data beamed their way by the sensors and cameras set up around the nanophage target area. From there, the data flowed down into banks of networked computers. There it would be stored and evaluated to eventually be relayed by coded signal and satellite to the distant center. To conserve bandwidth and preserve operational security, only the most crucial information was passed on in real time. The white-haired man named Linden stared over the shoulder of one of his men, watching the data pour into his machines. Linden was careful to avoid looking too closely at a TV monitor showing images captured from the streets surrounding the Cité du 4000. Let the scientists observe their own handiwork, he thought grimly. He had his own tasks to perform. Instead, he glanced at another screen, this one showing pictures relayed from the two UAVs. They had completed their orbits over La Courneuve, and they were now flying east, roughly paralleling the course of the Canal de l'Ourcq. He keyed the radio mic attached to his headset, reporting to Nons at the launch site near Meaux. Field Experiment 3 is proceeding. Data collection is nominal. Your drones are on their programmed course and speed. ETA is roughly 20 minutes. Is there any sign of detection? The third of the Horatii asked calmly. Linden glanced at Vitor Abrantes. The young Portuguese was charged with monitoring all police, fire, ambulance, and air traffic control frequencies. Computers set to scan for certain key words aided him in this task. Anything? Linden asked. The young man shook his head. Nothing yet. The Parisian emergency operators have received several calls from the target area, but nothing they have so far been able to understand. Linden nodded. He and his team had received a cursory briefing on the effects of the Stage 3 nanophages, enough to know that the soft tissues of the mouth and tongue were among the first to dissolve. He clicked his mic again. You are clear so far, he told Nons. The authorities are still asleep. Brown-eyed, brown-haired, still slender and pretty, Nouria Besagir gripped the hand of her 5-year-old daughter Tassa tightly, urging the little girl across the street at a rapid pace. Her daughter, she knew, was both curious and easily distracted. Left to her own devices, Tassa was perfectly capable of standing still right in the middle of the road, caught up in the study of an interesting pattern in the cracked and potholed cement or of some intriguing bit of graffiti on a nearby building. True, there were not many cars on the streets of La Courneuve at this hour, but few drivers here paid much attention to traffic laws or to pedestrian safety. In this lawless neighborhood, part of what the French called the zone, hit and runs were a fairly common occurrence, certainly far more common than any police investigation of such accidents. Almost as important to Nouria was her desire to keep moving, to avoid drawing unwanted attention from any of the predatory men who loitered along these dingy streets or squatted in the shadowed alleys. 6 months ago, her husband had returned to his native Algeria on what he had told her was family business. And now he was dead, killed in a clash between the Algerian security forces and the Islamic rebels who periodically challenged that nation's authoritarian government. Word of his death had taken weeks to reach her, and she still did not know which of the two warring factions had murdered him. That made Nouria Besagir a widow whose French birth entitled her to a modest welfare allowance from the French government. In the eyes of the thieves, pimps, and rogues who essentially ran the affairs of the Cité du 4000, that small weekly stipend also made her a valuable commodity. Any one of them would be only too glad to offer her his dubious protection. at least in return for the chance to plunder her body and her money. Her lip curled in disgust at the thought. Allah only knew that her dead husband Hakim had been no great prize himself, but even so she would rather die than be fondled and then robbed by the human parasites she saw lurking all around her. And so Nuria walked quickly whenever and wherever she went outside her tiny apartment, and she always kept her gaze fixed firmly on the ground before her. Both she and her daughter also wore the hijab, the loose-fitting clothing, including headscarf, that marked them as Muslim females of decency and propriety. "Mama, look," Tasa exclaimed suddenly, pointing up into the blue sky above them. The little girl's voice was excited and shrill and piercing. "A big bird! Look at that big bird flying up there! It's enormous! Is it a condor? Or perhaps a roc? Like one from the stories? Oh, how Papa would have loved to have seen it!" Annoyed, Nuria shushed her daughter sternly. The very last thing they needed to be right now was conspicuous. Still walking fast, she pulled on Tassa's wrist, tugging her along the littered pavement. It was too late. A drunk with a matted beard and acne-pitted skin reeled out from a nearby alley, blocking their path. Nuria gagged as a choking stench of sour liquor and unwashed flesh rolled over her. After her first appalled look at this shambling wreck, she lowered her gaze and tried to walk around the man. He staggered closer, forcing her to step back. The drunk, with his eyes bulging, coughed and spat and then moaned, uttering a low, guttural groan that was more dog-like than human. Disgusted, Nuria grimaced and stepped back farther, pulling Tassa with her. Part of her ached that her beautiful little girl was being exposed to so much filth and degradation and depravity. Why, this cochon was so intoxicated that he could not even speak. She averted her eyes from the sight, wondering what she should do to get away from this stinking brute. Should she scoop Tassa up in her arms and make a dash back across the street? Or would that only draw even more unwanted attention? "Mama," her daughter murmured, "something awful is happening to him. See? He's bleeding all over." Nuria looked up and saw with horror that Tassa was right. The drunk had collapsed in front of her, falling onto his hands and knees. Blood trickled onto the pavement, dripping from his mouth and from the terrible wounds spreading along the length of his arms and legs. Strips of flesh peeled away from his face and dropped to the ground, already turning into a reddish, translucent slime. He moaned again, quivering wildly as spasms of agony racked his disintegrating body. Stifling her own terrified screams, Nuria backed away from the dying man, putting her hand over her daughter's eyes to shield her from the gruesome sight. Hearing more anguished howls behind her, she whirled round. Many of the other men, women, and children who had also been out along the street were on their knees or curled up in agony, screaming, groaning, and clawing at themselves in a mindless, twitching frenzy. Dozens were already affected, and even as she watched, more and more fell prey to the invisible horror stalking their neighborhood. For several seemingly endless seconds, Nuria only stared at the hellish scene around her in mounting dread, scarcely able to comprehend the magnitude of the slaughter happening right before her panicked eyes. Then she gathered Tassa in her arms and ran, scrambling toward the nearest doorway in a frantic effort to find shelter. But it was already far too late. Nuria Besagir felt the first burning waves of pain rippling outward from her heaving lungs, spreading with every breath through the rest of her body. Shrieking aloud in fear, she stumbled and fell, trying vainly to cushion her daughter against the impact with arms that were already disintegrating, shredding apart as skin and muscle tissue dissolved, pulling away from her bones. More knives of fire stabbed at her eyes. Her vision blurred, dimmed, and then vanished. With the last traces of nerves remaining in what was left of her once pretty face, she felt something wet and soft sliding out of her eye sockets. She sank to the pavement, praying for oblivion, praying for a death that would stop the pain racking every part of her flailing, shuddering body. She also prayed desperately for her daughter, hoping against hope that her little girl would be spared this same suffering. But in the end, before the final darkness claimed her, she knew that even this last prayer had been denied. "Mama," she heard Tassa whimper. "Mama, it hurts. It hurts so much." Chapter 32. Rural Virginia. Terse leaned back against one dark-paneled wall of Burke's small study. His posture was relaxed, almost casual, but his gaze was alert and focused. He still held the Beretta he had taken from the CIA officer. The 9mm pistol looked small in his large, gloved right hand. He smiled coldly, sensing the growing unease of the two Americans sitting motionless under his watchful eye. Neither Hal Burke nor Kit Pearson was used to being wholly subject to the will of another. It amused Terse to keep these two senior intelligence officials so completely under his thumb. He checked the small antique clock on Burke's desk. The last burst of gunfire outside had died away several minutes ago. By now, the spies his men were hunting should be dead. No matter how good their training was, no pair of FBI agents could possibly be a match for his own force of ex-commandos. A voice crackled through his radio headset. "This is Uchida. I have a situation report." Terse straightened up, hiding his surprise. Uchida, a former Japanese airborne trooper, was one of the 5 men he had assigned to drive the 2 intruders into the ambush carefully laid along the north edge of Burke's farm. Any reports should have come from the ambush party itself. "Go ahead," he replied. He listened to the other man's tale of utter disaster in silence, keeping a tight rein on his rising anger. 4 of his men were dead, including McCrae, his best tracker and scout. The ambush he had planned had been rolled up from the flank and wiped out. That was bad enough. Worst of all was the news that the shocked survivors of his security team had completely lost contact with the retreating Americans. Hearing that his forces had found and disabled 2 automobiles belonging to the intruders was small consolation. By now, they were undoubtedly in touch with their headquarters, reporting whatever they had heard and requesting urgent reinforcements. "Should we pursue?" Uchida ended by asking. "No," Terse snapped. "Fall back on your vehicles and await my instructions." He had been overconfident, and his team had paid a high price as a result. In the dark, the odds of regaining contact with the Americans before they received help were too low. And even in this open, unpopulated country, the sound of so much gunfire was bound to draw unwelcome attention. It was time to leave this place before the FBI or other law enforcement agencies could begin throwing a cordon around it. "Trouble?" Kit Pearson asked icily. The dark-haired woman had detected the anger and uncertainty in his voice. She sat up straighter in the armchair. "A minor setback," Terse lied smoothly, working hard to conceal and control his growing irritation and impatience. All of his training and psychological conditioning had taught him the uselessness of the weaker emotions. He waved her back down, using a small, almost imperceptible gesture with the Beretta. "Calm yourself, Ms. Pearson. All will be made clear in due time." The second of the Horatii checked the desk clock again, mentally adjusting for the 6-hour time difference between Virginia and Paris. The call would come soon, he thought. But would it come soon enough? Should he act without receiving specific orders? He pushed the thought away. His instructions were clear. His secure cell phone buzzed abruptly. He answered it. "Yes?" A voice on the other end, distorted faintly by encryption software and by multiple satellite relays, spoke calmly, issuing the command he had been waiting to hear. Field Experiment 3 has begun. You may proceed as planned. Understood, Terse said. Out. Smiling slightly now, he looked across the room at the dark-haired FBI agent. I hope you will accept my apology in advance, Ms. Pearson. She frowned, clearly puzzled. Your apology? For what? Terse shrugged. For this. In one smooth motion, he lifted the pistol he had confiscated from Burke and squeezed the trigger twice. The first shot hit her in the middle of the forehead. The second tore straight through her heart. With a soft sigh, she slumped back against the blood-spattered back of the armchair. Her dead, slate-gray eyes stared back at him, eternally fixed in an expression of utter astonishment. Good God! Hal Burke gripped the arms of his chair. The blood drained from his face, leaving it a sickly hue. He pulled his horrified gaze away from the murdered woman, turning to the big man towering over him. What the hell are you doing? He stammered. Following my orders, Terse told him simply. I never asked you to kill her, the CIA officer shouted. He swallowed convulsively, plainly fighting down the urge to be sick. No, you did not, the green-eyed man agreed. He placed the Beretta gently on the floor at his feet and pulled Kit Pearson's Smith & Wesson out of his pocket. He smiled again. But then, you do not truly understand the situation, Mr. Burke. Your so-called toxin was only a blind for a much larger operation, never a reality. And you are not the master here, only a servant. An expendable servant, alas. Burke's eyes opened wide in sudden, horrified understanding. He scrambled backward, trying desperately to stand up, to do something, anything, to fight back. He failed. Terse fired 3 9mm rounds into the CIA officer's stomach at point-blank range. Each bullet tore a huge hole through his back, spraying blood, bone fragments, and bits of internal organs across the swivel chair, desk, and computer screen behind him. Burke fell back into his seat. His fingers scrabbled vainly at the terrible wounds in his abdomen. His mouth opened and closed like a netted fish, gasping frantically for breath. With contemptuous ease, Terse reached out with his foot and shoved the swivel chair over, spilling the dying CIA officer onto the hardwood floor. Then he strode over and dropped the Smith & Wesson in Kit Pearson's blood-soaked lap. When he turned around, he saw Burke lying motionless, curled inward on himself in his final death agony. The tall, green-eyed man reached into his coat pocket and brought out a small, plastic-wrapped package with a digital timer attached to the top. Moving swiftly, with practiced ease, he set the timer for 20 seconds, triggered it, and set the package on the desk, just below the racks of Burke's computer and communications equipment. The digital readout began counting down. Terse stepped carefully around the CIA officer's body and out into the narrow hallway. Behind him, the timer hit 0. With a soft whoosh and a sudden white incandescent flash, the incendiary device he had planted detonated. Satisfied, he walked outside and pulled the front door closed behind him. Then he turned. Flames were already visible through the nearly closed drapes of the study window, dancing and growing as they spread rapidly across the furniture, books, equipment, and bodies inside. He punched in a preset number on his cell phone and waited patiently for the reply. "Make your report," ordered the same calm voice he had heard earlier. "Your instructions have been carried out," Terse told him. "The Americans will find only smoke and ashes, and evidence of their own complicity. As ordered, my team and I are returning to the center at once." Several thousand miles away, sitting in a cool, darkened room, the man called Lazarus smiled. "Very good," he said gently. Then he swung back to watch the data streaming in from Paris. Part 4. Chapter 33. Paris. The leader of the center's surveillance team, Willem Linden, flipped quickly from image to image on the large monitor set up in front of him, swiftly checking the TV pictures transmitted by the sensor packages mounted on lampposts around La Courneuve. The images were nearly identical. Each revealed long stretches of pavement and avenues strewn with small, sad heaps of slime-stained clothing and whitened bone. Shots from several cameras, those deployed around the perimeter of the target area, showed wrecked police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances, most with their engines running and their roof lights still flashing. The first emergency crews, rushing to answer frantic calls for help, had driven straight into the invisible nanophage cloud and died with those they had come to aid. Linden spoke into his mic, reporting to the distant center. There appear to be no survivors among those outside. That is excellent news, the faintly distorted voice of the man named Lazarus said. And the nanophages themselves. One moment, Linden said. He entered a series of codes on the keyboard set up before him. The TV pictures disappeared from his screen, replaced by a series of graphs, one for each deployed sensor package. Every gray box included an air scoop and collection kit designed to gather a representative sample of the nanophages falling through the air around them. As the white-haired man watched, lines on each graph suddenly spiked upward. Their self-destruct sequences have just activated, he reported. The spherical semiconductor shell of each Stage 3 nanophage contained a timed self-destruct mechanism to scramble its working core, the chemical loads that smashed peptide bonds. As these microscopic bomblets detonated, they released a small burst of intense heat. IR detectors inside the collection kits were picking up those bursts of heat. Linden saw the lines on each graph drop back to zero. Nanophage self-destruct complete, he said. Good, Lazarus replied. Proceed to the final phase of Field Experiment 3. Understood, Linden said. He entered another series of command sequences on his keyboard. Flashing red letters appeared on his screen. Charges activated. Several miles to the north and east, the demolition charges rigged at the base of each gray sensor box exploded. Fountains of blinding white flames soared high into the air as the white phosphorus filler in each charge ignited. In milliseconds, temperatures at the heart of each towering column of fire reached 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, consuming every separate element of the sensor boxes, inextricably mingling their metals and plastics with the now molten steel and iron of the lampposts. When the smoke and flames faded away, there were no usable traces left of the instruments, cameras, and communications devices set out to study the slaughter in La Courneuve. The White House. The persistent chirping of his phone roused President Sam Castilla from an uneasy, dream-filled sleep. He fumbled for his glasses, put them on, and saw from the clock on his nightstand that it was nearly 4:30 in the morning. The sky outside the White House family quarters was still pitch black, untouched by any hint of the approaching dawn. He grabbed the phone. Castilla here. I'm sorry to wake you, Mr. President, Emily Powell Hill said. His national security advisor sounded both weary and depressed. But there's a situation developing outside Paris that you need to know about. The first news is just hitting the airwaves. CNN, Fox, the BBC, all of them have the same rough details. Castilla sat up in bed, automatically glancing apologetically to his left for the early morning interruption before remembering that his wife, Cassie, was away on yet another international goodwill tour, this one through Asia. He felt a sharp pang of loneliness and then fought off the wave of sadness that came with it. The demands of the presidency were inexorable, he thought. You could not dodge them. You could not ignore them. You could only soldier on and try to honor the trust the people had placed in you. Among other things, that meant accepting periodic separations from the woman you loved. He punched the TV remote, bringing up one of the several competing 24-hour cable news channels. The screen showed the deserted streets of a suburb just outside Paris, filmed from a helicopter orbiting high overhead. Suddenly, the picture zoomed in, revealing hundreds of grotesque clumps of melted flesh and bone that had once been living human beings. Many thousands of people are feared dead, though the French government steadfastly refuses to speculate on either the cause or the magnitude of this apparent disaster. Outside observers, however, have commented on the striking similarities between the horrible deaths reported here and those blamed on nanophages released from the Teller Institute for Advanced Technology in Santa Fe, New Mexico, only days ago. But so far, it is impossible to confirm their suspicions. Only a few civil defense units equipped with full chemical protective suits have been allowed to enter La Courneuve in a frantic quest for survivors and answers. Shaken to his core, Castilla snapped off the television. "My God," he murmured. "It's happening again." "Yes, sir," Powell Hill replied grimly. "I'm afraid so." Still holding the phone, Castilla levered himself out of bed and threw a bathrobe over his pajamas. "Get everybody in here, Emily," he said, forcing himself to sound calmer and more in control than he felt. "I want a full NSC meeting in the Situation Room as soon as possible." He disconnected and punched in a new number. The phone on the other end rang only once before it was picked up. "Klein here, Mr. President." "Don't you ever sleep, Fred?" Castilla heard himself ask. "When I can, Sam," the head of Covert-One replied, "which is far less often than I would like. One of the hazards of the trade, I fear. Just like your job." "You've seen the news?" "Yes, I have," Klein confirmed. He hesitated. "As a matter of fact, I was just about to call you." "Concerning this new horror in Paris?" the president asked. "Not exactly," the other man said quietly. "Though I'm afraid that there may well be a connection. One I do not yet fully understand." He cleared his throat. "I've just received a very troubling report from Colonel Smith. Do you remember what Hideo Nomura said about his father's belief that the CIA was waging a covert war on the Lazarus movement?" "Yes, I do," Castilla said. "As I recall, Hideo first thought it was an indication of Jinjiro's increasingly shaky mental state. And we both agreed with him." "So we did." "Well, I'm sorry to have to tell you that it seems Jinjiro Nomura was right," Klein said somberly. "And we were both wrong. Dead wrong, Sam. I'm afraid that senior officials in the CIA and the FBI, and possibly other services, have been conducting an illegal campaign of sabotage, murder, and terrorism designed to discredit and destroy the movement." "That's an ugly accusation, Fred," Castilla said tightly. "A real ugly accusation. You'd better tell me exactly what you've got to back it up." The nation's chief executive listened in stunned silence while Klein recounted the damning evidence gathered by John Smith and Peter Howell, both in New Mexico and outside Hal Burke's country house. "Where are Smith and Howell now?" Castilla asked when the head of Covert-One finished bringing him up to speed. "In a car on their way back to Washington," the other man said. "They were able to break contact with the mercenaries who ambushed them roughly an hour ago. I dispatched support and transportation as soon as John was able to safely make contact with me." "Good," Castilla said. "Now, what about Burke, Pearson, and their hired guns? We need to arrest them and start getting to the bottom of this mess." "I have more bad news there," Klein said slowly. "My staff has been listening in on the police and fire department frequencies for that part of Virginia. Burke's farmhouse is on fire. Right now, the blaze is still out of control, and the local sheriff's department hasn't been able to find anyone responsible for all the shooting his neighbors reported. Nor have they found any bodies in the fields outside the house." "They're running," Castilla realized. "Someone is running," the head of Covert-One agreed. "But who and how far remain to be seen." So exactly how high up does the rot go? Castilla demanded. All the way up to David Hansen? Is my director of Central Intelligence conducting a clandestine war right under my nose? I wish I could answer that, Sam, Klein said slowly. But I can't. Nothing Smith found proves his involvement. He hesitated. I will say that I don't think Burke and Catherine Pearson could have organized an operation like this toxin all on their own. For one thing, it's too expensive. Just taking into account what little we know, the tab has to run into the millions of dollars. And neither of them had the authority to draw covert funds of that magnitude. This fellow Burke was one of Hansen's top men, wasn't he? The president said grimly. Back when he ran the CIA's operations directorate? Yes, Klein admitted. But I'm wary of jumping to conclusions. The CIA's financial controls are rock solid. I don't see how anyone inside the agency could hope to divert the kind of federal money necessary, not without leaving a trail a mile wide. Tampering with the agency's computerized personnel system is one thing. Ducking its auditors is quite another. Well, maybe the money came from somewhere else, Castilla suggested. He frowned. You heard what else Junjiro Nomura believed? That corporations and other intelligence services besides the CIA were going after the Lazarus movement. He might have been right about that, too. Possibly, Klein agreed. And there is another piece of the puzzle to consider. I ran a quick check on Burke's most recent assignments. One of them sticks out like a sore thumb. Before taking over the agency's Lazarus Movement task force, Hal Burke led one of the CIA teams searching for Junjiro Nomura. Oh, hell, Castilla muttered. We put the goddamn fox in charge of the chicken coop without even knowing it. I'm afraid so, Klein said quietly. But what I don't understand in any of this is the connection between the nanophage release in Santa Fe, and now possibly in Paris, and this toxin operation. If Burke and Pearson and others are trying to destroy the Lazarus movement, why orchestrate massacres that will only strengthen it? And where would they get access to this kind of ultra-sophisticated nanotechnology weapon? No kidding, agreed the president. He ran a hand through his rumpled hair, trying to smooth it down. This is one hell of a mess. And now I learn that I can't even rely on the CIA or the FBI to help uncover the truth. Damn it. I'm going to have to put Hansen, his top aides, and every senior bureau official through the ringer before the word of this illegal war against the movement leaks out. Because it will leak out. He sighed. And when it does, the congressional and media firestorm is going to make Iran-Contra look like a tempest in a teapot. You still have Covert-One, Klein reminded him. I know that, Castilla said heavily. And I'm counting on you and your people, Fred. You have to get out there and find the answers I need. We'll do our best, Sam, the other man assured him. Our very best. The Chiltern Hills, England. Early Sunday morning traffic was light on the multi-lane M40 motorway connecting London and Oxford. Oliver Latham's silver Jaguar sped southeast at high speed, racing through a landscape of green, rolling chalk hills, tiny villages with gray stone Norman churches, stretches of unspoiled woodland, and mist-draped valleys. But the wiry, hollow-cheeked Englishman paid no attention to the natural beauty around him. Instead, the head of MI6's Lazarus surveillance section was wholly focused on the news pouring out of his car radio. Initial reports from the French government do appear to connect the deaths in Le Courneuve with those outside the American Research Institute in the state of New Mexico, read the BBC announcer in the calm, cultured tones reserved for serious international developments. And tens of thousands of residents of the surrounding suburbs of Paris are said to be fleeing in panic, clogging the avenues and motor routes leaving the city. Army units and security forces are being deployed to control the evacuation and maintain the rule of law. Latham reached out and snapped the radio off, annoyed to find his hands trembling slightly. He had been fast asleep in his weekend country home outside Oxford when the first frantic call from MI6 headquarters reached him. Since then, he had experienced a succession of shocks. First came his inability to contact Hal Burke to find out what the devil was really happening in Paris. Just as Toxin seemed to be flying apart at the seams, the American had dropped completely out of sight. Next came the horrifying discovery that his superior, Sir Gareth Southgate, had put his own agent, Peter Howell, into the Lazarus movement without Latham's knowledge. That was bad enough. But now the head of MI6 was asking pointed questions about Ian McCrae and the other freelancers Latham sometimes hired for various missions. The Englishman grimaced, considering his options. How much did Howell know? How much had he reported to Southgate? If Toxin was well and truly blown, what kind of cover story could he produce to conceal his involvement with Burke? Deep in thought, Latham shoved down hard on the Jaguar's accelerator, swerving left to overtake and pass a heavy, lumbering lorry in the blink of an eye. He cut back into the same lane with just a meter to spare. The lorry driver flashed his lights at him in irritation and then leaned on his horn, sending a piercing note blaring across the motorway. The horn blast echoed back from the surrounding slopes. Latham ignored the angry gestures, concentrating instead on getting to London as quickly as possible. With luck, he could extricate himself unscathed from this mess. If not, he might be able to make some sort of deal, trading information about Toxin for the promise that he would not be prosecuted. Suddenly the Jaguar rattled and banged, shaken by a succession of small explosions. Its right front tire shredded and flew apart. Bits of rubber and metal bounced and rolled away, scattering across the road surface. Sparks flew high in the air, spraying over the bonnet and windscreen. The car swerved sharply to the right. Swearing loudly, Latham gripped the steering wheel in both hands and spun it right, trying to regain control over the skid. There was no response. The same series of tiny charges that had blown out the Jaguar's front tire had destroyed its steering system. He screamed shrilly, still desperately spinning the now useless wheel. Completely out of control now, the car careened across the motorway at high speed and then flipped over, sliding upside down for several hundred meters along the paved surface. The Jaguar came to rest at last in a tangle of torn metal, broken glass, and crumpled plastic. Less than a second later, another tiny explosive charge ignited the fuel seeping from its mangled gas tank, turning the wreckage into a blazing funeral pyre. The lorry drove past the burning wreck without stopping. It continued on, heading southeast along the M40 toward the crowded streets of London. Inside the cab, the driver, a middle-aged man with high Slavic cheekbones, slid the remote control back into the duffel bag at his feet. He leaned back, satisfied with the results of his morning's work. Lazarus would be pleased. Chapter 34. Washington, D.C. Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Smith looked down at K Street from the window of his 8th-floor room in the Capitol Hilton. It was just after dawn and the first rays of sunlight were beginning to chase the shadows from Washington's streets. Newspaper vans and delivery trucks rumbled along the empty avenues, breaking the silence of an early Sunday morning. There was a knock on his door. He turned away from the window and crossed the room in several long strides. A cautious glance through the peephole showed him Fred Klein's familiar, pale, long-nosed face. "It's good to see you, Colonel," the head of Covert-One said, once he was inside and the door was safely closed and bolted behind him. He glanced around the room, noting the unused bed and the muted television tuned to an all-news channel. It showed footage shot live from the military and police cordons set up around La Courneuve. Vast throngs of Parisians were gathering just beyond the barricades, screaming and chanting in soundless unison. Placards and protest signs blamed les Américains and their arme diabolique, their devil weapons, for the disaster that had claimed at least 20,000 lives by the most recent estimates. Klein raised a single eyebrow. Still too wound up to sleep? Smith smiled thinly. I can sleep on the plane, Fred. Oh? Klein said calmly. Are you planning some travel? Smith shrugged his shoulders. Aren't I? The other man relented. He tossed his briefcase onto the bed and perched himself on a corner. As a matter of fact, you're quite right, John, he admitted. I do want you to fly out to Paris. When? As soon as I can get you out to Dulles, Klein told him. There's a Lufthansa flight leaving for Charles de Gaulle around 10. Your tickets and travel documents are in my case. He pointed to the bandage wrapped around Smith's left arm. Will that knife wound give you any trouble? It could use some stitches, John said carefully. And I should take some antibiotics as a precaution. I'll arrange it, Klein promised. He checked his watch. I'll have another medical doctor meet you at the airport before your flight. He's discreet, and he's done some good work for us in the past. What about Peter Howell? Smith asked. I could use his help in whatever mission you've got planned for me in Paris. Klein frowned. Howell would have to make his own way there, he said firmly. I won't risk compromising Covert-One by making travel arrangements for a known British intelligence agent. Plus, you'll have to maintain the fiction that you're working for the Pentagon. Fair enough, Smith said. And my cover for this jaunt? No cover, Klein said. You'll be traveling as yourself, as Dr. Jonathan Smith of U.S. AMRID. I've arranged your temporary accreditation to the U.S. Embassy in Paris. With all this political hysteria building, he nodded at the TV screen, where protesters were now burning several American flags. The French government can't afford to be seen working with any U.S. intelligence service or with the American military. But they are willing to allow medical and scientific experts in to observe. At least so long as they do so with maximum discretion. Of course, if you land in any trouble, the authorities there will deny you were ever extended an official invitation. Smith snorted. Naturally. He paced back to the window, staring down, still restless. Then he turned back. Do you have anything specific for me to look into once I get there? Or am I just supposed to sniff around to see what turns up? Something specific, Klein said quietly. He reached over and pulled a manila folder out of his briefcase. Take a look at those. Smith flipped open the folder. It contained 2 single sheets, each a copy of a top-secret cable from the CIA's Paris station to its Langley headquarters. Both had been sent within the past 10 hours. The first reported a series of astonishing observations made by a surveillance team trailing a terrorist suspect inside La Courneuve. Smith felt his hackles rise as he read the description of the sensor boxes rigged on street lamps around the district. The second cable reported the progress being made in tracing the license plate numbers of the vehicles driven by those involved. He looked up at Klein in amazement. Jesus, this stuff is red hot. What are the boys at Langley doing about it? Nothing. Smith was bewildered. Nothing? The CIA, Klein patiently explained, is too busy right now investigating itself for gross malfeasance, murder, money laundering, sabotage, and terrorism. So, for that matter, is the FBI. Because of Burke and Pearson, Smith realized. And possibly others, Klein agreed. There are indications that at least one senior official in MI6 may also have been involved in Toxin. The head of their Lazarus surveillance section was killed in a single-car accident a couple of hours ago. An accident the local police are already labeling suspicious. He looked down at his fingertips. I should also tell you that the sheriff's department has found both Hal Burke and Kit Pearson. And they're dead too, I suppose, Smith said grimly. Klein nodded. Their bodies were discovered inside the charred remains of Burke's farmhouse. The preliminary forensics work seems to indicate that they shot each other before the fire took hold. He sniffed. Frankly, I find that far too convenient. Someone out there is playing a series of dirty games with us. Swell. It's a bad situation, John, the head of Covert-One agreed somberly. The collapse of this illegal operation is paralyzing 3 of the best intelligence services in the world, right at the moment when their skills and efforts are most needed. He fumbled in his jacket pocket for his pipe and tobacco pouch, saw the no smoking sign prominently displayed on the door, and then stuffed them back with a distracted frown. Curious, isn't it? Smith whistled softly. You think that was intended all along, don't you? By whoever's really responsible for these mass nanophage attacks? Klein shrugged. Maybe. If not, it's all one hell of a nasty coincidence. I don't put much faith in coincidences myself, Smith said flatly. Nor do I. The long, lean head of Covert-One stood up. Which means we're up against a very dangerous opponent here, John. One with enormous resources and with the ruthlessness to make full use of every scrap of power it possesses. Worse yet, he said softly, this is an enemy whose identity is still completely unknown to us, which means we have no way to discern its purposes or to defend ourselves against them. Smith nodded, feeling chilled to the bone by Klein's warning. He paced back to the window, again staring down at the quiet streets of the nation's capital. What was the real aim behind the 2 separate nanophage releases in Santa Fe and Paris? Sure, both attacks had killed thousands of innocent civilians, but there were easier and cheaper ways to commit mass murder on that scale. The nano devices used in those 2 places represented an incredibly sophisticated level of bioengineering and production technology. Developing them had to have cost tens of millions of dollars, maybe even hundreds of millions. He shook his head. None of what was happening made much sense, at least on the surface. Terrorist groups with that kind of money would find it far safer and more convenient to buy nukes or poison gas or existing biological weapons on the world black market. Nor would ordinary terrorists find it easy to gain access to the kind of high-tech lab equipment and space needed to produce these killer nanophages. Smith straightened up, suddenly sure that this unseen enemy had a far deeper and darker goal in mind. A goal it was moving toward with speed and precision. The slaughters in New Mexico and France were only the beginning, he thought coldly, the mere foretaste of acts even more diabolical and destructive. Chapter 35. Nanophage Production Facility inside the center. An endless succession of numbers and graphs passed on by satellite link from Paris scrolled slowly across a large computer screen. In the darkened room, the flowing numbers and graphs were eerily reflected in the thick safety glasses worn by 2 molecular scientists. These men, the chief architects of the nanophage development program, were studying each piece of new data as it arrived. It's clear that releasing the nanophages from altitude was extremely effective, the senior member of the pair remarked. The enhanced sensor arrays in our control phages also achieved optimal results. For that matter, so did our new self-destruct system. His subordinate nodded. By every practical measure, the remaining engineering problems of their early design nanophages had been solved. Their Stage 3 devices no longer needed specific sets of narrowly defined biological signatures to home in on their targets. In one short step, their kill ratio had risen from only around a third of those contaminated to nearly everyone caught inside the nanophage cloud. Plus, the improved chemical loads contained inside each shell had proved their effectiveness by almost entirely consuming all those attacked. The pale, polished bone fragments left on the pavements of La Courneuve were a far cry from the bloated, half-eaten corpses littering Gusasa, or the unpleasant, blood-tinged slime strewn across the grounds outside the Teller Institute. I recommend that we declare the weapons fully operational and move immediately to a full production run, the younger man said confidently. Any further design modifications suggested by new data can be carried out later. I agree, the chief scientist said. Lazarus will be pleased. outside the center. Flanked by two plainclothes bodyguards, Jinjiro Nomura stepped out into the open air for the first time in almost a year. For a moment, the small, elderly Japanese man stood rooted to the earth, blinking, briefly dazzled by the sight of the sun high overhead. A cool sea breeze ruffled through the thin wisps of white hair on his head. "If you please, sir," one of the guards murmured politely, offering him a pair of sunglasses. "They are ready for us now. The first of the Thanatos prototypes is on final approach." Jinjiro Nomura nodded calmly. He took the glasses and put them on. Behind him, the massive door slid shut, again sealing the main corridor that led to the center's living quarters, control center, administrative offices, and ultimately, nanophage production facility hidden deep within the huge building. From the outside and from the air, the whole complex appeared to be nothing more than a metal-roofed concrete warehouse, one essentially identical to the thousands of other low-cost industrial storage facilities scattered around the globe. Its intricate systems of chemical storage and piping, airlocks, concentric layers of ever more rigidly maintained clean rooms, and elaborate banks of networked supercomputers were completely camouflaged by that plain, rusting, weather-beaten exterior. Paced by his guards, Nomura marched down a gravel path and onto the edge of a tarmac, part of an immensely long concrete runway that stretched north and south for thousands of feet. Large aircraft hangars and aviation fuel tanks were visible at either end, along with several parked cargo and passenger jets. A tall metal fence, topped by coils of razor wire, surrounded the airfield and its associated buildings. The western horizon was an unbroken vista of rolling waves, crashing and foaming all along the coast. Off to the east, flat green fields dotted by grazing sheep and cattle ran for miles, rising toward a distant peak covered with trees. He stopped near a small knot of white-coated engineers and scientists, all of whom were eagerly scanning the northern horizon. "Soon," one of them told the others, consulting his watch. He turned his head, checking the position of the sun through eyes narrowed against the glare. "The craft's solar power system is functioning perfectly, and the onboard fuel cells have finished cycling into standby mode." "There it is," another said excitedly, pointing north. A thin, dark line, at first barely visible against the clear blue sky, suddenly appeared there, growing steadily as it slowly descended toward the runway. Jinjiro Nomura watched intently as the strange aerial vehicle, codenamed Thanatos by its designers, drew nearer. It was an enormous flying wing aircraft, without a fuselage or a tail, but with a wingspan larger than that of a Boeing 747. 14 small twin-bladed propellers mounted along the length of the huge wing whirred almost noiselessly, pulling it through the air at less than 30 miles an hour. As the aircraft banked slightly, lining up with the runway, the 60,000 solar cells installed on its gossamer-thin upper surface shimmered brightly in the sun. Footsteps crunched softly across the tarmac behind him. Nomura stayed motionless, watching the enormous craft drift lower still as it came in for a landing. For the first time, the engineering specifications and drawings he had studied took shape in his mind. Modeled on prototypes first flown by NASA, Thanatos was an ultra-light all-wing aircraft constructed of radar-absorbent composite materials, carbon fiber, graphite epoxy, Kevlar and Nomex wraps, and advanced plastics. Even with a full payload, it weighed less than 2,000 pounds. But it could reach altitudes of nearly 100,000 feet and stay aloft under its own power for weeks and months at a time, spanning whole continents and oceans. 5 underwing aerodynamic pods carried its flight control computers, data instrumentation, backup fuel cell systems for night flying, and attachment points for the multiple cylinders that would contain its sinister payload. NASA had designated its test aircraft Helios, after the ancient Greek god of the sun. It was an apt name for a vehicle meant to soar through the upper reaches on solar power. Jinjiro frowned. In the same way, Thanatos, the Greek personification of death, was the perfect appellation for the intended use of this flying wing. "Beautiful, is it not?" an all-too-familiar voice said quietly in his ear. "So large, and yet so delicate, so graceful, so feather-light. Surely you can see that Thanatos is more a wisp of cloud blown by the breath of the gods than it is a creation of brutish man." Jinjiro nodded gravely. "That is so. In itself, this device is beautiful." Grimly he turned to face the man standing close behind him. "But your evil purposes pervert it, as they do all things you touch. Lazarus. You honor me with that name." "Father," Hideo Nomura replied, smiling tightly. All that I have done, I have done." "The same. My fellows and I wanted to restore and save this ravaged world from the perils posed by uncontrolled science. Under our leadership, the movement was dedicated to life, not to death. But you and your comrades made one fundamental error, Father," Hideo told him quietly. "You misunderstood the nature of the crisis facing our world. Science and technology do not threaten the survival of the Earth. They are only tools, the means to a necessary end. Tools for those like me with the courage and the clarity of vision to make full use of them." "As weapons of mass slaughter," Jinjiro snapped. "For all your noble words, you are nothing more than a murderer." Hideo replied coldly. "I will do what must be done, Father. In its present state, the human race itself is the enemy, the true threat to the world we both love." He shrugged. "In your heart, you know that I am right. Imagine 7 billion greedy, grasping, violent animals roaming this one small, fragile planet. They are as dangerous to the Earth as any unchecked cancer would be to the body. The world cannot sustain so heavy a burden. That is why, like any mutating cancer, the worst of mankind must be eliminated, no matter how painful and unpleasant the task will be. Using your devil's weapon, these nanophages," his father said harshly. The younger Nomura nodded. "Imagine Thanatos, and dozens like it. Imagine them gliding high above the surface, silent and almost entirely invisible to radar. From them will fall a gentle rain, drops so small that they too will go unnoticed. At least, until it is far too late." "Where?" Jinjiro asked, ashen-faced. Hideo showed his teeth. "First, Thanatos and its kin will fly to America, a country that is soulless, powerful, and corrupt. It must be destroyed to make room for the new world order to come. Europe, another source of materialist contagion, will follow. Then my nanophages will cleanse Africa and the Middle East, those cesspools of terror, disease, starvation, cruelty, and religious fanaticism. China, too, bloated and too mindful of its ancient power, must be humbled." "And how many people will die before you are finished?" his father whispered. Hideo shrugged. 5 billion? 6 billion? He suggested. "Who can say exactly? But those who are left alive will soon understand the value of the gift they have been given. A world whose balance has been restored. A world whose resources and infrastructure are left intact, undamaged by the madness of war or all-consuming greed." For a long moment the older man could only stare at his son, the man who was now Lazarus, in horror. "You shame me," he said at last. "And you shame our ancestors." He turned to his guards. "Take me back to my prison cell," he said softly. "The very presence of this monster in human form sickens me." Hideo Nomura nodded tightly to the two poker-faced men. "Do as the old fool asks," he said icily. Then stepped back and stood in silence, watching his father march away to renewed captivity. His eyes were hooded. As so often before, Jinjiro had disappointed him, had even betrayed him with the shallowness of his thoughts and with his lack of courage. Even now, his father was too blind to admire the achievements of his only son. Or perhaps, Hideo thought, savoring an old and bitter resentment from his vanished childhood, his father was simply too jealous or cold-hearted to offer the praise that was his due. And praise was due. Of that he was sure. For years, the younger head of Nomura Pharmatech had worked almost day and night to make his vision of a cleaner, less crowded, and more peaceful world a reality. First, careful planning had made it possible to build, staff, and fund this hidden nanotechnology lab without drawing unwelcome attention from his shareholders or from anyone else. None of his many competitors had ever suspected that Nomura, apparently lagging behind in the nanotech applications race, was in truth months or years ahead of them. Next had come the intricate task of subverting the Lazarus movement, of bending the loose organization slowly and inexorably to his unseen will. Movement leaders who opposed him had been pushed aside or killed, usually by one of the Horatii, the trio of assassins whose creation and training he had financed. Best of all, every unexplained death had acted as a spur toward further radicalism by those who were left alive. Arranging the mysterious disappearance of his own father, the last of the original Lazarus 9, had been comparative child's play. Once that was accomplished, Hideo had been free to secretly gather all of the frightened movement's reins into his own hands. Best of all, though, the CIA-led search for Jinjiro had brought him into contact with Hal Burke. And with that, the last piece of Hideo's plan had fallen suddenly into place. Hideo laughed coldly and quietly, remembering the ease with which he had gulled the CIA agent, and through him, others in the American and British intelligence services, playing on their paranoid fears of terrorism. By feeding them ever more damaging information about the movement, he had manipulated Burke and his associates into launching their foolish and illegal war. From that day forward, all events had been managed according to his will, and his will alone. The results spoke for themselves. The world's population was increasingly terrified and hunting for scapegoats. His competitors like Harcourt Biosciences were helpless, buried by an avalanche of new government restrictions on their research. The Lazarus movement was growing stronger and more violent. And now the American and British spy services were rendered helpless by scandal and corrosive suspicion. By the time the first murderous rain of nanophages fell on Washington, D.C., New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles, it would be impossible for anyone to uncover the terrible truth. Hideo Nomura smiled to himself. After all, he thought savagely, how better to win a game than to play both sides at once? Chapter 36. Lazarus Address. The new digital video of Lazarus released by the movement repeated the pattern of his first world broadcast in the wake of the Teller Institute massacre. Pieces of untraceable footage arrived simultaneously in TV studios around the globe, each one with a different digitally constructed image of Lazarus designed to appeal to a particular audience. "It is no longer possible to hide from the truth," Lazarus said sadly. "The horrors we have witnessed testify that a new weapon is being unleashed on humanity, a weapon forged by a cruel and unnatural science. Humankind stands at a crossroads. Down one road, the road charted by our movement, lies a world of peace and tranquility. Down the other, a path laid down by greedy men obsessed by power and profit, lies a world racked by war and genocide, a world of carnage and catastrophe." The Lazarus figure stared straight into the camera. "We must choose which of these two futures we will embrace," he said. "The ruinous advances of nanotechnology, genetic meddling, and cloning must be abandoned or suppressed before they destroy us all. Accordingly, the movement calls on all governments, especially those in the so-called civilized nations of the West and the United States in particular, to immediately ban the study, development, and use of these sinister, life-destroying technologies." The face of Lazarus grew stern. "Should any government fail to heed this demand, we will take matters into our own hands. We must act. We must save ourselves, our families, our races, and the earth we all love. This is a struggle for the future of humankind, and there is no time for further delay, no more room for neutrality. In this conflict, anyone who will not join us stands against us. Let those who are wise heed this warning." Berlin. Thousands of demonstrators poured onto Berlin's Grand Central Boulevard, Unter den Linden, their numbers swelling fast with every passing minute. Scores of scarlet and green Lazarus Movement banners fluttered near the front of the chanting crowd as it moved east from the chariot-topped Brandenburger Tor. Behind them came a growing array of other flags, placards, and posters. The Greens and Germany's other major environmental and anti-globalization groups were joining the movement in a major show of force. Their chants echoed harshly off the stone facades of the enormous public buildings lining the wide avenue. "No to nanotech. Stop the madness. Break the American war machine. Let Lazarus lead." The CNN crew covering the protest moved back up the steep steps of the Staatsoper, the State Opera House, a still elegant 19th century building fronted by massive columns, seeking both a better vantage point and shelter from the angry crowd. The reporter, a slender, pretty brunette in her early 30s, had to shout into her microphone to be heard over the tumult spreading through the streets of the German capital. "This demonstration seems to have taken the authorities here almost completely by surprise, John. What began 2 hours ago as just a small band of protesters inspired by the most recent Lazarus video has now become one of the largest political gatherings seen since the wall came down. And now we understand that similar mass rallies against nanotechnology and U.S. policy are developing in cities around the world. In Rome, Madrid, Tokyo, Cairo, Rio de Janeiro, San Francisco, and many others." She looked out over the sea of flags and signs flowing past the Opera House. "So far, the crowd here in Berlin has stayed relatively peaceful, but officials fear that anarchists may peel off at any moment to begin smashing stores and office buildings owned by various American corporations. Corporations the Lazarus Movement calls part of the death machine culture. As the situation develops, we'll be standing by to bring it to you live." Near Cape Town, South Africa. 25 kilometers south of Cape Town, thick columns of black smoke billowed high above the Capricorn Business and Technology Park, staining the red-hued evening sky. Nearly a dozen once gleaming buildings were on fire inside the high-tech industrial and research facility. Thousands of rioters swarmed along the ring road circling a central lake, smashing windows, overturning cars, and setting new blazes wherever they could. At first, The rampaging mob had aimed its efforts at American-owned biotech labs, but now, gripped by hysteria and rage, they were lashing out at every science-based business and firm in sight, destroying property and equipment worth tens of millions of dollars with total abandon. The police, heavily outnumbered and unwilling to confront the screaming crowd with deadly force, had withdrawn from Capricorn and now manned a perimeter well outside the complex, hoping only to keep the destruction from spilling over into the surrounding suburbs. More pillars of smoke began rising from the ruined technology park as the strengthening wind whipped new fires through the looted buildings. CBS News. Breaking story. America's Secret War. America's daytime TV viewers, tuning in to watch their favorite game shows or soap operas, instead found themselves watching non-stop news bulletins as the major networks and cable channels raced to keep up with events around the world. As the violence spread through countries on 5 continents, not even the veteran CBS anchor could contain his growing excitement. "Hold on to your hats, folks," he said in a southern drawl that deepened with every passing minute. "Because this wild ride is getting even wilder. French television has just dropped a bombshell, charging that the CIA and the FBI, with help from the British, have been conducting a secret campaign of murder and sabotage against the Lazarus movement. Reporters in Paris say they can prove that former U.S. and British commandos and spies are responsible for the deaths of Lazarus leaders and activists around the world, including here in the United States. They also claim these attacks could only have been authorized at the very highest levels of the American and British governments." The anchor looked up, speaking right into the camera with a grave expression on his face. Now, when our reporters asked officials in Washington and London to comment, they were given the royal brush-off. Everyone from the president and prime minister on down is refusing to say anything of substance to the press. No one knows whether that's just the usual reluctance to comment on intelligence operations and on criminal investigations, or if it's because there's fire under all this smoke. But one thing is certain. The angry people across the globe burning all those American flags and smashing up American-owned businesses aren't going to wait to find out. White House Situation Room. Listen very closely, Mr. Hansen. I don't want to hear any more waffling or evasion or bureaucratic mumbo-jumbo. I want the truth, and I want it now, President Sam Castilla growled. He glared down the long table at his uncharacteristically silent CIA director. Ordinarily trim and dapper under even the most trying circumstances, David Hansen looked a wreck. There were deep shadows under his eyes, and his rumpled suit looked as though he had slept in it. He held a pen clutched tightly in the fingers of his right hand in a futile effort to hide the fact that his hands were trembling slightly. "I've told you what little I know, Mr. President," he said warily. "We're digging as deeply as we can into our files, but so far we haven't found anything even remotely connected to this so-called toxin operation. If Hal Burke was involved in anything illegal, I'm certain that he was running it on his own hook, without authorization or help from anyone else in the CIA." Emily Powell Hill leaned forward in her seat. "Just how stupid do you think people are, David?" the National Security Advisor asked bitterly. "Do you think anyone's going to believe that Burke and Pearson were paying for a multi-million-dollar covert operation out of their own pockets, all with their personal savings and government salaries?" "I understand the difficulties," Hansen snapped in frustration. "But my people and I are working on this as hard and as fast as we can. Right now, I've got my security personnel combing through the records and logs of every operation Burke was ever involved in, looking for anything remotely suspicious. Plus, we're setting up polygraph tests for every officer and analyst in Burke's Lazarus Movement section. If anyone else inside the CIA was involved, we'll nail them. But it's going to take time." He frowned. "I've also sent orders to every CIA station around the world, immediately terminating any operation that involves the movement. By now, there shouldn't be an agency surveillance team within shouting distance of any Lazarus building or operative." "That's not good enough," Powell Hill told him. "We're getting killed over this, both domestically and overseas." Heads nodded grimly around the Situation Room conference table. Coming as it did right on the heels of the nanophage butchery in La Courneuve, the press reports of an illegal clandestine operation against the Lazarus movement had been perfectly timed to inflict the maximum amount of damage on American credibility around the world. It had landed on the world stage like a match tossed into a room full of leaking gasoline drums, and the movement was perfectly positioned to profit from the resulting explosion of anger and outrage. What had been a relatively minor nuisance for most governments and businesses was rapidly growing into a major force in global politics. More and more countries were aligning themselves with the movement's demands for an immediate ban on all nanotech research. And now every lunatic who claims that we're testing some sort of nanotech-based genocide weapon is being treated respectfully by the international media, by the BBC, the other European networks, Al Jazeera and the rest, the National Security Advisor continued. The French have already recalled their ambassador for so-called consultations. A lot of other nations are going to do the same thing in a tearing hurry. The longer this drags on, the more damage we're going to suffer to our alliances and our ability to influence events. Castilla nodded tightly. The phone call he had received from the French president had been full of ugly accusations and barely concealed contempt. "We're in almost as much trouble on the Hill," Charles Urey added. The White House chief of staff sighed. "Practically every congressman and senator who was screaming at us to go after the Lazarus movement has already pulled a full 180-degree turn. Now they're falling all over themselves to put together a Watergate-style investigative committee. The wilder talking heads are already discussing a possible impeachment. And even our usual friends are lying low while they wait to see which way the political winds are blowing." Castilla grimaced. Too many of the men and women serving in Congress were political opportunists by habit, inclination, and experience. When a president was popular, they crowded in close, hoping to share in the limelight. But at the first sign of trouble or weakness, they were only too eager to join the pack, baying for his blood. The White House. Estelle Pike, the president's longtime executive secretary, opened the door to the Oval Office. "Mr. Klein is here, sir," she said waspishly. "He doesn't have an appointment, but he claims that you'll see him anyway." Castilla turned away from the windows. His face was lined and weary. He seemed to have aged 10 years in the past 24 hours. "He's here because I asked him to be here, Estelle. Show him in, please." She sniffed, plainly disapproving, but then obeyed. Klein stepped past her with a murmured "thank you" that went unacknowledged. He stood waiting until the door closed behind him. Then he shrugged. "I don't think your Ms. Pike likes me very much, Sam." The president forced a dutiful smile. "Estelle isn't exactly a warm and cuddly people person, Fred. Anyone who bucks her daily calendar gets the same treatment. It's nothing personal." "I'm relieved," Klein said dryly. He looked narrowly at his old friend. "I assume from your pained expression that the NSC meeting did not go well." Castilla snorted. "That's almost on par with asking Mrs. Lincoln how she liked the play." "That bad?" The president nodded glumly. "That bad." He motioned Klein toward one of the two chairs set in front of the big table that served him as a desk. "The senior people inside the CIA, FBI, NSA, and other agencies are too goddamn busy trying to dodge the blame for this toxin fiasco. Nobody knows how far up the ladder the conspiracy reached, so nobody knows how far anybody else can be trusted. Everybody's circling one another warily, waiting to see who gets it in the neck." Klein nodded quietly, not greatly surprised. Even at the best of times, debilitating turf wars were a fact of life within the American intelligence community. Their long-standing feuds and internecine conflicts were largely why Castilla had asked him to organize Covert-One in the first place. Now, with a major scandal embroiling the two biggest overseas and domestic intelligence agencies, tensions would be rising fast. In these circumstances, no one with a career to protect was going to risk sticking his or her neck out. Is Colonel Smith on his way to Paris? Castilla asked at last, breaking the silence. He is, Klein said. I expect him there by late tonight our time. And you honestly believe Smith has a chance to find out what we're really facing here? A chance? Klein repeated. He hesitated. I think so. He frowned. At least I hope so. But he is your best? Castilla asked sharply. This time Klein did not hesitate. For this mission? Yes, absolutely. John Smith is the right man for the job. The president shook his head in exasperation. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Ridiculous? Here I sit, Castilla explained, the commander-in-chief of the most powerful armed forces in the history of mankind. The people of the United States expect me to use that power to keep them safe. But I can't. Not this time. Not yet, at least. His broad shoulders slumped. All the bombers, missiles, tanks, and riflemen in the world don't matter worth a damn unless I can give them a target. And that's the one thing I cannot give them. Klein stared back at his friend. He had truly never envied the president any of the various perks and privileges of his position. Now he felt only pity for the tired, sad-eyed man in front of him. Covert-One will do its duty, he promised. We'll find you that target. I hope to God you're right, Castilla said quietly, because we're running out of time and options fast. Chapter 37. Monday, October 18th. Paris. John Smith looked out the windows of the taxi, a black Mercedes, speeding south from Charles de Gaulle International Airport toward the sleeping city. Dawn was still several hours away, and only the hazy glow of lights on both sides of the multi-lane A1 motorway marked the suburban sprawl around the French capital. The highway itself was almost deserted, allowing the cab driver, a short, sour-faced Parisian with bloodshot eyes, to push the Mercedes up to the legal limit and then well beyond. Moving at more than 120 kilometers per hour, they flashed past several darkened neighborhoods where flames danced skyward, licking red and orange against the black night. Dilapidated apartment blocks were on fire there, casting a flickering glow across the neighboring buildings. Near those areas, rolls of barbed wire and hurriedly deployed concrete barriers blocked all entrance and exit ramps off the motorway. Each checkpoint was manned by heavy concentrations of police and soldiers in full combat gear. Armored cars fitted with tear gas grenade launchers and machine guns, tracked personnel carriers, and even 50-ton Leclerc main battle tanks were parked at strategic points along the route. Les Arabes, the taxi driver sniffed contemptuously, stubbing his cigarette out in an overflowing ashtray. He shrugged his narrow shoulders. They are rioting against what happened in Le Courneuve, burning down their own homes and shops. As usual. Bah. He paused to light another unfiltered cigarette with both hands, using his knees to steer the heavy German-made sedan. They are idiots. Nobody much cares what happens inside those rats' nests, but let them put one foot outside and... He drew a line across his throat. Then the machine guns will begin talking, eh? Smith nodded silently. It was no real secret that the overcrowded and crime-ridden housing projects outside Paris had been carefully designed so that they could be swiftly and easily sealed off in the event of serious unrest. The Mercedes turned off the A1 and onto the Boulevard Périphérique, swinging south and east around the crowded city's maze of alleys, streets, avenues, and boulevards. Still grumbling about the stupidity of a government that taxed him to pay welfare to thugs, thieves, and les Arabes, the taxi driver abandoned this ring road at the Porte de Vincennes. The cab plunged west, circled the Place de la Nation, roared along the Rue de Faubourg Saint-Antoine, screeched around the Place de la Bastille, and then threaded its way deeper into the narrow one-way streets of the Marais district, in the city's 3rd arrondissement. Once a swamp, this part of Paris was one of the few untouched by the grandiose 19th-century demolition and reconstruction projects carried out by Baron Haussmann at the orders of the Emperor Napoleon III. Many of its buildings dated back to the Middle Ages. Seedy and run down in the mid-20th century, the Marais had experienced a rebirth. It was now one of the city's most popular residential, tourist, and shopping areas. Elegant stone mansions, museums, and libraries sat beside trendy bars, antique shops, and fashion-conscious clothing salons. With a final flourish of his tobacco-stained hands, the driver pulled up outside the front door of the Hôtel de Chevalier, a small boutique hotel scarcely a block from the ancient tree-lined elegance of the Place des Vosges. "We arrive, monsieur, and in record time," he announced. He grinned sourly. "Perhaps we should thank the rioters, eh? Because I think the flics," he used the French slang word for policemen, "are too busy cracking their heads to hand out traffic tickets to honest men like me." "Maybe so," Smith agreed, secretly relieved to arrive in one piece. He shoved a handful of euros at the cab driver, grabbed his small carry-on bag and the travel kit he had picked up before boarding his flight at Dulles, and scrambled out onto the pavement. The Mercedes roared away into the night almost the second he closed the passenger door. Smith stood quietly for a moment, savoring the restored silence and stillness of the damp street. It had rained here not long ago, and the cool night air carried a clean, crisp scent that was refreshing. He stretched limbs that had grown stiff in a cramped airline seat, then breathed deeply a few times to clear the lingering second-hand traces of the cab driver's harsh tobacco out of his lungs. Feeling better and more awake, he slung his luggage over his shoulder and turned to the hotel. There was a light on over the door, and the night clerk, alerted by an earlier phone call from the airport to expect him, buzzed him in without trouble. "Welcome to Paris, Dr. Smith," the clerk said smoothly, in clear, fluent English. "You will be staying with us long?" "A few days, perhaps," John said carefully. "Can you accommodate me that long?" The night clerk, a neatly attired middle-aged man alert despite the early hour, sighed. "In good times, no." He shrugged his shoulders expressively. "But alas, this unpleasantness at La Courneuve has caused many cancellations and early departures, so it will be no problem." Smith signed the register, automatically checking the names above his for anything suspicious. He saw nothing there to worry him. There were only a few other guests, almost all of them from other European countries or from France itself. Most, like him, seemed to be traveling alone. They were either here on urgent business or else scholars delving into the various nearby historical archives and museums, he judged. Couples bent on romance would have been among the first to abandon Paris in the wake of the nanophage attack and the ensuing riots. The clerk brought out a small square cardboard box and laid it on top of the desk. "Also, this package came by courier for you an hour ago." He glanced down at the note on top. "It is from the McLean Medical Group in Toronto, Canada. You were expecting it, I think?" Smith nodded, smiling inwardly. Trust Fred Klein to be on the ball, he thought gratefully. McLean was one of the many shell companies Covert-One used for clandestine shipments to its agents around the world. Upstairs, in the privacy of his small but elegantly furnished room, he broke open the seals on the box and ripped through the packing tape. Inside, he found a hard plastic case containing a brand-new 9mm Sig Sauer pistol, a box of ammunition, and 3 spare magazines. A leather shoulder holster came wrapped separately. Smith sat down on the comfortable double bed, stripped the pistol down to its constituent parts, carefully cleaned each component, and then put them back together. Satisfied, he snapped in a loaded magazine and slid the Sig Sauer into the shoulder holster. He went to the window, which looked out onto the tiny courtyard behind the hotel. Above the dark slate rooftops of the ancient buildings on the other side, the eastern sky was touched by the first faint hint of gray. Lights were beginning to flick on behind some of the other windows facing the little cobblestone enclosure. The city was waking up. He punched in Klein's number on his cell phone and reported his safe arrival in Paris. "Any new developments?" he asked. "Nothing here," the head of Covert-One told him. "But it appears that the CIA team in Paris has traced one of the vehicles it spotted in La Courneuve to an address not far from where you are now." Smith heard the uncertainty in Klein's voice. "It appears?" he said, surprised. "They're being very coy," the other man explained. The team's most recent signal to Langley claimed preliminary success, but omitted any specific location. Smith frowned. That's odd. Yes, Klein said flatly. It is very odd. And I don't have a satisfactory explanation for the omission. Isn't Langley pressing the Paris station for specifics? Klein snorted. The head of the CIA and his top people are far too busy running emergency audits of the whole operations directorate to pay much attention to their officers in the field. So what makes you think this surveillance team is zeroing in on a building in or around the Marais? John asked. Because they've set their primary RV in the Place des Vosges, Klein said. Smith nodded to himself, understanding the other man's reasoning. The RV, or rendezvous point, for a covert surveillance team operating inside a city was almost always set up within easy walking distance of its intended target. It was usually a fairly public place, one busy enough to camouflage discreet meetings between agents as they exchanged information or relayed new orders. The Place des Vosges, built in 1605, was the oldest square in Paris and was perfect for this purpose. The bustling restaurants, cafes, and shops lining its four sides would provide ideal cover. Makes sense, he agreed. But knowing that doesn't do me much good, does it? They could be snooping around any one of several hundred buildings in this neighborhood. It's a problem, Klein agreed, which is why you're going to have to make direct contact with the CIA team. Smith raised an eyebrow in amazement. Oh? And just how do you suggest I go about doing that? He asked. Parade up and down the Place des Vosges, waving a big sign asking for a meeting? Something rather like that, actually, Klein said dryly. With growing surprise and amusement, Smith listened to the other man explain what he meant. When they were through, Smith disconnected and entered another number. To Lights of Paris, LLC, a rich, resonant English voice answered. No service too small, no bed left unmade, no reasonable request refused. You thinking of a career move, Peter? Smith asked, grinning. Peter Howell chuckled. Not at all. Merely a possible sideline to supplement my meager retirement pay. He turned serious. I assume you have news? I do, Smith confirmed. Where are you? A charming little pension on the left bank, Peter replied. Not far from the Boulevard Saint-Germain. I arrived here all of 5 minutes ago, so your timing is impeccable. How are you fixed for equipment? No problems, the Englishman assured him. I paid a little call on an old chum on my way in from the airport. Smith nodded to himself. Peter Howell seemed to have reliable contacts across most of Europe. Old friends and comrades in arms who would provide him with weapons, other gear, and assistance without asking awkward questions. So, where and when do we meet? Peter asked quietly. And with what purpose precisely? Smith filled him in, passing along the information relayed by Klein, though he described it as coming to him only from a friend with good contacts inside the CIA. By the time he was finished, he could hear the undisguised astonishment in the other man's voice. It's a funny old world, John, isn't it? Peter said at last. And a damned small one, too. It sure is, Smith agreed, smiling. Then his smile faded as he thought of the terrors that might lie in store for this small, interconnected world if he and the Englishman were only chasing yet another dead end. Somewhere out there, those who had designed the nanophages were surely busy brewing up an even deadlier batch of their new weapons. Unless they could be found and stopped, and soon, a great many more innocent people were going to die, eaten alive by new waves of murderous machines too small to be seen. Chapter 38. Paris. An autumn breeze ruffled through the leaves of the chestnut trees planted around the neatly landscaped edges of the Place des Vosges. As the wind freshened, small gusts whipped through the spray of one of the burbling fountains. A fine mist of water droplets swirled sideways, staining the broad pavements and glistening like early morning dew on the lush green grass. Impishly the breeze danced and curled around the weathered gray and pale rose stone facades of the covered galleries, the arcades lining the square. In the northwest corner of the place, cloth napkins pinned down by water goblets fluttered on the highly polished wicker tables of the Brasserie Ma Bourgogne. John Smith sat alone at a table on the edge of the arcade, lounging comfortably in one of the restaurant's red leather-backed chairs. He looked out over the fenced-in square, paying careful attention to the many people strolling casually along its sidewalks or occupying park benches, idly tossing breadcrumbs to the murmuring pigeons. "Un café noir, monsieur?" a glum voice said nearby. Smith looked up. One of the waiters, a serious, unsmiling older man wearing the bow tie and black apron that was a hallmark of Ma Bourgogne, slid a single cup of black coffee onto the table. Smith nodded politely. "Merci." He slid a few euros across the table. Grumbling under his breath, the waiter pocketed the money, turned away, and stalked toward another table, this one occupied by two local businessmen making a deal over what looked like an early lunch. Smith could smell the fragrant odor of the plates piled high with saucisson de Beaujolais and pommes frites. His mouth watered. It had been a long time since breakfast at the Hôtel du Chevalier, and the 2 cups of strong coffee he had already consumed while waiting here were eating away at his stomach lining. For a moment he debated calling the waiter back, but then he decided against it. According to Klein, this was the CIA surveillance team's primary rendezvous point. With a bit of luck, he might not have to sit here idle much longer. Smith went back to watching the people moving through the square and among the surrounding buildings. Even at mid-morning, the Place des Vosges was reasonably crowded, full of students and teachers on break from the nearby schools, young mothers pushing infants in strollers, and squealing tots happily digging in the sandbox set in the shadow of an equestrian statue of Louis XIII. Old men arguing about everything from politics to sports to the odds of winning the next national lottery stood around in small groups, slicing the air with wide, vigorous gestures as they made their points. Before the French Revolution, when it was still called the Place Royale, this beautiful little patch of open ground had been the site of innumerable duels. On every square inch where ordinary Parisians now enjoyed the autumn sun and let their pampered dogs run free, cavaliers and young aristocrats had fought and died, hacking at each other with swords or exchanging pistol shots at close range, all to prove their courage or to defend their honor. Though it was fashionable now to deride these duels as the hallmarks of a savage and bloodthirsty age, Smith wondered whether or not that was especially fair. After all, how might future historians characterize this so-called modern era? A time when some men were determined to slaughter innocents whenever and wherever they could. A plain, plump, dark-haired young woman in a knee-length black coat and blue jeans passed close by his table. She noticed him watching her and flushed red. She walked hurriedly on with her head down. John followed her with his eyes, debating with himself. Was she the contact he had been waiting for? "The seat. It is taken, monsieur," rasped a gravelly voice made hoarse by decades of smoking 3 or 4 packs of cigarettes a day. Smith turned his head and saw the slender, ramrod-straight figure of an aged Parisian dowager glaring down at him. He had the overriding impression of a mass of immaculately coiffed gray hair, a deeply lined face, a prominent, hawk-like nose, and a fierce, predatory gaze. She raised one finely sculpted eyebrow in apparent disgust at his slowness and stupidity. "You do not speak English, monsieur? Pardon. Sprechen Sie Deutsch?" Before he could recover, she turned away to address her dog, a small, equally elderly poodle who seemed intent on gnawing one of the empty chairs to death. She yanked on his leash. "Heel, Pascal. Let the damned furniture fall to pieces on its own," she snapped in idiomatic French. Apparently satisfied that Smith was either deaf, dumb, or an imbecile, the old woman seated herself across the table from him, groaning slightly as she slowly lowered her creaking bones into the chair. He looked away, embarrassed. "Just what the hell are you doing trespassing on my patch, John?" he heard a very familiar and very irritated voice ask quietly. "And please don't try to sell me some cock and bull story that you're here to see the glories of Paris." Smith turned back toward the old woman in amazement. Somewhere behind that mass of gray hair, wrinkles, and lines were the smooth, blonde, good looks of CIA officer Randy Russell. He felt himself flush. Randy, the sister of his dead fiancée, was a very good friend, someone with whom he shared dinner or drinks whenever they found themselves in Washington at the same time. Despite that, and though he had known that his presence right at her team's rendezvous point would eventually draw her attention, she had still managed to slip past his guard. To buy himself some time to recover from his surprise, he took a cautious sip of his coffee. Then he grinned back at her. "Nice disguise, Randy. Now I know what you'll look like in 40 or 50 years. The little dog's a nifty touch, too. Is he yours? Or standard CIA issue?" "Pascal belongs to a friend. A colleague at the embassy," Randy replied briefly. Her mouth tightened. "And the poodle is almost as much of a pain in the ass as you are, John. Almost, but not quite. Now quit stalling and answer my question." He shrugged. "Okay. It's pretty simple, really. I'm here following up on the reports you and your team have been sending to the States for the past 24 hours. "That's what you call simple?" Randy said in disbelief. "Our reports are strictly internal CIA product." "Not anymore, they're not," Smith told her. "Langley's in a hell of a mess right now over this clandestine war against the Lazarus movement. So is the FBI. Maybe you've heard?" The CIA officer nodded bitterly. "Yeah, I've heard. Bad news spreads fast." She frowned down at the table. "That stupid son of a bitch Burke is going to wind up giving the agency the biggest black eye we've ever had." Her gaze sharpened. "But that still doesn't explain who you're working for this time." She paused significantly. "Or at least who you're going to claim you're working for." Inwardly, Smith cursed the continuing need to keep Covert-One's existence a tightly held secret. Like Peter Howells, her affiliation with another intelligence outfit meant Smith had to tread carefully around her, concealing whole aspects of his work, even from those who were his closest friends, people to whom he would entrust his life. He and Randy had managed to work together before, in Iraq and Russia, here in Paris, and most recently in China. But it was always awkward dodging her pointed questions. "It's no great secret, Randy," he lied. He felt guilty for lying to her, but did his best to hide it. "You know I've done some work for Army intelligence in the past. Well, the Pentagon brass pulled me in again for this mission. Someone is developing a nanotech weapon, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff don't like the sound of that at all." "But why you, exactly?" she demanded. Smith looked her straight in the eye. "Because I was working at the Teller Institute," he said quietly. "So I know what this weapon can do to people. I saw it myself." Randy's face softened. "That must have been terrible, John." He nodded, mentally pushing away the sickening memories that still haunted his sleep. "It was." He looked across the table. "But I guess it was even worse here, at La Courneuve." "There were many more deaths, and no apparent survivors," Randy agreed. "From the press accounts, what happened to those poor people was absolutely horrible." "Then you should understand why I want a closer look at the men you spotted installing some kind of quote-unquote sensor equipment there the night before the attack," Smith told her. "You think the two events are related?" He raised an eyebrow. "Don't you?" Randy nodded reluctantly. "Yes, I do." She sighed. "And we've managed to trace most of the vehicles those guys were using." She saw the next question in his eyes and answered it before he could speak. "Right, you guessed it. They're all tied to a single address right here in Paris. An address you've carefully avoided naming in any of your cables home," Smith pointed out. "For some damn good reasons," Randy snapped back. She grimaced. "I'm sorry to sound so pissed off, John. But I can't fit much of what we've learned into any kind of rational, coherent pattern, and frankly, it's getting on my nerves. Well, maybe I can help sort out some of the anomalies, he offered. For the first time, Randy responded with a faint smile. Possibly. For an amateur spook, you do have an uncanny knack for stumbling into answers, she agreed slowly. Usually by accident, of course. Smith chuckled. Of course. The CIA officer leaned back against the chair, absently studying the people strolling past them on the pavement. Suddenly she stiffened, plainly incredulous. Jesus, she muttered in dismay. What is this? Old home week? Smith followed her gaze and saw what appeared to be an old, untidy Frenchman in a beret and an often patched sweater ambling toward them, whistling, with both hands stuck into the pockets of his faded working man's trousers. He looked more closely and hid a grin. It was Peter Howell. The sun-browned Englishman sauntered across the street separating the restaurant from the square, came right up to their table, and politely doffed his beret to Randy. A pleasure to see you looking so well, madam, he murmured. His pale blue eyes gleamed with amusement. And this is your young son, no doubt. A fine, stout-looking lad. Hello, Peter, Randy said resignedly. So you've joined the army too? The American army, Peter said in mock horror. Heavens, no, dear girl. Merely a spot of informal collaborating between old friends and allies, you see. Washing the hand that feeds me and all that. No, John and I simply popped by to see if you were interested in joining our little pact. Grand. I'm so glad. She shook her head. Okay, I surrender. I'll share my information, but that has to work both ways. I want all of your cards on the table, too. Get it? The Englishman smiled gently. Clear as crystal. Fear not. All will be revealed in due course. You can trust your Uncle Peter. Sure I can. Randy snorted. Anyway, it's not as if I have much real choice, not under the circumstances. She pushed herself up slowly, carefully maintaining the illusion that she was an elderly woman somewhere in her mid-70s. She tugged at the small poodle, dragging him firmly out from under the table where he had been futilely gumming one of Smith's shoes for the past few minutes. She switched back to her raspy, nasal French. Come, Pascal. We must not intrude further on these gentlemen's company. Then she lowered her voice, making sure that only they could hear her instructions. Now here's how we're going to play this. When I'm gone, wait 5 minutes and then head over to number 6, the Victor Hugo house. Pretend you're tourists or literary critics or something. A white Audi with a dent on the right rear door will pull up there. Climb in without making a big fuss about it. Understand? John and Peter nodded obediently. Still frowning, Randy moved away without looking back at them. She strolled briskly toward the nearest corner of the Place des Vosges, looking for all the world as though she truly were the epitome of a Paris grande dame out for her morning constitutional with her much-pampered poodle. 10 minutes later, the two men stood outside the Maison du Victor Hugo, staring curiously up at the second floor, where the great writer, the author of Les Miserables and The Hunchback of Notre Dame, had spent 16 years of his long life. A curious fellow, Peter Howell remarked meditatively. Prone to fits of madness in later life, you know. Someone once found him trying to carve furniture with his teeth. Much like Pascal, Smith suggested. Peter looked surprised. The famous philosopher and mathematician? No, Smith said, grinning. Randy's dog. Dear me, Peter replied wryly. The things one learns in Paris. He glanced casually over his shoulder. Ah, our chariot awaits. Smith turned around and saw the white Audi, complete with its dented rear door, stopping alongside the curb. He and Peter slid into the back seat. The car pulled away immediately, drove around the Place des Vosges, and swung left back onto the Rue de Turenne. From there, the sedan began making a series of seemingly random turns, moving ever deeper into the heart of the maze of one-way streets that made up the Marais district. John watched the sallow-faced driver, a heavy-set man wearing a cloth cap, for a few moments. "Hello, Max," he said at last. "Morning, Colonel," the other man said, grinning in the rearview mirror. "Nice to see you again." Smith nodded. He and Max had once spent a great many hours in each other's company, trailing a group of Arab terrorists all the way from Paris to the Spanish coast. The CIA operative might not be the brightest star in the agency's firmament, but he was a very competent field agent. "Are we being followed?" Smith asked, seeing the way the other man's eyes were always in motion, checking every aspect of the environment around the Audi as he drove through the traffic-choked Paris streets. Max shook his head confidently. "No, this is just a precaution. We're being extra careful is all. Randy's sort of on edge right now." "Care to tell me why?" The CIA agent snorted. "You'll find out soon enough, Colonel." He turned the Audi off into a narrow passageway. Tall stone buildings soared on either side, blotting out any real sight of the sun or sky. He parked right behind a gray Renault van blocking most of the alley. "Last stop," he said. Smith and Peter got out. The back doors of the van popped open, revealing a crowded interior crammed full of TV, audio, and computer equipment. Randy Russell, still wearing her disguise as an old woman, was there, along with another man, one John did not recognize. Pascal the poodle was nowhere to be seen. John scrambled up into the Renault, followed closely by the Englishman. They pulled the doors shut behind them and then stood awkwardly hunched over in the cramped space. "Glad you could make it," Randy said. She flashed a quick smile at them and waved a hand at the equipment mounted in racks on both sides of the van interior. "Welcome to our humble abode, the nerve center of our surveillance operation. Besides human watchers, we've been able to rig a number of hidden cameras at key points around the target." She nodded to the other man, who was sitting on a stool in front of a computer screen and keyboard. "Let's show them what we've got, Hank. Bring up camera 2 first. I know our guests are dying to find out what we're doing here." Her subordinate obediently entered a series of commands on his keyboard. The monitor in front of him flashed on immediately, showing a clear TV picture of a steep, gray-blue slate roof. Antennae of every size, shape, and description sprouted from the roof. Smith whistled softly. "Yeah," Randy nodded flatly. "These guys are set to send and receive just about every kind of signal you can think of. Radio, microwave, laser pulse, satellite, you name it." "So what's the problem?" John asked her, still puzzled. "Why run so scared about feeding Langley the whole scoop?" Randy smiled sardonically. She leaned forward and tapped her equipment operator on the shoulder. "Bring up camera 1, Hank." She glanced back at Smith and Peter. "Here's the street entrance of the same building. Take a good close look." The picture on the screen showed a building 5 stories high. Centuries of pollution and weather had pitted and darkened its plain stone facade. High, narrow windows looked down on the street from every level, rising all the way up to a series of dormer windows that must open into attic chambers just below the roof. "Now zoom in," Randy told her assistant. The image expanded rapidly, centering at last on a small brass plaque beside the front door. In deeply incised lettering, it read, 18 Rue de Vigny, Partie Lazare. "Oh, bloody hell," Peter murmured. Randy nodded grimly. "Exactly. That building just happens to be the Paris headquarters for the Lazarus movement." Chapter 39. An hour later, John Smith stood outside the door to his room at the Hôtel des Chevaliers. He knelt down, checking the telltale. A thick black hair stretched between the door and the jamb, about a foot off the hall carpet. It was still there, completely undisturbed. Satisfied that the room was secure, he ushered Randy and Peter inside. The CIA team's Renault van was too cramped for a prolonged meeting, and the nearby cafes and restaurants were far too crowded and public. They needed somewhere more private to try to find a solution to the predicament they suddenly faced. And at the moment, the Hôtel des Chevaliers was the closest thing they had to a safe house. Now back in her own likeness with short, neat blonde hair and wearing a black jumpsuit, Randy moved restlessly around the room. With her long legs and slender 5'9" frame, she had often been mistaken for a dancer. No one seeing her now would make that mistake. She drifted back and forth like a caged and dangerous animal seeking a way out. She was deeply frustrated by the self-inflicted paralysis she sensed engulfing the CIA. Paralysis that was robbing her of any serious backup or advice just when she needed it most. Her uncertainty over what to do with the stunning discovery her team had made left her feeling uneasy, even with her old friends and allies. Randy cast a skeptical eye over the room's elegant furnishings and decor and glanced over her shoulder at Smith. "Not bad for someone on a U.S. Army expense account, John." "Just your tax dollars at work," he replied with a quick grin. "Typical Yank soldier," Peter said with a quiet chuckle. "Overpaid, overindulged, and over-equipped." "Flattery will get you nowhere," Smith told him dryly. He dropped into the closest chair and looked across the room at his two friends. "Look, we should stop fencing with each other and start talking seriously about what we're going to do next." The other two turned to face him. "Well, I do admit that the position is a bit difficult," Peter said slowly, settling himself into an overstuffed armchair. Randy stared at the Englishman's leathery face in disbelief. "A bit difficult?" she repeated. "For crying out loud, why don't you ditch the stiff upper lip routine, Peter? The position is pretty well impossible, and you know it." "Impossible is an awfully big word, Randy," Smith said, forcing a slight smile. "Not from where I'm standing," she snapped back. She shook her head in dismay, still pacing back and forth between the two men. "Okay. First, you two heroes go and prove that some of our own people have been fighting a very nasty and very illegal secret war against the Lazarus movement, which puts everybody, including the president and prime minister, into panic mode, right? So they start piling on to the intelligence agencies, hitting us with immediate cease and desist orders for any covert actions involving Lazarus. Not to mention gearing up for congressional and parliamentary investigations that could easily run for months, maybe even years." The two men nodded. Randy frowned deeply. "Mind you, I've got no real problem with that. Anybody dumb enough to fall in with Hal Burke, Kit Pearson, and the others deserves to be crucified. Using blunt nails." She took a deep breath. "But now, with all of this flack raining down around our ears, you both want to turn right around and do what? Why, break into a Lazarus movement building, of course. And not just any old building, naturally, but the headquarters for its whole Paris-based operation." "Certainly," Peter told her calmly. "How else do you propose that we learn what they're up to in there?" "Jesus," Randy muttered. She swung toward Smith. "And you see it the same way?" He nodded somberly. "I'm pretty sure that somebody outside the intelligence services was manipulating Burke and the others, using their undeclared war as a cover for something even worse. Something like what happened at the Teller Institute or here in Paris. Only magnified 100 times over," he said quietly. "I'd like to find out who and why, before we learn the hard way." Randy bit down on her lip, mulling that over. She crossed the room to stare out the window at the little courtyard behind the hotel. Lazarus movement or not, at least some of the people working inside 18 Rue de Vigny knew the nanophage attack that hit La Courneuve was coming, Smith continued. He leaned forward in his chair. "That's why they were setting up those sensors you saw. That's why they were willing to kill anyone who got in their way." "But the movement is anti-technology to its core, especially nanotechnology," she burst out in frustration. "Why would Lazarus supporters help anyone commit mass murder, especially using a means they oppose so vehemently? It doesn't make sense." That may well mean that John's mysterious somebody, perhaps we should call him Mr. X for short, is using the movement as a cover for his real plans, Peter pointed out. In much the same way that we believe he used a few fools inside the CIA and the FBI. And MI6, alas. You're giving this Mr. X a hell of a lot of credit, Randy remarked acidly. She swung away from the window to face them both with her chin held stubbornly high. Maybe too much. I don't think so, Smith said, with a grim look settling on his face. We already know that X, whether it's a person or a group, has enormous resources. You can't design and produce hundreds of billions of nanophages without access to serious money. At least $100 million and probably a whole lot more. If you spent even a fraction of that on bribes, I'll bet you could buy the loyalty of quite a few people inside the Lazarus movement. He stood up suddenly, unable to bear just sitting still any longer. Then he walked over to Randy. He put his hand gently on her arm. Can you think of any other way to make the pieces we've got come together? He demanded quietly. The CIA officer was silent for a long, painful moment. Then, slowly, she shook her head and sighed. All her pent-up energy and irritation seemed to drain away. Well, neither can I, Smith said softly. That's why we have to get inside that building. We have to discover what those sensor arrays were gathering at La Courneuve. Maybe even more important, we have to find out what happened to the information they collected. He frowned. Your technical people haven't been able to pick up anything being said inside, have they? Reluctantly, she shook her head again, admitting defeat. No. The place seems to be remarkably bug-proof. Even the windows are set to vibrate slightly to defeat laser surveillance. Every window? Peter asked, curiously. She shrugged. No. Just those on the top floor and in the attic spaces. Nice of them to hang out a sign for us, the Englishman murmured, looking across the room at John. Smith nodded. Very convenient. Randy frowned at the two men. Maybe too convenient, she suggested. What if it's a setup? Chance we have to take, Peter said lazily. Ours is not to reason why, and so forth. Before she could snap back at him, he donned a more suitably serious expression. But I doubt it. That would mean these Lazarus chaps deliberately allowed you and your people to spot them setting up those little gray boxes of theirs. Why go to all that trouble and expense and risk just to nab a couple of broken-down old soldiers? Plus one top-notch CIA field officer, she said, after a brief hesitation. She looked down modestly. That would be me, of course. Smith raised an eyebrow. You're planning on coming along? Randy sighed. Somebody responsible has to keep an eye on you two overaged kids. You know what'll happen to your career if we get caught? Smith asked quietly. She shot him a lopsided grin. Oh, come on, John, she said, forcing herself to sound cheerful. If we get caught inside that building, you know that saving my career will be the least of our worries. Now that she had made her decision, Randy busied herself by spreading a set of still photos of the Lazarus movement's Paris headquarters out on the floor in front of them. The pictures showed the old stone building at 18 Rue de Vigny from almost every angle, taken at different hours of the day and night. She also unfolded a detailed map depicting the movement headquarters in relation to its nearest neighbors and the surrounding streets and alleys. The three of them knelt down, closely scrutinizing the photos and the map, each looking for a way in that would not lead to immediate discovery and certain disaster. After a few moments, Peter sat back on his haunches. He regarded Randy and John with a slight smile. There's only one realistic option, I'm afraid, he said, shrugging. It may not be particularly elegant or original, but it should serve. Please tell me you're not planning a head-on charge through the front door and straight up 4 or 5 flights of stairs, Randy begged. Oh, no. Not my style at all. He tapped the map gently with one finger. It came to rest on one of the apartment blocks adjoining 18 Rue de Vigny. To mangle Hamlet, there are more ways into a building, dear girl, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Smith looked at the map more closely and saw what the other man intended. He pursed his lips. We'll need some specialized gear. Know anyone who can provide them for us, Peter? I might just have a few bits and pieces of equipment stashed around Paris, Peter admitted calmly. The remnants of my old and wicked life in the service of Her Majesty. And I'm sure Ms. Russell's friends at the CIA station here can provide us with anything else we need. If she asks nicely, that is. Frowning, Randy studied the map and the pictures again. Her eyebrows rose. Oh, great. Let me guess, she said, sighing under her breath. You're planning one of those defying the laws of gravity deals again, aren't you? Peter looked at her in pretended shock. Defying the laws of gravity, he repeated, shaking his head. Not at all. In point of fact, we shall be obeying gravity's imperious demands, he said with a sly grin. After all, what goes up must come down. Chapter 40. Tuesday, October 19th. It was after midnight, but there were still quite a few revelers and pleasantly sated late-night diners strolling home through the well-lit streets of Paris. Set apart from most of the bustling cafes, brasseries, and clubs of the Marais district, the Rue de Vigny was quieter than most, but it too had its share of pedestrians. One, a wrinkled old woman well bundled up against the chill of the autumn night, hobbled painfully up the street. Her high heels echoed on the worn cobblestones. She kept her large cloth handbag clutched tightly under one arm, clearly determined to defend her property against any lurking thieves. Footsore and weary, she paused briefly outside number 18, resting for a moment to catch her breath. Lights glowed in the upper-floor windows beneath the old stone building's steeply angled slate roof. Those facing the street on the lower floors were dark. Muttering under her breath, the old lady limped on to the adjoining 4-story block of flats at number 16. She stood in the recessed entryway outside the front door for a long, painful moment, first fumbling inside her enormous handbag and then apparently having trouble fitting her key into the lock. At last, she seemed to manage it. The lock clicked. With an effort, she pulled the heavy door open and tottered slowly inside. The street was quiet again. Minutes later, 2 men, one dark-haired, the other gray-headed, walked up the Rue de Vigny. Both men wore dark-colored overcoats and carried heavy duffel bags slung over their shoulders. They walked side by side, chatting amiably in colloquial French about the weather and the absurdities of airport security these days, looking for all the world like 2 travelers returning home after a long weekend away. They turned off the street at number 16. The younger, dark-haired man pulled the door open and held it for his older companion. After you, Peter, he said quietly with a wave. Age before beauty, eh? The other man quipped. He moved into the small, dark foyer beyond, murmuring a polite greeting to the elderly woman who stood there waiting. John Smith ducked into the apartment building himself, but not before casually removing a strip of duct tape the old woman had stuck there to prevent the door lock from engaging. He balled it up, shoved it into his coat pocket, and allowed the door to close gently behind him. That was a nice piece of lockpicking, Smith complimented the bundled-up old lady standing beside Peter Howell. Randy Russell grinned back at him. Beneath the disguise of wrinkles and lines that added 40 years to her apparent age, her eyes were bright with nervous energy and excitement. Well, I did graduate at the head of my class at the farm, she said, referring to Camp Perry, the CIA training facility near Williamsburg, Virginia. It's nice to know my time there wasn't a total waste. Where to now? Smith asked. She nodded toward a hallway leading out of the foyer. Through there, she said. A central staircase runs all the way to the top. There are landings at each floor with doors leading to the separate flats. Any restless natives? Peter wondered. Randy shook her head. Nope. There are lights showing under a few doors, but otherwise it's pretty quiet. And let's try to keep it that way, shall we, guys? I'd rather not spend the next 24 hours answering awkward questions down at the nearest prefecture of police. With Randy in the lead, the trio made their way carefully up the stairs, moving quietly past landings cluttered with bicycles, baby strollers, and small two-wheeled shopping carts. Another locked door, this one at the very top, yielded quickly to her lockpicks. They stepped through the door and out into a rooftop garden of the kind so beloved by Parisians. A miniature urban glade created by a maze of large clay pots filled with dwarf trees, shrubs, and flowering plants. They were at the rear of the apartment building, separated from the Rue de Vigny by a row of tall, soot-stained chimneys and a forest of radio and TV antennae. This high up, the chill autumn breeze carried the muted sounds of the city to them. Car horns honking on the Boulevard Beaumarchais, the shrill whine of motor scooters racing through narrow streets, and laughter and music drifting out through the open door of a nightclub somewhere close by. The floodlit white domes of the Byzantine-inspired Sacré-Cœur Basilica gleamed to the north, set high on the crowded slopes of Montmartre. Smith moved carefully to the edge and looked down over an ornate wrought-iron railing. In the darkness far below, he could just make out a row of trash bins crowding a narrow alley. The wall of another old building, also converted into a block of flats, rose vertically on the other side of that tiny lane. Patches of warm yellow lamplight showed through the cracks in closed shutters and drapes. He stepped back a few paces, rejoining Peter and Randy in the modest cover provided by the roof garden's trees and shrubs. On their right loomed the shadowy mass of the Lazarus Movement's Paris headquarters. The two buildings were adjacent, but 18 Rue de Vigny was 1 story higher. A 20-foot-high blank wall of stone separated them from the steeply sloping roof of their goal. Right, Peter whispered, already kneeling down to open the first of their 2 duffel bags. He began handing out articles of clothing and gear. Let's get started. Moving quickly in the cold night air, the 3 began transforming themselves from ordinary-appearing civilians to fully equipped special operators. First, Randy started by tugging off the gray wig confining her own blonde hair. Then she peeled away the specially crafted wrinkles and lines that had added decades to her appearance. All of them shed their heavy coats, revealing high-necked black sweaters and black jeans. Dark-colored watch caps covered their hair. They blackened their faces and foreheads with camouflage sticks. Their street shoes came off and were replaced by climbing boots. Heavy leather gloves protected their hands. All 3 donned Kevlar body armor and followed that by shrugging into SAS-style assault vests and belting on holsters for their personal weapons. Smith's Sig Sauer pistol, a Browning high-power for Peter, and a 9mm Beretta for Randy. Next, they struggled into rappelling harnesses and slung bags containing coils of climbing rope over their shoulders. Peter handed around an assortment of special equipment. Last of all, he gave each of them 2 cylindrical canisters, about the size of a can of shaving cream. Flash-bang grenades, he said coolly. Very handy for throwing the enemy into confusion. Quite popular as a gag at all the best parties, too, or so I'm told. We're supposed to do this covertly, Randy reminded him tartly. Not plunge in shooting and start World War III. To be sure, Peter replied. But better safe than sorry, I think. After all, those fellows, he nodded toward the high, dark shape of the Lazarus Movement headquarters, may react badly if they spot us peeping in at them. He moved around John and Randy, inspecting and tugging at their harnesses and various items of equipment to make sure everything was secure. Then he submitted patiently while Smith performed the same last-minute check on him. Now for that little bit of wall, Peter announced. He reached into his duffel bag and pulled out a small air pistol already rigged with a titanium barbed dart attached to a spool of nylon-coated wire. With a slight bow, he handed the assembly to Randy. Would you care to do the honors? Randy stepped back a few feet. She peered up at the shadow-cloaked stretch of wall in front of them, scanning for what looked like a good anchor point. A narrow crack caught her eye. She sighted along the barrel of the air pistol, aiming carefully. She squeezed the trigger. The pistol coughed quietly, and the tiny titanium dart shot out, trailing the wire behind it. With a soft clang, the barbs of the small grappling hook bit deep into the stonework and held fast. Smith reached up and tugged firmly on the dangling nylon-coated wire. It stayed put. He turned to the others. All set? They nodded. One by one, they swarmed up the wall and hauled themselves cautiously onto the peak of the steep slate roof of the building at 18 Rue de Vigny. The Lazarus Center, the Azores. Seated behind the plain teak desk in his private office, Hideo Nomura observed the compressed-time computer simulation of the first Thanatos sorties with growing pleasure. A large screen showed him a digitized map of the Western Hemisphere. Icons indicated the constantly updated position of each Thanatos aircraft dispatched from his base here in the Azores, roughly 2,500 miles off the American coast. As each blinking dot crossed the Atlantic and soared above the continental United States, whole swaths of territory on the digital map began changing color, indicating areas struck by the wind-blown clouds of Stage 4 nanophages his stealthy, high-altitude aircraft would release. Different hues showed the predicted casualties for each pass. Bright red indicated near-total annihilation for anyone caught inside the indicated zones. While Nomura watched, the metropolitan areas of New York, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, and Boston glowed scarlet, signaling the calculated deaths of more than 35 million American men, women, and children. He nodded, smiling to himself. In and of themselves, those deaths would be meaningless, merely the first taste of the necessary carnage he planned to inflict. But this first onslaught would serve a much larger purpose. The rapid destruction of so many of its most populous centers of governmental and economic power was sure to plunge the United States into crisis, rendering its surviving leaders completely unable to detect the origin of the devastating attacks being carried out against their helpless nation. His internal phone chimed once, demanding his attention. Reluctantly, Nomura drew his eyes away from the computer-generated glory unfolding before him. He tapped the speaker button. Yes. What is it? We have received all the necessary data from the Paris relay point, Lazarus, the dry academic tones of his chief molecular scientist informed him. Based on the results of Field Experiment 3, we see no need for further design modifications at this time. That is excellent news, Nomura said. He glanced back at the simulation. The dead zones it showed were spreading inland fast, reaching deep into the American heartland. And when will the first Stage 4 production run be complete? In approximately 12 hours, the scientist promised cautiously. Very good. Keep me informed. Nomura switched off the attack simulation and called up another, this one constantly updating the work being carried out inside the huge aircraft hangars at both ends of his airfield. It showed him that the crews assembling the components of his fleet of Thanatos drones were on schedule. By the time the first cylinders of the new nanophages rolled out of his hidden production facility, he would have 3 aircraft ready to receive them. Nomura picked up his secure satellite phone and punched in a preset code. Gnomes, the third of the Horatii he had created, answered immediately. What are your orders, Lazarus? Your work in Paris is finished, Nomura told him. Return here to the center as soon as possible. Tickets and the necessary documents for you and your security unit will be waiting at the Air France desk at Orly-Sud. What about Lyndon and his surveillance team? Nones asked quietly. What arrangements do you wish made for them? Nomura shrugged. Lyndon and the others have completed their appointed tasks efficiently, but I see no need for their services in the future. None whatsoever. Do you understand my meaning? He asked coldly. I understand, the other man confirmed. And the equipment at 18 Rue de Vigny? Destroy it all, Nomura ordered. He smiled cruelly. Let us prove to a horrified world that American and British spies are still waging their illegal war against the noble Lazarus movement. Chapter 41. Paris. Smith crawled out along the high, sharp peak of the roof at 18 Rue de Vigny. He used his hands and arms to pull himself along, preferring not to risk the noise his rubber-soled boots would make scraping and scrabbling across the roof's cracked slate tiles. He moved slowly, seeking whatever handholds he could find along the slick, slippery surface. The Lazarus Movement headquarters was among the highest buildings in this part of the Marais, so there was nothing to block the cold east wind rushing across Paris. The frigid breeze keened through the array of antennae and satellite dishes clustered on the roof. A stronger gust swirled suddenly along the sheer slopes, tugging hard at his clothing and equipment. Buffeted by this gust, John felt himself starting to slide off the ridge of the roof. He gritted his teeth and desperately tightened his grip. 100-foot drop beckoned, with nothing below to break his fall but iron-spiked railings, parked cars, and cobblestones. He could feel his pulse hammering in his ears, drowning out the faint sounds drifting up from the city's streets far below. Sweating despite the cold, he pressed closer to the roof, waiting until the force of the wind eased just a bit. Then, still shaking slightly, he pushed himself back up and crawled on. A minute later, Smith reached the modest shelter afforded by a large brick chimney. Randy and Peter were there ahead of him. They had already rigged an anchor line around the base of the chimney. He clipped onto it with a quiet, grateful sigh and then sat up, breathing heavily, uneasily perched like the others on the sharp ridge of the roof. Peter chuckled, looking along the row at his two companions. "So, here we sit," he said quietly, "looking for all the world like a rather sad and bedraggled band of crows." "Make that 2 ugly crows and 1 graceful swan," Randy corrected him with a slight smile of her own. She clicked the transmit button on her tactical radio. "Anything stirring, Max?" she asked. From his concealed post some distance down the Rue de Vigny, her subordinate radioed back. "Negative, boss. It's all real quiet. 1 light came on a few minutes ago up on the 3rd floor, but otherwise there's no sign of anyone coming or going." Satisfied, she nodded to the others. "We're clear." "Right," Smith said flatly. "Let's get this done." One by one, they edged closer to the chimney and prepared their rappelling gear, taking special care to ensure that their ropes, harnesses, and snap and descending links were correctly rigged. "Who wants to go first?" Randy asked. "I will," Smith volunteered, looking down at the roof stretching away in front of him. "Tackling this was my bright idea, remember?" She nodded. "Sure, though bright isn't exactly the adjective I would have used." But then she laid a gloved hand gently on his shoulder. "Just watch yourself, John," she said softly. Her eyes were troubled. He flashed her a quick, reassuring grin. "I'll do my best," he promised. Smith took a couple of deep breaths, steadying his jangled nerves. Then he swung around and slid slowly backward down the slope, carefully controlling his descent with one hand on the rope as it uncoiled. Tiny pieces of broken slate pitter-pattered ahead of him and then fell away into the darkness below. Inside number 18 Rue de Vigny, the tall, auburn-haired giant called Nones strode out of the 3rd-floor office he had commandeered immediately upon arriving in Paris. Ordinarily reserved for the head of the movement's African aid and education programs, it was the largest and the most beautifully furnished in the whole building. But the local activists had known better than to protest his curt decisions or to ask inconvenient questions. After all, Nones carried authorizations from Lazarus himself. For the time being, his word was law. He smiled coldly. Very soon the movement's followers would have cause to regret their unhesitating obedience, but by then it would be far too late. 5 men from his security detail waited patiently for him on the landing outside the office. Their packs and personal weapons were ready at their feet. They stood up silently at his approach. "We have our orders," he told them. "From Lazarus himself." "The orders you expected?" the short Asian man called Shiro asked calmly. The third member of the Horatii nodded, down to the last detail. He drew his pistol, checked it over, and then slid it back into his shoulder holster. His men did the same with their own weapons and then bent down to pick up their packs. They split up. Two headed down the main staircase toward the small garage at the rear of the building's ground floor. The rest followed Nones up the stairs, moving grimly toward the fifth-floor rooms occupied by the field experiment surveillance team. Smith stopped his descent and balanced himself precariously right on the very edge of the roof. Holding the rope tight, he forced himself to lean far back into thin air, taking a good long look at the dormer windows raised above the slope on either side. These windows opened into small attic rooms just below the roof, and just as the pictures they had studied earlier had shown, they were securely shuttered. Smith nodded to himself. They weren't going to be able to break through those heavy wooden shutters, at least not without making a hell of a lot of noise. They were going to have to find another way into this building. He leaned out farther, now peering down the side of the building below him. Lights glowed in the windows on the fifth floor, and their shutters were open. Moving in short, cautious bounds, he rappelled down the wall. There was very little noise, just the quiet creak of the rope as it slid through the metal descending link on his harness and the soft thud of his boots as he hit the wall and then pushed off again. 20 feet down, he tightened his grip on the rope, braking himself to a stop right next to one of those lighted windows. He glanced up. Randy and Peter were there at the edge of the roof, two dark shapes outlined against the black, star-filled sky. They were looking down over their shoulders at him, waiting for his signal that it was safe to come ahead. Smith motioned for them to hold where they were. Then he craned his neck, trying to take a good look through the closest window. He had the fleeting impression of a long, narrow room, one that ran at least half the length of this side of the building. Several of the other windows on this floor opened into this large chamber. Inside, an assortment of computers, video monitors, radio receivers, and satellite relay systems were stacked on a row of tables pushed up against the opposite wall. Other tables and more equipment were set at right angles, breaking the room up into a series of improvised computer workstations or bays, and power and data transfer cables snaked across a bare hardwood floor. The walls themselves were dingy, stained by centuries of use and roughly daubed with cracked and peeling paint. Off in one dark corner, Smith could make out a row of 6 cots. 4 of them were occupied. He could see stocking feet protruding out from under coarse woolen blankets. But at least 2 men were awake and hard at work. One, an older man with white hair and a scruffy beard, sat at a computer console, entering keyboard commands with lightning-fast fingers. Images flashed on and off the monitor in front of him at a dizzying pace. The second man wore a headset and sat in a chair next to one of the satellite communications systems. He leaned forward, listening closely to the signals coming through his earphones and occasionally making small adjustments to its controls. He was younger and clean-shaven, and his dark brown eyes and olive-toned skin somehow suggested the sun-drenched lands of southern Europe. Was he a Spaniard? An Italian? John shrugged mentally. Spaniard, Italian, or someone from the South Bronx. What did it really matter? The Lazarus movement recruited its activists from around the world. At the moment, only one thing was important. They were not going to be able to enter 18 Rue de Vigny unobserved, at least not on this floor. He glanced down, examining the rows of darkened windows below. Suddenly, on the very edge of his vision, he caught a flicker of movement inside the room. Smith saw the bearded, white-haired man swivel away from his keyboard and stand up. He seemed surprised but not unduly alarmed as 4 more men filed into the room through a narrow, arched doorway. Smith watched carefully. These newcomers were hard-faced men dressed in dark clothing, with bulging satchels slung over their shoulders. 2 carried drawn pistols. A third held a shotgun cradled in his arms. The fourth man, much taller than the others and evidently the leader, snapped an order to his men. They split up immediately, each moving purposefully toward a different part of the room. The big, auburn-haired giant glanced briefly toward the row of windows and then turned away. With a sinister, fluid grace, he drew a pistol out of his shoulder holster. John felt his eyes widen in stunned disbelief. A shiver of superstitious dread ran down his spine. He had seen that same face and those same startling green eyes before, just 6 days ago. They belonged to the terrorist leader who had nearly killed him in personal combat outside the Teller Institute. This was impossible, he thought desperately. Absolutely impossible. How could a man wholly consumed by nanophages rise from the grave? Chapter 42. Nones turned away from the windows toward Willem Linden. Slowly he brought his pistol on target. He flipped the safety off with one huge thumb. The white-haired Dutchman stared at the weapon aimed straight at his forehead. He turned pale. "What are you doing?" he stammered. "This is your severance package. Your services are no longer required," Nones told him dryly. "But Lazarus thanks you for your efforts on his behalf. Farewell, Herr Linden." The third of the Horatii waited just long enough to watch the horrified understanding enter the other man's eyes. Then Nones pulled the trigger twice, firing 2 rounds into Linden's head at point-blank range. Blood, shards of bone, and bits of brain flew out the back of the Dutchman's shattered skull and spattered against the wall. The dead man fell away and crumpled to the floor in a heap. In that same moment, a shotgun blast echoed from the darkened corner of the room, followed immediately by a second and then a third blast. Nones glanced in that direction. One of his 3 men had just finished slaughtering the 4 surveillance team members who had been sleeping. Trapped in their cots, they were easy prey. Fired at a range of less than 10 feet, 3 12-gauge rounds filled with buckshot tore them into pitiful shreds of torn flesh and broken bone. The big man heard a sudden, choked-off cry of fear off to his left. He swiveled that way fast, seeing the youngest member of Linden's team, the Portuguese signals expert named Vitor Abrantes, staggering to his feet. Abrantes yanked frantically at his headset, but he was still tethered to the satellite transmitter by a twisted length of audio cable. Nones fired twice more while moving. The first 9mm round hit the young man high up in the chest. The second tore into his left shoulder and spun him around in a complete circle. White-faced with shock, Abrantes toppled backward against the transmitter. Moaning, he slid to the floor and sat clutching his smashed shoulder. Frowning at his own sloppiness, Nones took a step closer to the wounded man, raising his pistol again. This time he would aim with more care and precision. He sighted along the barrel. His finger tightened on the trigger, starting to squeeze it. But then the window beside him exploded inward, flying apart in a tinkling cloud of sharp-edged glass shards. Still hanging in his repelling harness just outside the room, John Smith saw the wave of cold-blooded butchery begin inside. These bastards were killing their own people, he realized abruptly, clearing away loose ends, evidence, and potential witnesses. Witnesses and evidence he urgently needed. Gripped by a wave of white-hot fury, he reacted instantly, tugging his Sig Sauer pistol out of the holster on his hip. He aimed at the glass. 3 rapid shots, fired from top to bottom, blew open the window, spraying broken glass and bullets through an arc inside the room. Before the last shards stopped falling, he shoved the pistol back into its holster and yanked one of his 2 flashbang grenades out of a leg pouch, strapped to his left thigh. His gloved right thumb pulled the ring. The grenade's safety spoon flipped up. Smith lobbed the black cylinder in through the shattered window and shoved off hard from the wall with his boots, moving directly away from the opening. He reached the end of his pendulum arc, pushed away again even harder, and began swinging back toward the window, flying even faster now. And then the grenade went off. detonating in a rapid-fire burst of blinding flashes and ear-splitting explosions intended to stun and disorient anyone caught within its burst radius. A dense cloud of smoke rolled outward, swirling madly in air roiled by the continuing staccato series of bangs. John came soaring through the window feet first. He landed heavily on the floor, folded up, and then rolled prone. Small pieces of glass crunched beneath him. He pulled his Sig Sauer out again, already searching for targets through the haze and smoke. Smith looked first for the big, green-eyed man. There were smeared streaks of blood on the hardwood floor where he had been standing when the window exploded in on him, but nothing else. The auburn-haired giant must have dived for cover when the flashbang grenade went off. The blood trail he had left behind disappeared out through the arched doorway. Stumbling footsteps sounded nearby, on the other side of a heavy table. Smith reared up and saw one of the other gunmen come reeling out of the rapidly thinning smoke cloud. Though dazed by the grenade's nerve-shattering burst of noise and dazzling light, the gunman still held his pistol in a two-handed shooting grip. Blinking rapidly to clear his eyes, he caught sight of John's head poking above the table and swung around, trying to draw a bead on him. Smith shot him twice, hitting him once in the heart and once in the neck. The gunman folded over and fell forward, plainly dead before he hit the floor. John dropped back behind the table and rolled frantically the other way, rapidly hitting the release on his rappelling harness to detach the climbing rope still trailing in through the window. While he was still hooked to it, the rope would hamper his movements. It would also act as a giant arrow pointing straight at him wherever he went. At last, he managed to tug the length of rope clear and crawled away across the scarred floor, staying low. One down. Counting the big man, that left 3 to go, he thought grimly. Where exactly had the other enemy gunman been when his grenade came sailing through the window? More important, where were they now? He wriggled around the corner of a table and saw the white-haired man sprawled in front of him. Smith grimaced at the sight of the ugly mess seeping out from under the dead man's shattered skull. That bullet-riddled brain had held information they needed. He crawled past the corpse, heading toward the darker corner of the room he had seen being used as makeshift sleeping quarters. From somewhere behind him, a pistol barked 3 times in rapid succession. One round ripped low over his head. Another tore jagged splinters off the solid oak table leg next to his face. The third 9mm round slammed into his back and then tumbled away, deflected by his Kevlar body armor. It was like being kicked by a mule between the shoulder blades. Gasping through a searing wave of white-hot pain, trying to suck air into lungs that felt as though they had been hammered flat, Smith threw himself onto his side. 2 more shots tore into the floor, right where he had been lying a second before, gouging out huge chunks of wood before they ricocheted away. He curled around, frantically seeking a glimpse of the gunman firing at him. There. A shape wavered in his pain-filled vision. One of the gunmen knelt behind a table just about 20 feet away, coolly taking aim. John shot back wildly with the Sig Sauer, squeezing the trigger as rapidly as he could. The pistol bucked upward in his hands. Rounds crashed through the table and hammered into the computer equipment piled on top of it. A hail of wood splinters, sparks, and broken pieces of plastic and metal went flying away through the air. Startled, the gunman ducked out of sight. Smith rolled away across the floor, trying to find better cover. He stopped about midway down one of the U-shaped bays formed by 3 joined tables and risked a cautious glance back the way he had come. Nothing. Then he looked up at the TV monitor on the table in front of him. He froze suddenly, seeing his own death reflected in its darkened screen. The third enemy gunman rose up from the next bay over, already aiming a combat shotgun right at the back of his head. Poised on the edge of the roof, Peter and Randy heard the sudden burst of gunfire, saw the blinding flash of a grenade, and then watched John abruptly hurl himself into the building below them. They exchanged appalled glances. "Dear me, so much for subtlety and discretion," Peter murmured. He pulled his Browning high-power clear of his holster and held it ready. More gunshots rang out in a rising crescendo, echoing back from the brickwork and stone of the surrounding buildings. "Come on," Randy snarled, already rappelling down the wall in short, fast bounds. Peter came flying down after her, moving with equal speed and longer jumps. Knowing it was far too late, knowing that the gunman's finger was already starting to squeeze the shotgun's trigger, Smith twisted around desperately, trying to bring his own weapon on target. The adrenaline pulsing through his system seemed to slow time itself, stretching out the nightmare moment before a hail of 12-gauge buckshot blasted his head into bloody ruin. And then another window exploded inward, torn apart by multiple 9mm rounds fired through it at close range. Hit several times in the chest and neck and head, the enemy gunman staggered to the side and then sagged across one of the tables. The shotgun fell from his lifeless fingers and clattered to the floor. First Randy and then Peter swung in through the shattered window and dropped to the floor. Quickly they detached their ropes and took up positions on either side of John, scanning the long, narrow room around them for signs of movement. Smith smiled weakly, still shaken by his narrow escape. "Glad you could make it," he whispered. "Thought I'd have to handle this all on my own." "Idiot," Randy murmured back, but her eyes were warm. "Never miss a party," Peter said softly. "How many have you left us?" "One for sure," Smith replied. He nodded toward the far side of the room. "He's in cover somewhere off that way. Another guy, their leader, I think, already hightailed it out through the door." Peter looked at Randy. "Shall we show our medical friend here how professionals flush game?" Peter turned to Smith. "You cover the door, John." Then he took a flashbang grenade out of the pouch on his thigh, pulled the ring, and held the safety spoon closed. "On 5, 4, 3, 2... Peter popped up briefly and lobbed the grenade over the table. It sailed through a long, low arc, dropped out of sight, and exploded. A new cloud of smoke boiled across the room, lit from within by blinding, strobe-like flashes. Randy was already in motion, running fast and bent low. She caught a glimpse of a darker shape moving in the smoke and dived for the floor. The surviving gunman staggered toward her. She fired her Beretta twice and watched him go down. He shuddered once and then lay still, staring back at her with lifeless eyes. For a moment longer, Randy stayed prone, waiting for the smoke and haze to dissipate. "All clear on this end," she called out when she could see well enough to be sure. "Check around to see if you can find anyone else still alive," Smith suggested, rising painfully to his feet. He glanced at Peter. "Meanwhile, I think we should go after that other big bastard I saw." "The one you say scampered out the door?" Smith nodded grimly. "That's right." He explained the uncanny resemblance between the tall, green-eyed man he had seen here and the terrorist leader he had watched die in New Mexico. Peter whistled softly. "Now, there's a nasty coincidence." "That's just it," Smith said slowly. "I don't think it is a coincidence at all." "Probably not," Peter agreed. He looked troubled. "But we'll have to be quick, John. The French may have most of their police deployed outside Paris at the moment, but all this racket is bound to attract their attention." Weapons drawn and ready, the two men moved cautiously toward the narrow arched doorway. Smith pointed silently at the smeared bloodstains on the floor. The large red drops led straight toward the open door. Peter nodded his understanding. They were tracking a wounded man. Smith stopped just inside the room. He stared out through the doorway, seeing part of a black and white tiled landing enclosed by a waist-high wrought iron railing. The spatters of blood continued on, heading right for the wide marble staircase that led down to the building's lower floors. The big man they were hunting might be getting away. Determined not to lose him, John impulsively darted forward through the arch, ignoring Peter's startled warning. Too late. John realized that the blood trail ended abruptly just 2 steps down. His eyes opened wide. Unless he had somehow learned to fly, the green-eyed man must have doubled back. Smith felt himself hurled violently to the side. Knocked completely off his feet, he slid across the landing and slammed shoulder first into the iron railing. His Sig Sauer skittered away across the tile floor. For a moment, he stared through the bottom of the railing out into a dizzying void. Sickened and dazed by the impact, he heard a sudden muffled cry and then saw Peter thrown past him. The Englishman tumbled head over heels over the wide lip of the staircase. He disappeared out of sight in a diminishing clatter and rattle of loose equipment. Smiling cruelly, the auburn-haired giant swung back toward Smith. His face, flayed by razor-sharp shards of glass, was a mask of bright red blood. One ravaged socket was empty, but a single green eye gleamed fiercely out of the other. John scrambled to his feet, coldly aware of the enormous drop right at his back. Quickly he drew the combat knife sheathed at his waist. He crouched lower, holding the blade at his side. Undeterred by the sight of the knife, the big man stalked toward him. His huge hands moved in small, deceptively lazy circles as he came forward, ready to strike out, to maim, and then to kill. His smile grew wider. Through narrowed eyes, Smith watched him come closer. "Just a bit nearer, you son of a bitch," he thought. He swallowed hard, fighting down a growing sense of fear at the other man's implacable approach. He did not have any real illusions about the likely outcome of sustained close-quarters combat against this man. Even half-blinded, this foe was much taller, stronger, and undoubtedly far more skilled in hand-to-hand fighting than he was. The big auburn-haired man saw the fear on his face. He laughed and shook more blood away before it dripped in his one good eye. "What? No stomach for battle without a gun in your hand?" he asked softly in a cynical, mocking tone. Refusing to be goaded into premature action, John stayed still, ready to react fast to any opening. He kept his own gaze fixed on the other man's single eye, knowing that it would telegraph any real move. The bright green eye flickered suddenly. There it was. Smith came on guard. Moving with terrifying speed, the big man spun through a tight arc, aiming a dazzlingly fast elbow strike at John's face. He yanked his head to the side just in time. The killing blow missed by a fraction of an inch. Smith blocked another powerful strike with his own left forearm. The world blurred red around him, and he felt the stitches there rip loose. The massive impact knocked him backward against the railing. Panting, he crouched lower still. Grinning hugely now, the green-eyed man closed in again. One of his hands stayed ready to block any knife thrust. The other powerful fist drew back, preparing yet another hammer blow, one that would either drive Smith back over the railing to his death or crush his skull. Instead, John threw himself forward, diving right under the taller man's legs. He whirled around and scrambled upright just in time to meet another series of attacks. Rapid-fire blows that he narrowly parried with his own left hand and both forearms. The force in them slammed him back against the wall, driving the air out of his lungs. Desperately, he slashed out with the knife, forcing the other man back. Not far, just a few short steps, just far enough to put his back against the iron railing. It was now or never, Smith told himself. With a wild yell, he yanked the last flashbang grenade out of his leg pouch and hurled it with all his remaining strength straight into his foe's face. Reacting instinctively, the big man batted the harmless grenade aside with both hands, laying himself wide open for the first time. In that single, frozen moment of time, John lunged, striking with the point of his combat knife. Only the very tip of the blade plunged into the middle of the big man's remaining green eye. But that was enough. Blood and fluid poured out of the new and terrible wound. Blinded, the auburn-haired giant roared in mingled fury and agony. He lashed out violently, knocking the knife from Smith's hand. He stumbled forward with his arms spread wide in one last bid to trap his unseen opponent and crush him. Moving fast, John ducked under those massive outstretched arms and punched the bigger man hard in the throat, crushing his larynx. Immediately, John jumped back again, determined to stay safely out of reach. Gasping, panting, straining frantically for the oxygen he desperately needed but could no longer draw in, the giant slid slowly to his knees. Beneath the dripping blood, his skin was turning blue. Despairingly, he reached out one last time, still trying to seize the man who had killed him. Then his arm dropped. He slumped to the floor and rolled over onto his back, lying there with his empty eye sockets staring blindly up at the ceiling. Exhausted, Smith fell to his own knees. From somewhere down below, a new fusillade of gunfire thundered suddenly, echoing noisily up the central staircase. Smith staggered upright, scooped up his pistol from the floor where it had fallen, and ran toward the head of the stairs. He saw Peter trudging slowly up the staircase, limping painfully. "Took a damned long, hard spill, John," the other man explained, seeing his concerned face. "Managed to hang on to my Browning, though." He smiled thinly. "That was just as well. You see, I tumbled right into two more of those fellows coming up the other way." "I guess they won't be bothering us any longer," Smith suggested. "Not in this life, at least," Peter agreed dryly. "John! Peter! Come here! Quick!" Both men turned at the sound of Randy's voice, urgently summoning them. They ran back into the room. The CIA officer was kneeling beside one of the bodies. She looked up at them in amazement. "This guy is still alive." Chapter 43. With Peter right on his heels, Smith hurried to Randy's side and knelt down to examine the lone survivor. It was the younger man he had seen through the window, the one who had been listening to signals sent over a satellite communications relay. He had been shot twice, once in the shoulder and once in the chest. "See what you can do for the poor fellow," Peter suggested. "Find out what he knows. Meanwhile, I'll take a quick prowl around to see what else I can uncover in this shambles." Peter moved off to begin a systematic search of the bodies and any equipment and electronics that might be left undamaged in the bullet-riddled room. Meanwhile, Smith stripped off one of his gloves and felt for a pulse in the wounded man's neck. The pulse was still there, but it was very weak, fast, and fading. The young man's skin was also pale and cold and wet to the touch. His eyes were closed, and he was breathing in shallow, labored gasps. Smith glanced at Randy. "Elevate his feet a few inches," he said quietly. "He's pretty deep in shock." She nodded and lifted the injured man's feet slightly. To hold them in place, she grabbed a thick computer manual from the nearest table and slid it carefully under his calves. Working swiftly, with gentle fingers, Smith carefully probed the young man's wounds, pulling away clothing to get a good look at the various bullet entry and exit points. He frowned. The shattered left shoulder was bad enough. Most surgeons would urge the immediate amputation of that arm. The other injury was far worse. His face darkened as he traced the extent of the massive exit wound high up on the young man's back. Moving at the speed of sound, the 9mm round had inflicted enormous damage as it tore through his chest, shattering bone, shredding blood vessels, and pulverizing vital tissue across an ever wider area. John did what little he could. First, he shook out a field dressing kit from one of the pouches on his assault vest. Among other things, it contained 2 rolled-up sheets of plastic in a sealed bag. He tore the bag open with his teeth, unrolled the pieces of plastic, and then firmly pressed them into place over the 2 holes in the wounded man's chest, making the injury airtight. With that done, he taped sterile gauze dressings over the plastic in an effort to control the bleeding. He looked up to find Randy watching him. She raised an eyebrow in an unspoken question. Smith shook his head slightly. The wounded man was dying. His efforts would only slow the process, not prevent it. There was simply too much damage, too much internal hemorrhaging. Even if they could get him to an emergency room in the next few minutes, the effort would be wasted. Randy sighed. She stood up. Then I'll go take another look around myself, she said. She tapped her watch. Don't wait too long, John. By now, someone in the neighborhood will have called the cops about all the noise. Max will give us a heads up if he hears anything definite on the scanner, but we need to be long gone before they get here. He nodded. Coming right on the heels of Burke and Pearson's secret war against the Lazarus movement, the arrest of a serving U.S. Army officer and a CIA agent inside the movement's shot-up Paris headquarters building would only confirm every paranoid conspiracy theorist's worst fears and suspicions. Randy tossed him a blood-stained wallet. I found this in one of his pockets, she said. The ID could be a fake, I suppose. But if so, it's a top-notch job. Smith flipped it open. It contained an international driver's license made out in the name of Vitor Abrantes, with a permanent address shown in Lisbon. Abrantes. He spoke the name out loud. The dying man's eyes fluttered open. His skin was ashen. You're Portuguese? Smith said. Sim. Yes. Eu sou português. Abrantes nodded faintly. Do you know who shot you? Smith asked quietly. The young Portuguese shivered. Nons, he whispered. One of the Horatii. The Horatii? Smith puzzled over that. The word, which sounded Latin, rang a bell somewhere in the back of his mind. He thought it was something he had seen or heard here in Paris in the past, but he couldn't pin it down, at least right away. John! Randy called in excitement. Take a look at this. He glanced up. She was standing at the computer where he had seen the older white-haired man working. She swung the monitor toward him. Caught in some kind of programming loop, the computer was playing the same piece of digital imagery over and over again. Footage of pedestrian-filled streets, apparently captured and transmitted by an aircraft flying low overhead. 3 words blinked in red in the lower right-hand corner of the imagery. Nanophage release initiated. My God, Smith realized suddenly. They hit La Cornu from the air. Looks that way, Randy agreed grimly. I suppose that's easier and more effective than setting these horrible weapons loose on the ground. A lot more effective, Smith said, thinking it through fast. Deploying the nanophages at altitude avoids relying solely on the wind or internal pressurization to spread the cloud. You get more control that way, and you can blanket a much larger area with the same number of devices. He turned back to Abrantes. The wounded man was drifting on the edge of death, barely aware of his surroundings. With luck, he might now answer questions that he would certainly have refused earlier. Why don't you tell me about the nanophages, Vitor? He suggested carefully. What is their real purpose? Once our tests are complete, they will cleanse the world, the dying man said, coughing. Bubbles of blood flecked the side of his mouth, but his eyes held a fanatical gleam. With an effort, he spoke again. They will make all things new again. They will rid the earth of a contagion. They will save it from the plague of untamed humanity. Smith felt a shiver of horror run through him as the full impact of just what Abrantes was talking about hit home. The massacres at Teller and La Courneuve had only been trial runs. And that, in turn, meant the deaths of tens of thousands had been planned right from the start as field experiments, as tests to evaluate and further refine the effectiveness of these murderous nanophages outside the sterile confines of a laboratory. He stared blindly at the images repeating over and over on the screen. The nanophages were more than just another weapon of war or terrorism. They had been designed as instruments of genocide. Genocide planned on a scale unmatched in history. John felt enormous anger welling up inside him. The thought of anyone rejoicing in the kind of cruel, inhuman butchery he had seen outside the Teller Institute triggered a feeling of fury beyond anything he had felt in years. But to extract the information they needed, it was vital that this young Portuguese hear the voice of a friend, of someone who shared his warped beliefs. With that in mind, John fought to regain control over his rampaging emotions. "Who will control this cleansing, Vitor?" he heard himself ask gently. "Who will remake the world?" "Lazarus," Abrantes said simply. "Lazarus will bring life out of death." Smith sat back. A terrible and frightening image was taking shape in his mind. It was an image of a faceless puppeteer coolly staging a drama of his own maniacal creation. In one moment, Lazarus denounced nanotechnology as a danger to mankind. In the next, he perverted that same technology for his own vicious purposes, using it to slaughter even his own most devoted followers as though they were laboratory mice. With one hand, he manipulated officials of the CIA, FBI, and MI6 into conducting a covert war against the movement he controlled. With the other, he turned that same illegal war against them, rendering his enemies blind, deaf, and dumb at the critical moment. "And where is this man you call Lazarus?" he asked. Abrantes said nothing. He drew in a single short breath and then began coughing uncontrollably, retching, unable to clear his lungs. He was literally drowning in his own blood, Smith knew. Quickly he turned the young man's head to the side, momentarily clearing a passage for the air he needed. Scarlet rivulets of blood spattered from Abrantes' twitching mouth. The coughing fit eased. "Vitor, where is Lazarus?" Smith repeated urgently. Randy left the computer she had been examining and came back to his side. She stood listening closely. "Os azares," Abrantes whispered. He coughed once more and spat more blood onto the floor. He drew in another short, shallow breath. "O consale do sal, Santa Maria." This time the effort was too great. He jerked and spasmed suddenly, convulsed by another long, racking paroxysm. When it passed, he was dead. "Was that a prayer?" Randy asked. Smith frowned. "If it was, I doubt he'll get any credit for it." He looked down at the twisted body on the floor and then shook his head. "But I think he was trying to answer the question I asked him." 40 feet away, Peter stooped beside the corpse of the gunman Randy had shot. He rifled through the dead man's pockets, collecting a wallet and a passport. Quickly he flipped through the passport, mentally noting the most recent entry stamps. Zimbabwe, the United States, and France in that order, and all within the last 4 weeks. His pale blue eyes narrowed in calculation. Most revealing, he thought coldly. He pocketed the documents and moved on to inspect a bulky pack he had noticed earlier. The plain green cloth satchel stood off on its own in the nearest corner. And now that he thought back, it was identical in appearance to 2 other packs he had seen dumped in other parts of the room. Peter drew aside the flap and peered inside. He sucked in his breath, staring down at 2 foot-long blocks of plastic explosive wrapped together. They were wired to a detonator and a digital watch. Czech-made Semtex, or American-manufactured C4, he decided, with an improvised timer. Either way, he knew that was enough plastic explosive to make one devil of a bang when it went off. And now he saw that the numbers on the watch were blinking rhythmically, steadily falling towards 0. Chapter 44. The White House. "Ambassador Nichols is on the phone, sir," the White House waiter said deferentially. "The secure line." "Thank you, John," said President Sam Castilla, pushing away his plate of untouched food. With his wife away and the Lazarus crisis growing worse with every passing hour, he was taking his meals alone, usually, like tonight, on a tray in the Oval Office. He picked up the phone. "What's up, Owen?" Owen Nichols, the U.S. ambassador to the UN, was one of Castilla's closest political allies. They had been friends since college. Neither man felt any need to stand on ceremony with the other, and neither believed in sugarcoating bad news. "The Security Council is moving toward a final vote on the nanotech resolution, Sam," he said. "I expect it within the hour." "That fast?" Castilla asked in surprise. The UN almost never acted quickly. The organization preferred consensus and lengthy, almost interminable discussion. He had thought it would take the Council another day or two to bring the nanotech resolution up for a vote. That fast, Nichols confirmed. The debate's been strictly pro forma. Everybody knows the votes are there to pass this damn thing unanimously. Unless we veto it. What about the UK? Castilla asked, shocked. Their ambassador, Martin Rees, says they can't afford to buck the international consensus on this issue. Not after the revelations that MI6 was tied into this secret war against Lazarus. They have to go against us on this one. He says the PM's job is hanging by a thread as it is. Damn, Castilla muttered. I only wish that were the worst news I had, Nichols said quietly. The president tightened his grip on the phone. Go on. Rees wanted me to pass on something else he picked up from the British Foreign Office. France and Germany and some of the other European countries have been working on another nasty surprise for us, behind the scenes. After we veto the Security Council resolution, they plan to demand our immediate suspension from all NATO military and political roles, on the grounds that we might otherwise use NATO resources as part of our illegal war on Lazarus. Castilla breathed out, trying to control the anger he felt boiling up inside. The vultures are circling, I guess. Yes, they are, Sam, Nichols said tiredly. Between the massacres in Zimbabwe, Santa Fe, and Paris, and now these stories about CIA-sponsored murders, our good name overseas is completely shot. So this is the perfect time for our so-called friends to cut us down to size. After he finished speaking with Nichols and hung up, Castilla sat for a moment longer, his head bowed under the weight of events that were moving beyond his ability to control. He glanced tiredly at the elegant grandfather clock along one curved wall. Fred Klein had said he thought Colonel Smith was on the trail of something significant in Paris. The corners of his mouth turned down. Whatever Smith was chasing had better pan out. And quickly. Paris. For a fraction of a second longer, Peter stared down at the activated demolition charge, unwillingly admiring the sheer thoroughness of the opposition. When it came to covering their tracks, he thought, these fellows never stopped at half measures. After all, why be satisfied with killing a few potential witnesses when you could blow apart the whole building as well? The timer flickered through another second, still inexorably counting down toward its predetermined end. He jumped to his feet and ran toward John and Randy, dodging around the work tables and bullet-smashed electronics gear. Out! He yelled, pointing to the windows. Get out now! They stared at him, plainly mystified by the sudden urgency in his voice. Peter skidded to a stop beside the two perplexed Americans. There's at least one ruddy great bomb set to go off in this building, and probably more, he explained fast, the words tumbling out of his mouth. Then he grabbed each of them by a shoulder and shoved them toward the two windows they had smashed open to get inside. Go on! If we're lucky, we might have 30 seconds. Horrified understanding at last dawned on John's and Randy's faces. They each grabbed one of the 3 ropes still dangling in through the windows. No time to waste trying to clip into a harness, Peter told them. Just use the bloody rope. Smith nodded. He jumped up onto the stone window ledge, whipped a length of the rappel rope around behind his hip, brought it diagonally up and over the opposite shoulder, back across to the same hip, and then along his arm down to the hand he would use as a brake. He saw Peter and Randy doing the same thing with their own ropes. Ready? Peter asked. Set, John confirmed. Randy nodded. Then go. Go. Go! Smith leaned out, turned sideways toward the ground, and simply let gravity do most of the work, plunging down the side of the building in huge bounds. The ground rushed up at him at a dizzying pace. He could smell the nylon rope scorching through his leather gloves and feel it burning across his shoulder and hip. He was aware of Peter and Randy keeping pace with him. All 3 of them came hurtling down the wall at high speed. When he judged he was just 20 feet or so above the little cobblestone alley running behind the movement headquarters, Smith tightened the grip of his braking hand and pulled that same arm sharply across his chest in a hard, fast movement. He did not want to risk hitting the ground at that speed, and going that fast there was no way he could brake gently or slowly. He slammed to a stop, dangling only 10 or 12 feet above the ground. In that instant, a series of enormous explosions tore through the upper floors of the buildings soaring above him, rippling from one end of number 18 Rue de Vigny to the other in a growing fury of flame and glowing superheated air. Hellish tongues of fire burst through every window, scorching the night and turning the darkness as bright as day in one blinding, awful moment. Broken pieces of stone and slate and other debris tumbled high into the air, lit from beneath by the inferno consuming the Lazarus movement headquarters. Smith felt his rope give way, ripped apart by the blast. He dropped, hit the ground hard, and rolled. Randy and Peter thudded down beside him. They scrabbled to their feet and ran for it, streaking down the darkened alley as fast as they could go, slipping and skidding on the dank, smooth cobblestones. Huge chunks of rubble were falling all around them, smashing onto nearby roofs or crashing down into the tight confines of the alley with killing force. The trio burst out of the mouth of the alley and turned onto a wider cross street. Still running at full speed, they ducked into the recessed door of a small tobacco shop, seeking cover. A new wave of white-hot debris cascaded down across the surrounding streets and buildings, punching craters in roofs and pavements and setting new fires in its wake. The shrill anti-theft alarms going off in parked cars pummeled by the falling wreckage only added to the unholy din rising on all sides. "Anyone have any brilliant ideas?" Randy said quickly. They could all hear sirens in the distance, drawing nearer with every passing second. "We need to get clear of this area and drop out of sight," Smith said grimly. "And fast." He looked at her. "Can you call for help on that radio of yours?" She shook her head. "My radio's kaput." She yanked off the headset with a disgusted look. "I must have landed right on the damn thing when those bombs cut my rope. It sure feels like I did anyway." A blue Volvo sedan came screeching around the corner from the Rue de Vigny. It swung sharply in their direction and came roaring ahead. They were caught in its glaring twin headlights, silhouetted against the locked and barred door of the little tobacco shop. They were trapped, with nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Wearily Smith turned, fumbling for his Sig Sauer, but Randy caught his arm and shook her head. "Believe it or not, John," she said in amazement, "that's actually one of ours." The sedan braked hard, skidding to a stop just a few feet away. A window rolled down. They saw Max's astonished face peering up at them from behind the wheel. He grinned weakly. "Man, when that building blew up, I never thought I'd see you folks again. Not in one piece, anyway." "I guess it's just your lucky day, Max," Randy told him. She scrambled into the front seat while John and Peter piled into the back. "Where to?" the CIA agent asked her. "Anywhere for now," Randy said tersely. "Just put some distance between us and that." She jerked a thumb over her shoulder at the blazing pillar of fire roaring high into the night sky. "Sure thing, boss," Max replied quietly. He spun the steering wheel through a half circle and pulled back onto the street. Then, keeping a wary eye on his rearview mirror, he drove away at a sedate but steady pace. By the time the first fire trucks and police cars pulled up outside the blazing, bomb-gutted ruins of number 18 Rue de Vigny, they were already more than a mile away and heading for the outskirts of Paris. The forest of Rambouillet lay roughly 35 miles southwest of the city. It was a lovely expanse of woods, lakes, and ancient stone abbeys tucked away amid the tall trees. The elegant mansion and beautiful grounds of the Chateau of Rambouillet stood in the heart of this rolling woodland. The chateau itself, more than 6 centuries old, had once been a weekend country retreat for several French kings. Now it served the same purpose for presidents of the French Republic. The northern fringes of the woods, however, were miles removed from the glories of the chateau and mostly deserted. a haven for herds of skittish deer and a few wild boars. Narrow roads wandered here and there under the trees, providing access for hikers and for the occasional government forester. In a small clearing just off one of those rough woodland tracks, Lieutenant Colonel John Smith sat on a tree stump, bandaging the reopened knife wound on his left forearm. Finished, he put aside the tape and unused gauze. Then he tested his new field dressing, rotating his arm back and forth to make sure it would stand the strain of sudden movement. Smith realized that at some point the wound would need new stitches, but at least this bandage should stop the worst of the bleeding. With that accomplished, he pulled on a fresh shirt, wincing slightly as the cotton knit slid over fresh cuts, bruises, and knotted muscles. He stood up, stretching and twisting as he did so in an effort to clear away some of the fatigue crowding in on his exhausted mind. A half moon hung low in the west, barely visible above the canopy of the surrounding forest. But a small hint of pale gray light on the eastern horizon signaled the slow approach of dawn. The sun would be up in a couple of hours. He glanced across at his companions. Peter was sleeping on the front seat of the Volvo, snatching whatever rest he could with the practiced ease of a veteran soldier. Randy stood next to a small black Peugeot parked at the far end of the clearing, quietly conferring with Max and another CIA agent, a junior officer named Lewis who had just driven out of Paris to deliver the new civilian clothes they needed. She was undoubtedly arranging for the immediate disappearance of their assault gear, weapons, and old clothing, of anything that might tie them to the carnage inside 18 Rue de Vigny. No one was in earshot. Smith took out his encrypted cell phone, took a deep breath, and punched in the code for Covert-One headquarters. Fred Klein listened to Smith's report of the night's events in silence. When he finished, Klein sighed heavily. "You're riding an awfully narrow rail between disaster and utter catastrophe, Colonel. But I suppose I can't argue much with success." "I sure hope not," Smith said dryly. "That would smack of rank ingratitude." "You satisfied that this Abrantes was telling you the truth?" Klein asked. "About the relationship between Lazarus and the nanophages, I mean? What if he was only trying to lay another false trail, trying to send us rushing off in the wrong direction?" "He wasn't," John said. "The guy was dying, Fred. For all he knew, I was his sainted grandmother, come down from heaven to escort him to the pearly gates. No, Vitor Abrantes was telling me the truth. Whoever Lazarus really is, he's the son of a bitch who's been behind these attacks from the beginning. Plus, he's been throwing sand in everyone's eyes by stage managing both ends of this war between the movement and the CIA and FBI." There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. "To what end, John?" Klein asked finally. "Lazarus has been buying time," Smith told him. "Time to run these perverted field tests of his. Time to analyze the results and to re-engineer the nanophages, making them more and more powerful and deadly. Time to develop and evaluate new methods of delivering them to his chosen targets." He grimaced. "While we've all been running around in circles, Lazarus has been out there designing, developing, and testing a weapon that could wipe out most of the human race. At Gusasa in Zimbabwe, the Teller Institute, and now La Courneuve," Klein realized. "All the places showing up in those passports and other travel documents Peter Howell retrieved." "Exactly." "And you think this weapon is ready for use?" Klein asked quietly. "I do," Smith said. "There's no other reason for Lazarus to destroy the people and equipment he was using to monitor those experiments. He's clearing the decks, getting ready to strike. What's your recommendation?" "We pinpoint Lazarus and whatever lab or factory he's using to produce this stuff. Then we kill him and capture his nanophage stocks before they're dispersed for any large-scale attack." "Short and sweet, Colonel," Klein said, "but not very subtle." "Do you have any better ideas?" Smith demanded. The head of Covert-One sighed again. "No, I don't. The trick will be finding Lazarus before it's too late. And that's something no Western intelligence agency has managed in more than a year of trying. I think Abrantes told me most of what we need, Smith argued. The trouble is, my Spanish is fair to middling, but my Portuguese is non-existent. I need a clear translation of what he said when I asked him where Lazarus was now. I can find someone to handle that, Klein promised. He faded from the phone a moment. There was a small click in the background, and then he came back on the line. Okay, we're set to record, Colonel. Go ahead. Here goes, Smith said. From memory, and trying to make sure he used the same pronunciation he had heard the dying man use, he repeated Vitor Abrantes' last words. O Cesares, O Consale do Sal, Santa Maria. Got it. Anything else? Yeah. Smith frowned. Abrantes told me he was shot by a man he described as one of the Horatii. If I'm right, I've already run into two of them. First outside Teller and now here in Paris. I'd like a better read on what those big identical bastards were, and how many more of them might be out there. Klein said, I'll see what I can dig up, John. But this might take a while. Can you stay where you are for a bit? Smith nodded, looking around at the tall trees dappled in shadow and in fading moonlight. Yeah. But make it as quick as you can, Fred. I have a bad feeling that the clock is running fast on this situation. Understood, Colonel. Hold tight. The line went dead. Smith paced back and forth across the clearing. He could feel the tension inside mounting. His nerves were stretched almost to the breaking point. More than an hour had gone by since Klein had promised to get back to him. The gray light in the east was much stronger now. The sudden sound of a car engine startled him. He swung around in surprise and saw the little black Peugeot drive away, bouncing and rolling awkwardly along the heavily rutted forest track. I sent Max and Louis back to Paris, Randy explained. She had been sitting calmly on his tree stump, watching him pace. We don't need them here right now, and I'd like to find out more about anything the French police have dug up inside what's left of the movement headquarters. Smith nodded. That made sense. I think... His cell phone vibrated. He flipped it open. Yes? Are you alone? Klein asked abruptly. His voice sounded strained, almost unnatural. John checked his surroundings. Randy was perched just a few feet away. And, operating on some sixth sense honed by years in the field, Peter had woken up from his catnap. No, I'm not, he admitted. That's extremely unfortunate, Klein said. He hesitated. Then you'll have to be very careful of what you say on your end. Clear? Yes, Smith said quietly. What have you got for me? Let's start with the Horatii, Klein said slowly. The name comes from an old Roman legend. A set of identical triplets sent into single combat against warriors from a rival city. They were renowned for their courage, strength, agility, and loyalty. That sure fits, Smith said, thinking back over his deadly encounters with the two tall, green-eyed men. Both times he had been very lucky to emerge alive. He winced. The thought of a third man with the same strength and skills still lurking out there was disconcerting. There's a famous painting done by the French neoclassical artist Jacques-Louis David, Klein went on, called The Oath of the Horatii. And it's hanging in the Louvre, Smith said, suddenly realizing why the name had conjured up old memories. That's right, Klein confirmed. Smith shook his head grimly. Swell. So our friend Lazarus has a love for the classics and a nasty sense of humor. But I guess that doesn't bring us any closer to finding him. He took a deep breath. Were you able to secure a translation of Abrantes' last words? Yes, Klein said quietly. Well? Smith asked impatiently. What was he trying to tell me? He said, the Azores, the island of the sun, Santa Maria, the head of Covert-One reported. The Azores? Smith shook his head, surprised. The Azores were a group of small Portuguese-settled islands far out in the Atlantic Ocean, close to the line of latitude linking Lisbon and New York. Centuries ago, the archipelago had been a strategic outpost of the now vanished Portuguese Empire, but today it survived largely on beef and dairy exports and on tourism. Santa Maria is one of the 9 islands of the Azores, Klein explained. He sighed. Apparently, the locals sometimes refer to it as the Island of the Sun. So what the hell is on Santa Maria? Smith asked, barely controlling the irritation in his voice. Fred Klein was not usually so slow to get to the point. Not much on the eastern half of the island. Just a few tiny villages, really. And in the west? Well, that's where things get tricky, Klein admitted. It seems that the western end of Santa Maria is leased by Nomura Pharmatech for its global medical charity work, complete with a very long, hard-surfaced runway, enormous hangar facilities, and a huge medical supply storage complex. Nomura, John said softly, at last understanding why his superior sounded so strained. Hideo Nomura is Lazarus. He's got the money, the scientific know-how, the facilities, and the political connections to pull something like that off. So it appears, Klein agreed. But I'm afraid it's not enough. No one's going to be persuaded by the purported last words of an unknown dying man. Without hard evidence, the kind of evidence we can show to wavering friends and allies, I don't see how the president can possibly approve an open attack on Nomura's Azores facility. The head of Covert-One continued. The situation here is worse than you can imagine, John. Our military and political alliances are shredding like wet tissue paper. NATO is up in arms. The UN General Assembly is planning to designate us as a terrorist nation. And a sizable bloc in Congress is arguing seriously for the impeachment of the president. In these circumstances, an apparently unprovoked air or cruise missile attack on a world-renowned medical charity would be the last straw. Smith knew that Klein was right. But knowing that didn't make the situation they faced any more acceptable. We may be damned if we do, but we'll die if we don't, he argued. I know that, John, Klein said emphatically. But we need evidence to back our claims before we can send in the bombers and missiles. There's only one way to get that kind of proof, Smith pointed out grimly. Someone has to go in on the ground in the Azores and get right up close. Yes, Klein agreed slowly. When can you head to the airport? Smith looked up from the phone at Randy and Peter. They looked equally grim, equally determined. They had heard enough of his side of the conversation to know what was going on. No, he said simply. We're going now. Chapter 45. The Lazarus Center, Santa Maria Island, the Azores. Outside the windowless confines of the Lazarus Movement Nerve Center, the sun was just rising, climbing higher above the embrace of the Atlantic. Its first dazzling rays touched the sheer cliffs of São Lourenço Bay with fire and lit the steep stone-terraced vineyards of Maya. From there, the growing daylight rolled westward across verdant forests and pastures, gleamed off the white sand beach at Praia Formosa, and at last chased the night's lingering shadows away from the treeless limestone plains surrounding the Nomura Pharmatech airfield. Inside the center, secure in neon-lit silence, Hideo Nomura read through the most recent messages from his surviving agents in Paris. Based on details supplied by paid informants on the police force, it was clear that Nones and his men were dead, killed along with all the others inside the bomb-ravaged building at 18 Rue de Vigny. He furrowed his brow, both puzzled and worried by this news. Nones and his team should have been well away before their demolition charges exploded. Something had gone badly wrong. But what? Several witnesses reported seeing men in black running away from the building right after the first explosions occurred. The French police, though dubious at first, were now treating these reports seriously, blaming the mysterious forces opposing the Lazarus movement for what looked like a major terrorist attack on its Paris headquarters. Nomura shook his head. That was impossible, of course. The only terrorists targeting the movement were men under his command. But then he stopped, considering the matter more carefully. What if someone else had been snooping around inside 18 Rue de Vigny? True, his intricately laid plans had succeeded in throwing the CIA, FBI, and MI6 into confusion. But there were other intelligence organizations in the world, and any number of them might be trying to pry into the activities of the Lazarus movement. Could they have found anything there that might tie the La Courneuve surveillance operation to him? He bit his lower lip, wondering if he had been overconfident, entirely too sure that his many elaborate ruses would escape detection. Nomura pondered that possibility for a while. Though it was likely that his cover was intact, it might be best to take certain precautions. His original plan envisioned a simultaneous strike on the continental United States by at least a dozen Thanatos aircraft. But assembling the required number of the giant flying wing drones would take his work crews another 3 days. More important, he lacked the hangar space here to conceal so many planes from any unexpected aerial or space surveillance. No, he thought coldly. He should act now, while he was certain that he still could, instead of waiting for a perfect moment that might never arrive. Once the first millions were dead, the Americans and their allies would be leaderless and too horror-stricken to hunt effectively for their hidden foes. When fighting for control over the fate of the world, he reminded himself, flexibility was a virtue, not a vice. He tapped a button on his internal phone. Send Terse to me. At once. The last of the Horatii arrived moments later. His massive shoulders filled the doorway and his head seemed almost to brush against the ceiling. He bowed obediently and then stood motionless in front of Nomura's teak desk, patiently waiting for orders from the man who had made him so powerful and efficient a killer. You know that both of your companions have failed me, Nomura said. The tall, green-eyed man nodded. So I understand, he said coolly. But I have never failed in my duty. That is true, Nomura agreed. And in consequence, the rewards promised to them now fall to you. When the time comes, you will stand at my right hand, exercising dominion in my name, in the name of Lazarus. Terse's eyes gleamed. Nomura planned to reorder the world to create a paradise for those few he believed worthy of continued life. Most nations and peoples would die, consumed over months and years by waves of unseen nanophages. Those allowed to live would be forced to obey his commands, reshaping their lives, cultures, and beliefs to fit his idyllic vision. Nomura and those who served him would wield almost unimaginable power over the frightened remnants of humanity. What are your orders? The surviving member of the Horatii asked. We are going to attack earlier than first planned, Nomura told him. 3 Thanatos aircraft should be ready for launch in 6 to 8 hours. Inform the nanophage production team that I want enough full canisters to load those planes as soon as their pre-flight checks are finished. The first targets will be Washington, D.C., New York, and Boston. Lodges Field, Terceira Island, the Azores. 3 people, 2 men and a woman, stood out among the small crowd of passengers deplaning from Air Portugal's Lisbon flight. Unencumbered by luggage, they moved swiftly through the slower currents of locals and bargain-hunting tourists and made their way from the tarmac into the airport terminal. Once inside, Randy Russell stopped dead in her tracks. She stared up at a large clock showing the local time as noon, and then back to the board showing flight arrivals and departures. Damn, she muttered in frustration. There's only one connecting flight to Santa Maria a day, and we've already missed it. Walking on, John shook his head. We're not taking a commercial flight. He led them toward the outer doors. A short line of taxis and private cars stood at the curb, waiting to pick up arriving passengers. She raised an eyebrow. Santa Maria must be close to 200 miles away. You planning to swim? Smith grinned back over his shoulder. Not unless Peter really fouls up. Randy glanced at the pale-eyed Englishman walking beside her. Do you know what he's talking about? Haven't a clue, Peter told her breezily. But I noticed our friend there making a few sotto voce phone calls in Paris while we were waiting for the Lisbon flight. So I rather suspect he has something up his sleeve. Still smiling slightly, Smith pushed through the doors out into the open air. He raised his hand, signaling a green, brown, and tan camouflaged Humvee idling just down the road. It pulled forward to meet them. Colonel Smith and Company? The U.S. Air Force Staff Sergeant behind the wheel asked. That's us, Smith said, already tugging open the rear doors and motioning Randy and Peter inside. He hopped in after them. The Humvee pulled away from the curb and drove on down the road. A quarter-mile farther on, it swung toward a gate in the perimeter fence. There, a pair of stern-faced guards carrying loaded M16s checked their identity cards, carefully comparing faces and pictures. Satisfied, the soldiers waved them through onto the U.S. Air Force Base at Lazarus. The vehicle turned left and raced down the flight line. Gray camouflaged C-17 transports and giant KC-10 tanker planes lined the long runway. On one side of the tarmac, the ground fell away, eventually plunging almost straight down toward the Atlantic. On the other, bright green slopes rose high above the airfield, broken up into innumerable small fields by low walls of dark volcanic rock. The sweet scents of wildflowers and the fresh, salt smell of the ocean mixed oddly with the sharp, acrid tang of half-burnt jet fuel. Your bird arrived from the States an hour ago, the Air Force sergeant told them. It's being prepped now. Randy turned toward Smith. Our bird? She asked pointedly. John shrugged. A U.S. Army UH-60L Black Hawk helicopter, he said. Dispatched here by C-17 about the same time we flew from Paris to Lisbon. I thought it might come in handy. Good thinking, Randy said with barely contained sarcasm. Let me get this straight. You just snapped your fingers and had the Army and the Air Force ship you a multi-million-dollar helicopter for our personal use. Is that about right, John? Actually, I asked a couple of friends in the Pentagon to pull a string or two, Smith said modestly. Everybody's so worried about this nanophage threat that they were willing to bend some of the rules for us. Randy rounded on the leathery-faced Englishman. And I suppose you think you can fly a Black Hawk? Well, if I can't, we'll soon find out the hard way, Peter told her cheerfully. Chapter 46. Pharmatech Airfield, Santa Maria Island. Hideo Nomura paced slowly along the edge of the long concrete runway. The wind, blowing from the east, whispered through his short black hair. The light breeze carried the rich, sun-warmed smell of tall grass growing on the plateau beyond the fence. He looked up. The sun was still high overhead, just beginning its long slide toward the western horizon. Far to the north, a few clouds drifted slowly past, solitary puffs of white in a clear blue sky. Nomura smiled. The weather was perfect in every respect. He turned, seeing his father standing behind him between two of Terce's hard-faced guards. The older man's hands were handcuffed behind his back. He smiled at his father. It's wonderfully ironic, isn't it? Jinjiro eyed him with a stony, cold reserve. There are many ironies here, Lazarus, he said coldly, refusing even to call his treacherous son by his own name. To which do you refer? Ignoring the jibe, the younger man nodded toward the runway in front of them. "This airfield," he explained. "The Americans built it in 1944, during their war against Germany and our beloved homeland. Their bombers used this island as a refueling point during their long transatlantic flights to England. But today, I will turn their own work against them. This airfield is about to become the staging area for America's annihilation." Jinjiro said nothing. Hideo shrugged and turned away. It was clear now that he had kept his father alive out of a misguided sense of filial piety. Once the first Thanatos drones were airborne, there would be time to arrange a fitting end for the old fool. Some of his scientists were already working on different variations of the Stage 4 nanophages. They might find it useful to test their new designs on a live human subject. He strode toward a small knot of flight engineers and ground controllers waiting beside the runway. They wore headsets and short-range radios for communications between the aircraft hangars and the tower. "Is everything ready?" he asked sharply. The senior ground controller nodded. "The main hangar crew reports they are ready for rollout. All canisters are on board." "Good." Nomura looked at his ranking flight engineer. "And the 3 aircraft?" "All of their systems are functioning within the expected norms," the man told him confidently. "Their solar power cells, fuel cell auxiliaries, flight controls, and attack programs have all been checked and rechecked." "Excellent," Nomura said. He glanced again at the ground controller. "Are there any unidentified air contacts we need to worry about?" "Negative," the controller said. "Radar reports nothing airborne within 100 kilometers. We're in the clear." Hideo took a deep breath. This was the moment he had spent years planning, scheming, and killing to make a reality. This was why he had tricked, trapped, and betrayed his own father, all for this single glorious instant of sure and certain triumph. He breathed out slowly, savoring the delightful sensation. Then he spoke. "Commence Thanatos operations." The ground controller repeated his order over the radio. "Open hangar doors." In response, at the southern end of the airfield, huge metal doors on the nearest hangar began groaning apart, revealing a vast interior crowded with men and machines. Sunshine streamed inside through the rapidly expanding opening. It fell on the solar cells of the first Thanatos flying wing. They gleamed like golden fire. "The first aircraft is taxiing," the senior flight engineer reported. Slowly, the enormous drone, with a wingspan wider than that of a 747, lumbered forward, clearing the doors with only feet to spare. 14 twin-bladed propellers whirred silently, pulling it out onto the runway. Clusters of thin-walled plastic cylinders were visible on each of the aircraft's 5 underwing pods. "Don masks and gloves," Nomura ordered. The controllers and engineers hurriedly obeyed, shrugging into the heavy gear that would give them limited protection if anything went wrong during takeoff. Terse moved to his side, offering him a gas mask, respirator, and thick gloves. Hideo took them with a curt nod. "And the prisoner?" the tall, green-eyed man asked, in a voice muffled by his respirator. "What about him?" "My father?" Hideo glanced back at Jinjiro, who was still standing bareheaded in the sun, rigid and unbending between his 2 gas-masked guards. He smiled coldly and shook his head. "No mask for him. Let the old man take his chances." "The second aircraft is taxiing," the flight engineer reported, speaking loudly enough to be heard through his mask and breathing apparatus. Nomura looked back at the runway. The first Thanatos drone was already 200 meters away, slowly accelerating as it rolled north on its takeoff run. The second flying wing was emerging from inside the mammoth hangar, with a third just visible behind it. He pushed his father's impending death to the back of his mind and focused instead on watching his cruel dreams take flight. Terse moved away, unslinging a German-made Heckler & Koch G-36 assault rifle from his shoulder as he went. His head swiveled from side to side, checking the armed guards he had posted at intervals along the runway. All of them appeared alert. A slight frown crossed the big man's face. Counting the 2 men watching Jinjiro, there were 10 sentries stationed at the airfield. There should have been twice as many. But the unexpectedly heavy losses he had sustained in New Mexico and then again in Virginia could not be made up in time. The deaths of knowns and his Paris-based security detail only made the manpower shortage worse. Terse shrugged, looking westward out to sea. In the end, it would not matter. Nomura was right. Stealth outweighed firepower. No matter how many soldiers, missiles, and bombs they possessed, the Americans could not attack a target they could not find. He froze. Something was moving out there above the Atlantic, right near the edge of his vision. He stared harder. Whatever it was, the object was drawing closer at high speed. But it was difficult to make out through the thick, distorting lenses of his gas mask. With a snarl, Terse tore off the mask and attached respirator and tossed them aside. At least now he could see clearly. A small, dark green dot racing low just above the ocean waves. It curved toward him, tilting slightly, growing larger fast. Sunlight flashed off spinning rotor blades. Aboard the UH-60L Blackhawk, Smith leaned forward in the co-pilot seat, peering at the airfield ahead of them through a pair of high-powered binoculars. "Okay," he said loudly, shouting to be heard above the howl of the troop carrier's 2 powerful engines and its large, clattering rotors. "I count 2 AN-124 Condor cargo planes near the north end of the runway, parked next to a big hangar. Also what looks like a much smaller executive jet. Maybe a Gulfstream." "What's that moving down near the south end of the runway?" Randy yelled in his ear. She crouched behind the forward cabin's 2 seats, holding on tight with whitened knuckles. The Blackhawk was shuddering and bouncing wildly as Peter fought to hold the helicopter just 50 feet above the rolling crests of the ocean waves, all the while flying at more than 100 knots. He had brought them in at very low altitude to avoid being picked up by the airfield's radar. Smith swung his binoculars to the right. For the first time, he saw the 3 huge flying wings lined up one after another on the long concrete strip. The lead aircraft was already moving faster and faster, rolling smoothly toward takeoff. At first, his exhausted mind refused to accept that anything so big and at the same time so fragile-looking could possibly be airworthy. Then, in a flood of understanding, the facts and images fell into place, pulled from memory. Several years ago, he had read up on NASA's scientific experiments with high-altitude, solar-powered, long-endurance robot planes. Nomura must have stolen the same technology for his own vicious ends. "Good Lord," he said, rocked by the sudden realization. "Those are Nomura's attack aircraft." Quickly, he briefed the others on what he remembered of their flight profile and capabilities. "Can't our fighter planes shoot them down?" Randy asked somberly. "If they're flying at close to 100,000 feet?" Smith shook his head. "That's beyond the maximum ceiling for any fighter in our inventory. There's not an F-16 or F-15 or anything else we own that can fly and fight that high up." "What about your Patriot missiles?" Peter suggested. 100,000 feet is above their effective ceiling, too," Smith replied grimly. "Plus, I'll bet those damn drones out there are built to avoid most radar." He gritted his teeth. If they're at high altitude, they'll be invulnerable and probably undetectable. So once those planes are operational, Nomura will be able to hit us at will, unleashing nanophage clouds over any city he chooses. Horrified by the danger he saw looming before the United States, John focused his binoculars on a small group of men standing together just off the runway. He drew in a short, sharp breath. They were wearing gas masks. The world around him seemed to blur, slowing while his mind raced. Why were they wearing masks? And then suddenly, the answer, the only possible answer, leaped out at him. "Take us in, Peter," Smith snapped. He jabbed a finger at the airfield. "Straight in." The Englishman glanced at him in surprise. "This isn't an attack mission, John. We're supposed to be scouting, not riding in with sabers drawn like the bloody cavalry." "The mission just changed," Smith told him tightly. "Those planes are armed. That son of a bitch Nomura is launching his attack now." Chapter 47. Frowning, Peter banked the Black Hawk tightly, turning in toward the airfield. Santa Maria's coastline loomed larger, rapidly taking on shape and definition as they flew toward it at 100 knots. The Englishman turned his head for just a moment, looking at Randy. "You'd better break out the weapons." She nodded. The three of them were already wearing Kevlar body armor, and the helicopter had come equipped with 3 M4 carbines, cut-down versions of the U.S. military's M16 assault rifle. She moved back into the troop compartment, careful to keep a tight grip with at least one hand on anything bolted down. Abruptly, Peter banked the Black Hawk through another tight turn, this time swinging the helicopter north to fly parallel to the runway. "Half a tick," he said. "Why do this the hard way? Why not just hover above these damned drones and shoot them down over the sea?" Smith thought the suggestion through. It made perfect sense. He reddened. "I should have thought of that," he admitted reluctantly. Peter grinned. "Studying medicine when you should have been studying tactics, eh?" He pulled back on the controls. The UH-60 rose steadily, climbing several hundred feet above the sea in a matter of seconds. "Keep an eye on that first drone, John. Let me know when it's aloft." Smith nodded. He leaned back in his seat to stare out the cabin's right side window over Peter's shoulder. A sudden bright white flash and a puff of dust near the airfield caught his eye. A small dart sped toward them, riding fast on a pillar of fire. For a fraction of a second, he stared in disbelief. Then his survival instincts kicked in. "Sam! Sam!" he roared. "At 3 o'clock!" "Hell's teeth!" Peter exclaimed. He yanked hard on the controls, adroitly handling the foot pedals, collective and cyclic stick to throw the Blackhawk into a tight descending turn toward the oncoming missile. At the same time, he stabbed a switch on the control panel, activating the helicopter's IR flare dispenser. Incandescent flares spewed through a wide arc behind the diving UH-60. Looking up, Smith saw the incoming surface-to-air missile streak right overhead and then curve away sharply, following one of the decoy flares as it tumbled slowly toward the ocean. He breathed out. "Must have been a heat-seeker," he commented, irked to hear a tremor in his voice. Peter nodded. His lips were pressed tight together. "Man-portable SAMs usually are." He sighed. "Back to square one, I'm afraid. We daren't mess about at altitude. Not with a missile threat like that sitting right behind us." "So in we go?" Smith suggested. "Too right," Peter said, baring his teeth in a fierce, fighting grin. He brought the Blackhawk down so low that its main landing gear seemed to be skimming right over the curling waves. The airfield, now dead ahead, grew rapidly through the forward canopy. "We go in hard and fast, John. You clear the left, I'll clear the right. And Randy, God bless her, will do whatever else needs doing." "Sounds like a plan," Randy agreed from behind them. She handed Smith one of the M4 carbines and 3 30-round magazines. With a shortened barrel and a telescoping stock, the M4 was a somewhat lighter and handier weapon than its parent, the M16. He snapped one magazine into the rifle and tucked the spare clips away in his pockets. The third carbine went to Peter, who wedged it beside him on the pilot's seat. "Thanks. Now buckle in," Peter yelled back at her. "The landing will be just a tad bumpy." There were more flashes rippling along the runway ahead of them. Several men were standing out in the open, steadily firing at the oncoming helicopter with assault rifles. 5.56mm rounds smacked into the Black Hawk, pinging off the main rotor, ricocheting off its armored canopy and cockpit, and punching through the thin alloy sides of the fuselage. Smith saw Nomura's first flying wing lift off the ground and begin climbing. He slammed his fist onto the side of his seat in frustration. Damn. There are still 2 more on the ground. We'll deal with that one later, Peter assured him. Assuming there is a later, that is, he added under his breath. The Black Hawk clattered low over the tarmac and spun rapidly through a half circle, flaring out to thump heavily into the long grass growing beside the runway. More rifle bullets spanged off the canopy and went whirring away in showers of sparks. Smith hammered the seat belt buckle hard, opening it, grabbed his M4 carbine, and forced his way back into the troop compartment. Peter followed closely, pausing only to set a couple of switches on the control panel. Overhead, the rotor blades slowed dramatically, but they kept turning. Randy already had the left side door open. She crouched in the opening, sighting down the barrel of her carbine. She glanced over her shoulder. All set? John nodded. Let's go. With Randy right behind him, he leaped out of the helicopter and dashed south along the fringe of the runway. Rifle rounds cracked low overhead, coming from a pair of guards running toward them across the concrete. Smith threw himself down in the tall grass and opened fire, squeezing off 3 round bursts in an arc from left to right. One of the guards screamed shrilly and flopped forward, cut almost in half by 2 high-velocity bullets. The other dropped flat on the concrete and kept shooting. From her position on Smith's right, Randy coolly took aim. She waited until the sights settled on the goggles of the guard's gas mask and then gently pulled the trigger. His head exploded. John swallowed hard, looking away. He checked their surroundings. They were about a third of the way along the runway, just a few hundred meters from the massive hangar at the southern end. An enormous tin-roofed warehouse stretched east not far behind them. There appeared to be only one entrance on this side, a solid-looking steel door with a keypad lock. His eyes narrowed as suspicion hardened into certainty. No one put that kind of fortress-like door on a run-of-the-mill storage facility. Nomura's secret nanophage lab must be somewhere inside. You could hide a dozen biochemical factories inside that vast, cavernous space and still have plenty of room left over. The second of the huge flying wing planes was rolling down the runway in their direction, slowly gathering speed as its propellers spun faster and faster. John could see the deadly canisters clustered beneath its single enormous wing. The third drone aircraft was stopped just outside the hangar, waiting for its turn in the takeoff pattern. Gunfire erupted to the north, on the other side of the Black Hawk. Another guard screamed and fell back, riddled with bullets fired by Peter. As he toppled, the dying man triggered the Russian-made SA-16 SAM he had been trying to aim. The missile ignited. Trailing a dense cloud of gray and white smoke, it soared straight up, turned east, and then plummeted harmlessly to explode in the empty pastures beyond the perimeter fence. Smith spotted more movement to the south, not far from the second aircraft. 3 more gunmen, led by a much taller man, were advancing along the western edge of the runway, generally keeping pace with the oncoming drone plane. They were bounding in pairs, taking turns covering each other as they came forward. He winced. Great, he thought. These guys were professionals, and they were being led by the third of the superhuman Horatii. "Watch your front, John," Randy called. She gestured toward the open ground on the other side of the runway. A little knot of men in gas masks and respirators was falling back there, retreating from the battle raging around the tarmac. Most appeared to be unarmed, but 2 carried submachine guns slung over their shoulders, and they were dragging an older, white-haired man between them. A man who was not wearing a gas mask. A man in handcuffs. "I'll deal with the planes," Smith said. He pointed toward the retreating men. "You take care of them." Randy nodded, seeing John already moving along the edge of the runway, heading toward the giant flying wing lumbering north. Smoke from the errant SAM launch wafted across the tarmac, cutting off her view of him. Left alone, she jumped to her feet and sprinted across the wide, bare stretch of oil and jet fuel-stained concrete. One of the fleeing men saw her coming. He yelled a frantic warning to his companions. They threw themselves prone in the grass. The two guards tossed the old man down beside them and turned toward her. Their submachine guns came up. Randy fired from the hip, squeezing off 3-round bursts on the run. One of the guards spun away and fell heavily, bleeding from several wounds. The other shot back, firing off a full 20-round clip from his Uzi. The air around Randy was suddenly full of bullets and fragments of shattered concrete. She dived to the side. Something smashed into her left arm, hurling her backward. A ricochet tumbling off the concrete had hit hard enough to break her arm just above the elbow. White-hot agony sleeted up from the injury. She rolled away, desperately trying to get clear before the gunman could zero in and nail her. Stunned to see her still alive, the guard yanked out his empty clip and fumbled for another. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Randy brought her carbine up again. She fired another burst. 2 copper-jacketed rounds slammed home, hurling the gunman onto his back in blood-red ruin. She forced herself back to her feet and ran on across the runway. The unarmed men jumped up and scattered in front of her, running wildly in all directions. They all looked alike in their hooded gas masks. Suddenly, the old man in handcuffs kicked out, tripping one of the fleeing men. Snarling, the old man rolled over onto the man he had knocked down, pressing him face down into the tall, tangled grass. Randy moved closer, aiming the carbine with her good hand. "Who the hell are you?" she snapped. The old man smiled beatifically up at her. "I am Jinjiro Nomura," he said quietly. "And this," he nodded toward the figure squirming beneath him, "is Lazarus, the traitor who was once my son, Hideo." Scarcely able to believe her luck, Randy grinned back at the old man. "Delighted to meet you, Mr. Nomura." She kept the M4 aimed at the man writhing on the ground while Jinjiro climbed awkwardly to his feet. "Now stand up and take off that gas mask," she ordered. "But do it slowly. Otherwise, I might just twitch and blow your head off." The younger man obeyed. Slowly, with exaggerated caution, he tugged off the mask and respirator, revealing the gray, shocked features of Hideo Nomura. "What will you do with him?" Jinjiro asked curiously. Randy shrugged her good shoulder. "Take him back to the United States for trial, I guess." She heard a new burst of firing, this time from the north. "Speaking of which, I suggest the 3 of us head back to the helicopter right this minute. This neighborhood seems to be getting distinctly unhealthy." Peter ghosted through the drifting haze of smoke, with his carbine cradled against his shoulder. He heard a metallic click close by and dropped quietly to one knee, searching ahead of him for the source of the sound. A guard loomed up out of the slowly clearing pall. His hand was still on the firing selector for his German-made assault rifle, switching it from single shot to fire 3-round bursts. His mouth dropped open when he saw the Englishman aiming at him. "Very careless," Peter told him softly. He squeezed the trigger. Hit by all 3 shots fired at close range, the guard crumpled into the blood-soaked grass. Peter waited a few moments longer, allowing the smoke to clear. It rolled west toward the ocean, slowly shredding in the light wind. He scanned the open ground stretching before him. Nothing moved. Satisfied, he turned and trotted back toward the helicopter. White-faced with pain from her broken arm, Randy prodded her prisoner toward the waiting Blackhawk. She stumbled once and Hideo Nomura glanced swiftly back at her, with hatred written all over his face. She shook her head and lifted the M4, aiming right at his chest. "I wouldn't try that. Not unless you really believe you can rise from the dead. Even one-handed, I'm a very good shot. Now hop in." Walking behind her, Jinjiro chuckled, plainly enjoying his treacherous son's discomfiture. The man who had called himself Lazarus turned and scrambled inside the helicopter. Standing by the door, Randy motioned him into one of the forward-facing rear seats. Scowling, he obeyed. Peter loomed up beside her. He peered into the troop compartment at her prisoner. His eyebrows rose. "Nicely done, Randy. Very nicely done indeed." Then he looked around in growing unease. "But where on earth is John?" Chapter 48. Smith sprinted toward the 4 gunmen advancing alongside the rolling drone aircraft. They were still moving in pairs. At any given moment, 2 of them were prone, ready to provide covering fire for their comrades. Most of their attention was focused on the battle raging around the grounded Blackhawk, but they were sure to spot him soon enough. The back of his mind yammered that this headlong charge was a particularly stupid form of suicide, but he furiously shoved those doubts away. He did not have any other options. He had to hit this enemy team quickly before they spotted him, pinned him down with suppressive fire, and then came in for the kill. His only real chance against these men was to seize the initiative and hold it. Their tactics showed that they were professionals, probably more of the veteran mercenary soldiers recruited to do the dirty work for Nomura's Lazarus operation. In a set-piece skirmish, Smith might be able to take out one of them, possibly even 2. But trying to fight all 4 of them at once would only be a good way to die quickly. Still, he knew that it was the presence among them of the 3rd of the Horatii that tipped the scales toward this seeming recklessness. Twice before, Smith had gone up against one of those powerful and deadly killers. In both fights, he had been lucky to limp away alive, and he was not going to be able to rely on stumbling into good fortune again. This time, he needed to make his own luck, and that meant taking chances. He ran on, with his feet flying through the tall grass lining the eastern edge of the runway. The range to the oncoming drone and the 4 enemy gunmen was closing fast, falling rapidly as they moved toward each other with increasing speed. 250 meters. 200. 150 meters. John felt his lungs laboring under the strain. He brought the M4 up to his shoulder and sprinted on. 100 meters. The flying wing came whirring along the runway toward him. All 14 of its propellers were spinning now, carving bright, flashing circles in the air. Now. Smith squeezed the trigger on the M4, firing short bursts on the move, walking his rounds across the tarmac toward the startled enemy gunmen. Pieces of concrete and then tufts of grass flew skyward. They dropped prone and began shooting back. John swerved left, zigzagging away from the tarmac. Bullets tore through the grass behind him and cracked past his head. He dived forward, hit the ground, shoulder rolled back onto his feet, and kept running. He fired again, then swerved right. More rifle rounds screamed past, reaching out to tear him apart. One tore through the air close to his face. The superheated gases trailing in its wake slapped his head back. Another clipped his side, glanced off his body armor, and knocked him down into the grass. Frantic now, Smith rolled away, hearing bullets rending the earth right behind him. In the midst of all the shooting, he heard a deep, bull-like voice shouting angry orders somewhere on the other side of the runway. The last of the Horatii was issuing new commands to his troops. And then, suddenly, astonishingly, the firing stopped. In the silence, John cautiously raised his head. He grinned weakly in relief. As he had intended, the 2nd drone flying wing, still serenely taxiing toward its programmed takeoff, had come rolling between him and the men who were trying to kill him. For a brief moment, they could not shoot at him, at least without the risk of hitting one of their own precious aircraft. But he knew their self-imposed ceasefire would not last long. Smith pushed himself up, and crouching low, he moved backward, trying to keep pace with the huge, slowly accelerating solar-powered plane. He peered beneath the enormous wing, looking for any sign of movement on the concrete runway. He caught a quick glimpse of running combat boots through the narrow gaps between the flying wing's 5 sets of landing gear and its aerodynamically shaped avionics and payload pods. Two of the gunmen were sprinting across the wide tarmac, cutting behind the drone in an effort to gain a clear field of fire. John kept backing up, waiting with the M4 tucked against his shoulder and his finger ready on the trigger. He breathed out, feeling his pulse pounding in his ears. "Come on," he urged the running men silently. "Make a mistake." They did. Impatient, or overconfident, or spurred on by the wrath of the auburn-haired giant who commanded them, both gunmen crossed into the open in the same instant. Smith opened fire, pouring rounds downrange into the suddenly appalled pair. The carbine hammered back against his shoulder. Spent cartridges flew away from the weapon, tinkling onto the concrete. 50 meters away, the two gunmen screamed and fell away into the grass. Multiple 5.56mm hits ripped them apart. And then Smith felt a series of hammer blows punching across his own chest and right flank, a cascade of agonizing impacts on his Kevlar body armor that spun him around in a half circle and threw him to his knees. Somehow he held on to the M4. Through vision blurred by pain, he looked up. There, only 40 meters away across the tarmac, a tall, green-eyed man stared back at him, smiling coldly down the barrel of an assault rifle. In that instant, John understood the mistake he had made. The last of the Horatii had expended 2 of his own men, throwing them forward to draw fire in the same way a chess player sacrifices pawns to gain an advantage in position. While John killed them, the big man had slipped quickly around the front of the taxiing drone aircraft to strike at him from the flank. And now there was nothing Smith could do to save himself. Still smiling, the green-eyed man raised his rifle slightly, this time aiming at Smith's unprotected head. Beside him, just at the edge of John's wavering, unfocused vision, the leading edge of the huge flying wing came into view, liberally studded with the plastic cylinders containing its murderous payload. The fear-ridden primitive part of John's brain screamed in silent terror, raging futilely against its approaching death. He did his best to ignore that part of himself, straining instead to hear what it was that the colder, more clinical, more rational side of his mind was trying to tell him. "The wind," it said. "The wind is from the east." Without thinking further, Smith threw himself sideways. He fired the carbine in that same moment, pulling the trigger as fast as he could. The M4 barked repeatedly, kicking higher with every shot as he emptied what was left of his 30-round magazine. Bullets lashed the huge flying wing, punching holes in carbon fiber and plastic surfaces, slicing flight control cables, smashing onboard computers, and shattering propellers. The drone plane rocked under the force of the high-velocity impacts. It began slewing west, slowly turning off the runway. Terse watched the dark-haired American's last desperate move without pity or concern. One side of his mouth curved up in a wry, predatory grin. This was like seeing a wounded animal thrashing in a trap. That was something to savor. He stood motionless, choosing only to follow his target with the rifle barrel, waiting for his sights to settle on the other man's head. He ignored the bullets shrieking off to his right. At this range, the American could not possibly hope to hit him with unaimed fire. But then he heard the smooth hum made by the drone aircraft's 14 electric motors change pitch, roughening in fits and starts as they shorted out or lost power. Bits and pieces of shattered plastic and carbon fiber spun away across the tarmac. Terse saw the huge plane swinging toward him, veering wildly off course. He scowled. The American's last gamble would not save his life, but the damage to one of his 3 irreplaceable attack aircraft would infuriate Nomura. Suddenly Terse stared in disbelief at the thin-walled plastic cylinders slung under the huge wing, noticing for the first time the rough-edged, star-shaped punctures torn through so many of them. It was only then that he felt the murdering east wind gently kiss his face. His green eyes widened in horror. Terror-stricken, Terse stumbled backward. The assault rifle fell from his shaking hands and clattered onto the concrete. The auburn-haired man groaned aloud. Already he could feel the stage 4 nanophages at work inside his body. Billions of the horrid devices were clawing their way outward from deep inside his heaving lungs, spreading their poisons wider with every fatal breath. The flesh inside his thick, transparent gloves turned red, sloughing off his muscles and tendons and bones as they disintegrated. His 2 surviving men, temporarily secure in their gas masks, looked up at him from their firing positions. Eyes wide in fear, they scrambled to their feet and began backing away. Desperately, he raised his haggard, melting face in mute appeal. "Kill me," he whispered, choking out the words past a tongue that was falling to pieces. "Kill me. Please." Instead, panicked by the horror they saw before them, they threw their rifles aside and fled toward the ocean. Screaming again and again, the last of the Horatii doubled over, racked by incomprehensible and unending pain as the teeming nanophages ate him alive from within. Smith ran north along the runway, moving fast despite his fatigue and the terrible punishment he had taken. His jaw was set, held tight against the pain from several cracked ribs grinding under his body armor. He stumbled once, swore under his breath, and pushed himself onward. "Keep going, John," he told himself savagely. "Keep going or die." He did not look back. He knew the horror he would see there. He knew the horror he had deliberately set in motion. By now, the nanophage cloud was spreading west across the whole southern end of the airfield, drifting on the wind toward the Atlantic. Smith came pounding up to the grounded Blackhawk. The rotors were still spinning slowly. Torn blades of grass and lingering traces of missile exhaust swirled lazily in the air around the waiting helicopter. Peter and Randy saw him coming. Their worried looks vanished, and they moved toward him, smiling and laughing with relief. "Get aboard," John roared, waving them back to the Blackhawk. "Get that thing spooled up." Peter nodded tightly, seeing the shot-up drone careening off the runway out of control. He knew what that meant. "Give me 30 seconds, John," he called. The Englishman swung himself back aboard the helicopter and scrambled into the pilot's seat. His hands danced across the control panel, flicking switches and watching indicators lighting up. Satisfied, he rotated the throttle, pushing the engines toward full power. The rotors began spinning faster. Smith skidded to a stop beside the troop carrier's open door. He noticed Randy's left arm dangling at her side. Her face was still pale, drawn with pain. "How bad is it?" he asked. She smiled wryly. "It hurts like hell, but I'll live. You can play doctor some other time." Before he could react, she glared at him. "And you will not make any smart-ass comments. You hear me?" "I hear you," Smith told her quietly. Hiding the pain from his own injuries, he helped her climb up into the Blackhawk. Then he swung himself aboard. His eyes took note of the 2 other passengers, recognizing both Hideo and Jinjiro Nomura from their pictures in the files Fred Klein had made him study so long ago in Santa Fe. So long ago, he thought coldly. 6 days ago. A lifetime ago. Randy dropped into a rear-facing seat across from Hideo. Wincing, she cradled the M4 carbine in her lap, making sure its deadly black muzzle was pointing straight at his heart. John settled in beside her. "Hold tight," Peter called from the control cabin. "Here we go." Engines howling, the Blackhawk slid forward across the runway and then lifted off, already turning as it climbed away from the airfield. Chapter 49. At 300 feet, Peter leveled out. They were high enough now to be safe from the nanophage cloud blowing across the Nomura Pharmatech airfield and complex. Or so he hoped. He frowned, reminding himself that hope ran a very poor second to absolute certainty. With a twitch of the controls, he took them up another 100 feet. Happier now, Peter pulled the Black Hawk into a gentle turn, beginning a slow orbit over the corpse-strewn runway. Then he glanced back over his shoulder into the troop compartment. "Where to now, John?" he asked. "After our friend Lazarus's first drone? The one that got away?" Smith shook his head. "Not quite yet." He stripped the empty magazine out of his carbine and inserted a fresh clip. "We still have a couple of things to finish up here first." He slid out of his seat and lay prone on the floor of the helicopter, sighting along the M4 out through the open door. "Give me a shot at that third drone, Peter," he called. "It's still trying to take off on autopilot." In response, the Black Hawk tilted, swinging back to the south. Smith leaned a bit farther out, watching the huge flying wing grow even larger in his sights. He squeezed the trigger, firing a series of aimed bursts down into the drone rolling determinedly down the runway. The carbine hammered back against his shoulder. The UH-60 roared past the aircraft and pulled up sharply, already curving back through a full circle. The carbine's bolt locked open at the rear. John pulled out the empty clip and slapped in another. His last. He hit the catch. The M4 was loaded and ready to fire again. The helicopter finished its turn and flew north, heading back for another pass. Smith stared down. Battered by 30 rounds of 5.56 millimeter ammunition, the third drone now sat motionless on the tarmac. Whole sections of the single long wing sagged, shattered by multiple hits. Fragments of engine pods and nanophage cylinders littered the concrete paving behind the wrecked aircraft. "Scratch one drone," he announced in a matter-of-fact voice. "That's 2 down and 1 to go." Hideo Nomura stiffened in his seat. "Not a move," Randy warned him. She hefted the weapon on her lap. "You will not shoot me inside this machine," the younger Nomura snarled. Every trace of the amiable cosmopolitan facade he had cultivated for so many long years of deception had vanished. Now his face was a rigid, hate-filled mask that revealed the raw malice and egomania that truly drove him. "You would all die too. You Americans are too soft. You do not have the true warrior spirit." Randy smiled mockingly back at him. "Maybe not. But the fuel tanks behind you are self-sealing. And I'm willing to bet that you're not. Shall we find out which one of us is right?" Hideo fell silent, glaring at her. Jinjiro Nomura looked out through the door, smiling calmly as he watched the rapid destruction of his son's twisted dreams. All that Jinjiro had suffered in 12 months of cruel confinement was now being dealt out in full to Hideo. Guided by John, Peter flew the Black Hawk to the north end of the runway and passed low over the 2 large cargo planes and the much smaller executive jet parked there. Again leaning out through the open door, Smith fired another series of bursts right into their cockpits, smashing windows and flight controls. "I don't want any survivors leaving this island until we can get special forces units and decontamination teams here," he explained. Randy handed him her spare ammunition. Now Peter took the helicopter higher, climbing steadily in a tight, spiraling circle while they searched for signs of Nomura's first drone. For long minutes they anxiously hunted through the skies around them. Randy saw it first, catching a tiny glint of gold-flecked light high above. "There it is," she cried, pointing out through the side door. "At our 3 o'clock now. And it's heading due west." Toward the States, Smith realized. Hideo smiled thinly. "For Washington, D.C. and its surrounding suburbs, to be precise." The helicopter clattered through another turn as Peter swung onto a parallel course. He stared up through the forward windshield with a worried expression on his face. "That damned thing is already devilishly high," he called. "It's probably flying at 10 or 12,000 feet and climbing fast." "What's the service ceiling on this bird?" Smith asked, buckling back into his seat. "It tops out somewhere around 19,000 feet," Peter replied, frowning. But the air would be very thin at that altitude. Perhaps too thin. You're too late, Hideo told them gleefully. His eyes gleamed in triumph. You cannot stop my Thanatos aircraft now. And there are enough nanophages aboard that plane to kill millions. You may hold me captive, but I have already struck a blow against your greedy, materialistic country that will live down through the centuries. The others ignored his ranting, entirely intent on catching the Thanatos flying wing before it escaped above their reach. Peter pulled the Black Hawk's nose up as steeply as he could, chasing that distant fleeing speck. The helicopter soared higher, climbing 1,500 feet higher with every passing minute. Everyone inside could feel the air growing steadily colder and thinner. By the time the UH-60 reached 12,000 feet, their teeth were chattering and it was becoming markedly more difficult to catch their breath. The density of the air around them was now only a little over half the norm at sea level. People could live and work and even ski at this altitude, but usually with a much longer time to acclimate. Hypoxia, altitude sickness, was now a serious danger. The Thanatos drone was much closer now, but it was still above them and climbing steadily. Its single enormous wing tilted occasionally as the onboard flight controls adjusted for small changes in wind speed, direction, and barometric pressure. Otherwise, the aircraft held its course, flying doggedly on toward its preordained target, the capital city of the United States. Peter pushed the Black Hawk higher. His head and lungs ached, and he was finding it increasingly difficult to concentrate on what he was doing. His vision blurred slightly around the edges. He blinked hard, trying to get a clearer view. The altimeter crawled slowly through 14,000 feet. This far above the Earth's surface, the helicopter's rotors provided far less lift. Their rate of climb and airspeed were both rapidly diminishing. 15,000 feet. And still the giant aircraft hung above them, tantalizingly close, but well out of reach. Another minute passed, a minute of increasing cold and exhaustion. Again, Peter glanced up through the forward windshield. Nothing. The Thanatos drone was gone. "Come on, you devil," he growled. "Stop playing silly buggers with me. Where have you got to now?" And suddenly, sunlight blazed on a huge wing surface below him, reflected back by tens of thousands of mirror-bright solar cells. "We've done it. We're above the beast," Peter crowed. He coughed, trying to draw more air into his straining lungs without hyperventilating. "But you'll have to be quick, John. Very quick. I can't hold us up here much longer." Nodding, Smith unbuckled his seatbelt and again dropped onto his stomach by the open door. Every piece of metal he touched was chilled so far below the freezing point that it burned like fire. The outside air temperature was now well below zero. Frantically, John blew on his hands, knowing that they were all in real danger of losing fingers and other exposed patches of skin to frostbite. Then, cradling the M4, he leaned out into the slipstream, feeling the wind tearing at his hair and clothes. He could make out the drone now. It was roughly 200 feet below them. The Black Hawk slowed, matching its speed to that of its prey. Smith's eyes teared up in the frigid wind. He squeezed them shut and roughly brushed away the tears before they froze. He peered through his sights. The upper surface of the flying wing wavered slightly and then steadied up. He squeezed the trigger. Rounds slammed into the Thanatos drone, shattering hundreds of solar cells. Fragments of glass and plastic swirled away and vanished astern. For a moment, the wing flexed alarmingly. It slid lower. John held his breath. But then the giant machine's onboard flight computers corrected for the sudden loss of power, revving its propellers higher. The drone steadied up and began climbing again. Smith swore quietly, already fumbling for a new magazine. Amid the noise and cold and thin, scarcely breathable air, Randy fought to remain conscious. The sharp, stabbing pain from her broken arm was merging now with a terrible throbbing ache behind her temples. She gritted her teeth, feeling nauseated. The pain in her head was now so intense that it seemed to send little pulses of red light flashing into her eyes with every beat of her heart. Her head fell forward, and in that brief moment, Hideo Nomura attacked. One hand battered aside her carbine. The other chopped down hard on Randy's collarbone. It snapped like a dry twig. With a muffled groan, she fell back against the seat and then flopped forward again. Only the safety belt buckled at her waist kept her from sliding onto the floor of the troop compartment. Nomura snatched the M4 and held it to her head. Smith glanced over his shoulder in surprise. He rolled over and sat up, and then froze, taking in the changed situation in one appalled glance. "Throw your weapon out the door," Nomura ordered. His eyes glittered as hard as ice and just as cold. "Or I will blow this woman's brains across this compartment." John swallowed hard, staring at Randy. He could not see her face. "She's dead already," he said, desperately trying to buy time. Nomura laughed. "Not yet," he said. "Observe." He wrapped one hand in Randy's short blonde hair and yanked her head back. She moaned softly. Her eyes fluttered open briefly and then closed. The man who was Lazarus released his grip contemptuously, allowing her head to flop forward again. "You see?" he said. "Now do as I say." Defeated, Smith let the carbine fall out of his hands. The weapon whirled away and disappeared. "Very good," Nomura told him cheerfully. "You learn obedience quickly." He moved back, keeping Randy's weapon carefully aimed at John's chest. His face grew harder. "Now order your pilot to fly away from my Thanatos drone." Smith raised his voice. "Did you hear what the man wants you to do, Peter?" The Englishman looked back over his shoulder. His pale blue eyes were expressionless. "I heard him," he replied coolly. "It seems we have no choice, John. At least not with the situation as it stands." "No," Smith agreed. "Not as it stands," he said, putting the emphasis on the last word. He tilted his head slightly. An almost imperceptible wink fluttered in Peter's left eye. He turned back to the Blackhawk's controls. Nomura laughed again. "You see, Father," he said to Jinjiro, "these Westerners are soft. They value their own lives above all else." The old man said nothing. He sat stone-faced, cast again into despair by the sudden reversal of fortune. Smith sat near the helicopter's open door, waiting tensely for Peter to make his move. Abruptly, the Englishman banked the helicopter hard right, almost tipping the Black Hawk over on its side. Nomura toppled backward, thrown completely off his feet. He crashed into the back wall of the troop compartment and then slid to the floor. His finger, curled around the trigger of Randy's M4, tightened involuntarily. 3 rounds tore through the roof and ricocheted off the spinning rotors. As soon as the helicopter tilted, Smith threw himself forward, away from the open door. He dived across the floor and slammed headlong into Nomura. He tore the carbine out of Nomura's hands and tossed it away across the cabin. It clattered somewhere among the seats, well out of reach. The Black Hawk leveled out and began climbing again. Snarling, Nomura kicked out at John, shoving him back. Both men scrambled to their feet. Hideo attacked first, striking out with his hands and feet in a maddened frenzy. John parried 2 blows with his forearms, shrugged a kick off his hip, ducked under a 3rd strike, and then closed in. He grabbed Nomura by one arm, punched him hard in the face, and then hurled him across the row of seats. The other man landed in a heap, right next to the open door. Though dazed, with blood streaming from a broken nose, he struggled to get back up. Smith grabbed hold of a seat and roared, "Peter! Now! Reverse! Reverse!" The Englishman complied, again throwing the Black Hawk into a steep bank, but this time sharply left. The helicopter tilted on its side, for a moment seeming to hang in space, high above the Atlantic Ocean as it spun through a tight turn. The Thanatos drone came into view not more than 50 feet below them, still heading west on its programmed mission of mass murder. Hideo Nomura made a desperate lunge and grabbed a seat strut. His legs dangled in midair, flailing, trying to find a foothold that did not exist. Arms straining, he began to pull himself back inside the helicopter. With his teeth bared in a rictus grin, he looked up and saw his father staring down at him. Junjiro Nomura looked deep into the maddened eyes of the man who had once been his beloved son. "You misjudged these Americans," he said softly. He sighed in sorrow. "Just as you have misjudged me." And with that, the old man leaned forward and kicked Hideo's hands away from the seat strut. Face fixed in horror, the younger Nomura slid out the door, his fingernails clawing wildly, seeking a hold anywhere on the smooth metal. Then, with a despairing wail, he fell away into thin air, tumbling toward the Thanatos drone as it flew past under the turning Blackhawk. Still kicking and flailing with his arms and legs, the man who was Lazarus crashed onto the fragile surface of the enormous flying wing. The drone shuddered, rocked by the sudden impact. And then, overloaded and already damaged, the Thanatos aircraft simply snapped in half, folding up like the closing pages of a book. Propeller blades, avionics pods, and clusters of nanophage cylinders ripped loose in a growing cloud of debris. Slowly at first, and then faster, the tangled wreckage spun around and around, plunging all the way down to the hungry and waiting waters of the vast and merciless sea.
From the cold story grows, hidden depths nobody knows. Hints of tanks open, the secret without a name. From the cold story grows, hidden depths nobody knows. It's a fraud of a kind. Chilling through icy cold, bitter taste for
Epilogue. Early November. The White House. Although it was still early in the afternoon, President Samuel Adams Castilla had abandoned the excited hustle and bustle around the Oval Office, preferring instead the quiet comfort and privacy of his den upstairs in the East Wing. This room was all his own, exempt from the whims of the fashionable designers who had redecorated the rest of the White House under orders from his wife. There were shelves full of well-read books, a large Navajo rug covering the polished hardwood floor, a big black leather sofa, a couple of recliners, and a big screen television. Hung on the walls were prints of works by Frederick Remington and Georgia O'Keeffe, together with photographs of the rugged mountains around Santa Fe. Castilla glanced over his shoulder with a smile. His hand was poised over a bottle and a pair of glasses on the sideboard. "Care for a scotch, Fred?" Fred Klein grinned back at him from his place on the long sofa. "I certainly would, Mr. President." Castilla poured the drinks and carried them over. "This is the Cool Isla, Jinjiro's favorite." "Very appropriate, Sam," Klein said quietly. The head of Covert-One nodded toward the television. "He should be on any second now." "Yep, and I wouldn't miss this for the world," Castilla said. He set down his scotch and tapped a key on the TV remote. The screen lit up, showing the vast chamber of the UN General Assembly in New York. Junjiro Nomura stood alone on the dais, looking out over the sea of delegates and cameras with perfect poise, although he knew his words and his image were being beamed around the world to more than 1 billion people watching this live broadcast. His face was solemn, still bearing the deep marks of sorrow left by betrayal, a year's imprisonment, and the death of his son. "I stand before you today on behalf of the Lazarus movement," Jinjiro began. "A movement whose noble ideals and dedicated followers were betrayed by the malice of one man. This man, my own son Hideo, murdered my friends and colleagues and imprisoned me, destroying those of us who founded the movement so that he could seize power in secret. Then, masquerading as Lazarus, he used our organization to conceal his own cruel and genocidal aims utterly at odds with everything for which our movement truly stands." Castilla and Klein listened in satisfied silence while the older Nomura carefully and precisely recounted the details of Hideo's treachery, revealing both his secret creation of the nanophages and his plans to use them to destroy most of humanity so that he could make himself absolute master over the frightened survivors. Briefed earlier by Jinjiro, America's allies had already begun returning to the fold, all expressing profound relief that their earlier suspicions had proved unfounded and anxious to repair their damaged relations with the U.S. before the truth became widely known. This UN speech was only the first part of a determined campaign to unveil the subversion of the Lazarus movement and salvage America's reputation. Both men knew it would take time and a great deal of effort, but they were also sure the wounds left by Hideo Nomura's vicious deceptions would heal. A few isolated fanatics might cling to their belief in America's guilt, but most would accept the truth. Swayed by the calm conviction and powerful presence of the last surviving founder of the Lazarus movement, and by the release of documents captured inside Nomura's secret Azores labs. The movement itself was already crumbling, rocked by the first revelations of its leaders' lies and murderous plans. Whatever survived would only do so by returning to Jinjiro's original vision of a force for peaceful change and environmental reform. Castilla felt himself beginning to relax for the first time in weeks. America and the whole world had had an incredibly narrow escape. He sighed and saw Fred Klein looking at him. "It's over, Sam," the other man told him quietly. Castilla nodded. "I know." He raised his glass. "To Colonel Smith and the others." "To them all," Klein echoed, raising his own glass. "Sláinte." The Mall, Washington, D.C. A crisp, rain-washed autumn breeze rustled through the leaves still clinging to the trees lining the mall. Sunlight slanted through branches, dappling the grass with moving patterns of red and gold-tinged shadows. John Smith walked through the shadows toward a woman standing pensively near a bench. Her short golden hair gleamed in the afternoon light. Despite the thick cast encasing her left arm and shoulder, she still appeared slender and graceful. "Waiting for me?" he called softly. Randy Russell turned toward him. A slight smile creased her lips. "If you're the guy who left a message on my answering machine suggesting dinner, I guess so," she said tartly. "Otherwise, I'll be eating alone." Smith grinned. Some things would never change. "How's the arm?" he asked. "Not bad," she told him. "The doctors tell me this hunk of plaster can come off in a few more weeks. Once that's done, a little more rehab should clear me for field duty. Frankly, I can't wait. I'm not cut out for sitting behind a desk." He nodded. "Are things at Langley still in a mess?" Randy shrugged carefully. "The situation seems to be calming down. The files our people snagged in the Azores have pretty well nailed everyone involved in Toxin. You heard that Hansen is resigning?" Smith nodded again. The director of the CIA had not been directly involved in Burke and Pearson's illegal operation, but no one could doubt that his failures of judgment and his willingness to turn a blind eye were partly responsible. David Hansen's resignation, for personal reasons, was purely a face-saving alternative to being fired. "Have you heard anything from Peter?" Randy asked in turn. "I had a call from him last week," Smith told her. "He's back in retirement at his place in the Sierras. For good this time, he claims." She raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Do you believe him?" He laughed. Not really. I can't imagine Peter Howell sitting idle on his front porch for very long. She looked across at John through slightly narrowed eyes. What about you? Still playing spook for the Joint Chiefs? Or was it Army intelligence this time? I'm back at Fort Detrick, in my old post at U.S. AMRID, Smith told her. Back to the infectious diseases grind? Randy asked. He shook his head. Not exactly. We're developing a program to monitor potentially hazardous nanotech R&D around the world. He stared at him. We stopped Nomura, Smith told her quietly. But now the genie's out of the bottle. Someone else out there may try something similar, or equally destructive, someday. Randy shivered. I'd hate to imagine that. He nodded somberly. At least this time we know what to look for. Manufacturing biologically active nanodevices requires biochemical substances in large quantities, and those are substances we can track. She sighed. Maybe we should just do what the Lazarus movement wanted in the first place. Ban nanotech completely. Smith shook his head. And lose out on all the potential benefits? Like curing cancer or wiping out pollution? He shrugged. It's like any other advanced technology, Randy. Nothing more. How we use it, for good or ill, is up to us. Now there's the scientist in you talking, she said dryly. It's what I am, Smith said quietly. Most of the time, anyway. Right, Randy replied with a wry grin. She relented. Okay, Dr. Smith, you promised me dinner. Are you going to honor your promise? He sketched a bow and offered her his arm. Never let it be said that I'm not a man of my word, Ms. Russell. Dinner is on me. Together, John and Randy turned and walked back toward his waiting car. Above them, the last clouds were drifting away, leaving behind a clear blue sky.